Chapter 1326. Ant. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Wang Ba's words. Wang Ba actually called someone at the mortal shedding stage an ant. Did that not mean he was worse than an ant? Duan Lingtian was currently a martial cultivator at the innate void restoration stage in the Dao martial saint land. Whether it was the acquired stage or the innate stage, they were all at the mortal stage. Whether it was a martial cultivator or a Dao cultivator, one could only break through to the mortal shedding stage after breaking through the shackles of the mortal stage. We'll see when the time comes. I have a feeling this isn't as simple as it seems. Duan Lingtian said. He had never thought about it before. Since Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, was suspected to be at the mortal shedding stage, then with his strength, no one in the 4 great overseas Saint Islands or Cloud Continent would be a match for him. At the very least, there was no one on the surface. Nothing was absolute. Duan Lingtian did not dare to say there were no reclusive powerhouses on Cloud Continent or the overseas Saint Islands. Even Xue Nai often came back from the Dao martial Saint land. It was not impossible for other powerhouses to come to the overseas Saint Islands or Cloud Continent from the Dao martial Saint land to cultivate in seclusion. Today was the day Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, would test the people from the 3 great overseas Saint Islands to select his direct disciple. Under the lead of the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island, the people from the 3 great overseas Saint Islands arrived at a deep mountain in the north of Half Moon Island. This deep mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist all year long. Many inscription formations were set up. Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the inscription formations' fluctuation from afar. They're from Coral Island? Soon after, Duan Lingtian looked at a group of people nearby. These people were led by an old man. There were only 28 people following behind the old man. There were less than 30 people. The rest of the people followed from afar. The 2 people missing were the 2 people who were killed by Han Xuanai half a month ago, Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai. That's Coral Island's 2nd island master. A voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell it was Feng Wen, the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Ever since Han Xuanai made her move half a month ago, be it the 1st island master of Hidden Fog Island or the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island, they were very polite to those who were close to Han Xuanai. Now, seeing that Duan Lingtian was looking at the leader of the Coral Island group with great interest, Feng Wen took the initiative to remind him, expressing goodwill to Han Xuanai. Duan Lingtian was the closest person to Han Xuanai. Fan Gwen didn't dare to be negligent. At this time, the group of people from Coral Island also saw Duan Lingtian and the others. Their gazes fell on Han Xuanai beside Duan Lingtian, revealing traces of hatred. What? You want to avenge those 3 fellows? Han Xuanai glanced at the people from Coral Island nonchalantly, and asked in a neither fast nor slow manner. As she spoke, her eyes gleamed with a cold gleam. At once, the expressions of the people from Coral Island, including the 2nd island master of Coral Island, changed drastically. Although they were furious, they still withdrew their gazes from Han Xuanai. What a joke! Half a month ago, the other party killed their 1st island master, the strongest powerhouse on Coral Island, in just 1 move. If they were to provoke the other party, they might not even be enough to fill the gap between the other party's teeth. It's the people from Heaven Reef Island. Nobody knew who said it, but Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on another group of people. This group of people was led by an old man and a middle-aged man. There were 30 people following closely behind them. Naturally, apart from the 30 people, there was another group of people following from afar. It was apparent that they were here to join in the fun. For example, the disciples of Emperor Wu and demon emperors from Cloud Continent who did not make it to the top 30 in the Hidden Fog martial competition, as well as the disciples of Emperor Wu and demon emperors under their command. After the group of people from Heaven Reef Island arrived, their gazes also paused on Han Xuanai for a while. There was a hint of dread in the depth of their eyes. It was apparent that they had also heard about what Han Xuanai did half a month ago. The rest of you wait here. The top 30 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Follow me. 3 months ago, Xiao Kuan, the vice island master of Half Moon Island, who had arranged accommodation for the people from Hidden Fog Island, said to Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and the rest of the 30 people. At the same time, the other 2 vice island masters of Half Moon Island were also greeting the people from the other 2 overseas Saint Islands. At that moment, the 3 groups of people gathered under the lead of the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island. They entered the deep mountains that were shrouded in clouds and mist and disappeared before the group of people outside. I'm afraid there's no doubt about the result of Lord Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, selecting his direct disciple today. Someone sighed. That's right. That lady from Hidden Fog Island can even kill the first island master of Coral Island. She'll definitely be the winner today. She'll definitely be the direct disciple that Lord Di Yong is going to accept. Someone agreed. I don't think so. I heard that she relied on external help to kill the first island master of Coral Island. If she didn't rely on external help, she might not be a match for the first island master of Coral Island. Someone said. She relied on external help to kill the first island master of Coral Island. However, she didn't rely on external help to kill Luo Fengzhu, who ranked first in the Coral Martial competition. That's right. Although Luo Fengzhu was distracted at that time, she managed to kill him before he could react. Her ability is definitely above Luo Fengzhu's. If she's really that powerful, why didn't she rank first in the Hidden Fog Martial competition? Many people were discussing about Han Xuanai. However, they soon learned from the people from Hidden Fog Island that Han Xuanai did not participate in the Hidden Fog Martial competition to compete for the first place. If she had competed, the first place in the Hidden Fog Martial competition would have been within her reach. That Duan Lingtian wouldn't even have a chance to win. Many people said so after they learned about the ins and outs of the matter. No matter how lively it was outside, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 88 people soon realized that the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were nowhere to be seen. It was as though they had vanished into thin air. Soon, the scene before everyone's eyes became illusory. Subsequently, everyone realized that they had appeared in another place. Everything in this place was so real. However, they knew that it was all an illusion. Illusory formation? Duan Lingtian smirked in disdain. Although his spiritual energy was only at the 3rd level of Emperor Wu stage, it was difficult for him to deal with Emperor Wu powerhouses who were on a higher level with his spiritual energy attack. However, his current spiritual energy was enough for him to break the illusory formation before him. One must know that he had the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes in his memory. During the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2nd lifetime, apart from being a royal-grade weapon craftsman, he was also an inscription master. Relying on the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory of the inscription Dao, Duan Lingtian only needed a thought to break the illusory formation before him with his spiritual energy. From the beginning until the end, there was no obstruction in the illusory formation. After breaking the illusory formation, Duan Lingtian realized that the scene around him was like a demon dancing around. The group of people who came in with him were flying around and attacking continuously. They attacked the air as though they were possessed. Many people were even injured by accident. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the reason they seemed to have gone crazy was because of the illusory formation. Where's Xuanai? Soon after, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly when he realized Xuanai was gone. Apart from Xuanai, the remaining 86 people were all around him. Including him, there were a total of 87 people. Xuanai was the only one missing. Did something happen to Xuanai? Duan Lingtian's expression was a little grave. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to leave to look for Xuanai, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the surroundings. It was a gust of wind that made one's hair stand on end as though it came from a graveyard. The chilly wind blew, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to turn solemn. Brat, you're in trouble today. It's a devil cultivator on the mortal shedding stage. At the same time, Wang Ba's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind, reminding Duan Lingtian. Devil cultivator. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a shocked expression appeared on his face. He was no stranger to devil cultivators. He had even taken the initiative to learn about them from Wang Ba. This was because Wang Ba was a devil cultivator back then. Moreover, he was a devil cultivator who had entered the saint stage. Therefore, Wang Ba knew devil cultivators as well as he knew himself. Naturally, he knew himself as well as he knew devil cultivators. This was because he was a devil cultivator himself. Devil cultivator was a general term. Those who cultivated with a stubborn cultivation method and were unscrupulous in order to raise their strength. Regardless of whether they were martial cultivators or Dao cultivators, they were all called devil cultivators. You actually broke the illusory formation so quickly. At this moment, a voice that was filled with surprise resonated. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed a sturdy figure appeared in front of him at the same time as the rolling black fog appeared in all directions. It was a middle-aged man dressed in black. He was tall like a gigantic tower. At this moment, the black-clad middle-aged man's eyes were staring at him intently. "You're Di Yong?" Just when Duan Lingtian was about to ask who the black-clad middle-aged man was, Wang Ba's voice resonated in his mind. Through Wang Ba's reminder, he guessed the identity of the black-clad middle-aged man in front of him. "That's right. I'm Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island," the black-clad middle-aged man replied. "Di Yong, you asked the 3 great overseas Saint Islands to select us under the pretense that you're recruiting direct disciples. All of this was just for today? To absorb our vital essence?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed fiercely. "How did you know?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian mentioning his scheme, Di Yong's eyes narrowed in shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to know about his plan. In fact, apart from him, only the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island knew about his plan. How could he have known that there was a devil cultivator hiding in Duan Lingtian's body? A devil cultivator who was a saint stage powerhouse in his prime. Wang Ba could easily see through a devil cultivator's scheme. Just like Di Yong's current motive. Chapter 1327. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian already felt that something was amiss. As the island master of Half Moon Island, by right, he would not lack a suitable successor. However, he still asked the other 3 overseas Saint Islands to gather powerhouses in the prime of their lives. It was really puzzling. Earlier, Duan Lingtian learned this from Wang Ba. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, martial and Dao cultivators below the age of 70 were considered to be in the prime of their lives. After all, as long as a martial and Dao cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint Land broke through to the mortal shedding stage, they would have a lifespan of 300 years. Once they broke through to the Saint Rudiment stage, their lifespan would increase by another 200 years. As for Saint stage powerhouses, it was even more ridiculous. Even the weakest one could live up to 1,000 years. Those who were at the top would have an endless lifespan. As long as they were not killed, they could live as long as heaven and earth. Due to this reason, people below the age of 70 were considered to be in the prime of their lives in the Dao Martial Saint Land. No wonder the Hidden Fog Martial Competition only allows those whose age can be measured by the Age Measuring Pearl to participate. Wouldn't those whose age can be measured by the Age Measuring Pearl be below the age of 70? After putting everything together, Duan Lingtian finally realized what was going on. From the beginning, Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, was lying when he said he wanted to take in a direct disciple to be the next island master of Half Moon Island. His intention was to get the 3 overseas Saint Islands to send powerhouses in the prime of their lives to him so that he could absorb their vital essence. Absorbing the vital essence of martial and Dao cultivators in the prime of their lives to raise their own strength. This kind of devil technique is the lowest level devil technique in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Wang Ba's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was filled with disdain. As a former saint stage powerhouse, he had his own pride. As a devil cultivator, he looked down on devil cultivators who cultivated low-level devil techniques the most. In his opinion, this kind of devil cultivators were trash. They did not even deserve to carry his shoes. The lowest level devil technique? Don't tell me this kind of devil technique can only raise one's strength? Duan Lingtian asked. As long as there are enough martial and Dao cultivators in the prime of their lives for him to absorb the essence of, he will be able to improve greatly. His cultivation speed is not inferior to that of a middle-grade devil art cultivator. Wang Ba said. How can it only be a low-grade demonic art with such great improvement and fast cultivation speed? Duan Lingtian was a little confused. This kind of low-grade devil art is even inferior to other low-grade devil arts. Sometimes, it's not a good thing to have a large increase in cultivation speed. Wang Ba snorted. It's fine if people who cultivate this kind of devil technique are willing to stay at the mortal shedding stage for the rest of their lives. However, if they try to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, there's a 90% chance that they'll die. In the early stages of cultivating this kind of low-grade devil technique, even the cultivator himself won't be able to notice anything. However, once he tries to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, he'll realize he's unknowingly planted a seed of disaster that's capable of killing him. Wang Ba finished in one breath. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Wang Ba Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Is there anything special about Di Yong absorbing the essence of powerhouses in the prime of their lives? Of course. Wang Ba said, the stronger the strength of a middle-aged man, the more powerful his essence will be. Otherwise, why do you think he urged the 3 overseas Saint Islands to select the most outstanding 90 people? Duan Lingtian nodded. He finally understood. Boy, you still haven't answered me. How do you know I'm going to absorb your essence? Di Yong's voice resonated and startled Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, horror dawned on him when he saw the scene before his eyes. Heavens! What did he just see? He saw Di Yong standing in the distance. Unknowingly, streaks of black light extended from his body. Each streak of black light was connected to a person and 86 middle-aged powerhouses. Today, apart from Di Yong and the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, there were only 88 people, including Duan Lingtian, who had entered the depths of the mountain. There were originally 90 of them. Since Han Shu and I killed 2 people from Coral Island, there were 2 fewer people. When Duan Lingtian had broken the illusory formation and regained his senses, Han Shu and I had already noticed that she was gone. Therefore, apart from him, there were only 86 people left. Now, all 86 people were connected to the streaks of black light extending from Di Yong's body. The streaks of black light exuded a bone-chilling aura. This aura seems somewhat familiar. While Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, his heart jolted. He felt like he had encountered a similar aura somewhere before, but he could not recall it at the moment. Di Yong stood in the air. The 86 streaks of black light extending from his body seemed to form a spider web, and he was the spider in the middle of the spider web. As for the 86 people connected by the streaks of black light, they were like its prey. Boom! Suddenly, a loud, muffled sound resonated. It was a shockwave gushing out of Di Yong's body. It swept out and shook Duan Lingtian's internal organs so much that he almost spat out blood. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the 86 people connected by the streaks of black light. His body trembled all of a sudden. Subsequently, traces of blood-red mist extended from their bodies and swept toward Di Yong along with the streaks of black light. Wang Yu. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw one of them open his eyes. It was the direct disciple of Xianxia's Emperor Wu, Wang Yu. Just as Wang Yu opened his eyes, he seemed to have noticed something. His expression changed drastically. Wang. Without any hesitation, Wang Yu raised his hand and swept out his palm blade. He easily cut off the streaks of black light that connected him and broke free. So weak. Seeing that the streaks of black light were so easily cut off by Wang Yu, and that there was no more blood-red mist on Wang Yu's body, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Did this mean that as long as he made a move, he could easily cut off the other 85 streaks of black light and save everyone? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to give it a try, Wang Ba's voice was heard. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. Young man, for those streaks of black light, unless the person is connected, the other person who wants to cut them off must be at least as strong as Di Yong. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Based on what you're saying, the person who is connected can cut off these streaks of black light? Didn't you see it? This young man named Wang Yu easily cut off the streaks of black light that connected him. The reason why it was so easy was because the streaks of black light wanted to absorb his essence and did not repel him. It's impossible for him to cut off the other 85 streaks of black light. As soon as Wang Ba's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian saw Wang Yu making a move at lightning speed. He wanted to save his fellow disciples. There were a few people under Xianxia's Emperor Wu who were in the top 30 of the Hidden Fog martial arts competition. However, no matter how Wang Yu attacked, even if he used his spirit weapon or his innate ability, he could not do anything to the streaks of black light that were connected to his fellow disciples. At this moment, Wang Yu's expression changed drastically. Looking at Di Yong, who was in the middle of the 85 streaks of black light, Wang Yu looked around and quickly noticed Duan Lingtian. His eyes lit up immediately. Duan Lingtian, what's going on? Wang Yu came to Duan Lingtian's side and asked with a grave expression. In the distance, the 85 streaks of black light continued to send the dense blood-red mist into Di Yong's body. At the same time, The skin of those who were connected to the 85 streaks of black light began to age. The most obvious change was for those who were originally young. As the blood-red mist continued to seep out of their bodies and was sent into De Yong's body through the black light, wrinkles began to appear on their faces. As the wrinkles continued to increase, their black hair began to turn white. In front of them, having one's hair turn white overnight was nothing at all. In just a few moments, their black hair had turned completely white. Just by looking at them with his naked eyes, Duan Lingtian could see that their vital essence was flowing away. Their vitality was also weakening. When the last trace of their vital essence was absorbed, their lives would come to an end. What a fast absorption speed! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He did not even have the time to explain to Wang Yu. He immediately asked Wang Ba, "Bastard, if I use the Devil Seal tablet, will I be able to deal with him?" Earlier, Duan Lingtian had already recalled the reason he found De Yong's aura familiar. It was because the Devil Seal tablet's aura was similar. The Devil Seal tablet was a super saint weapon that was ranked in the 10 great saint weapons ranking of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was not powerful, but it had a shocking ability. It could suppress a devil cultivator. To be more precise, it could suppress a devil cultivator's soul. Of course, with your cultivation base, you can use the Devil Seal tablet to deal with him. Wang Ba said. Why didn't you remind me earlier? When Duan Lingtian heard Wang Ba's words, horror dawned on him when he saw the 85 people were about to die. I don't want to talk about it, Wang Ba said matter-of-factly. He made it very clear that he did not want to talk about the Devil Seal tablet. As a devil cultivator, especially one who had been suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet for many years, Wang Ba hated the Devil Seal tablet from the bottom of his soul. Naturally, he did not want to talk about it. As for the lives of the 85 people, they were worthless in his eyes. I'll deal with you later, Duan Lingtian cursed. With a raise of his hand, the royal grade spirit bow and arrow appeared. He pulled the bowstring to the shape of a full moon and shot an arrow out. Body and arrow synchronization. At the same time that Duan Lingtian stepped on the arrows and flashed out, he put away the strong bow in his hand. Subsequently, another stone tablet appeared in his hand. It was a stone tablet that had a missing corner. The moment the stone tablet appeared, it was as though it had been injected with chicken blood. It pulled Duan Lingtian toward De Yong's direction. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's speed increased again. The Devil Seal tablet was extremely sensitive to devil cultivators who did not deliberately hide their souls. Its mission was to suppress the souls of devil cultivators. Die! Chapter 1328. When the Devil Seal tablet encountered a devil cultivator, it was as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Now, Duan Lingtian lifted it up and smashed it with all his might. It charged toward De Yong like a falling meteor. Child's play. When he heard the piercing sound of the wind, De Yong opened his eyes abruptly, a look of disdain on his face. However, in the next moment, he realized something else. The stone tablet that was falling toward him was emitting an aura that made his heart palpitate. When the stone tablet approached him, his soul began to tremble violently. In an instant, his expression changed drastically. He realized that things were not that simple. Soul attack. Seeing that the stone tablet was getting closer and closer, and his soul was on the verge of collapse, De Yong's eyes suddenly narrowed. Waves of black energy surged out of his body, emitting waves of air. At the same time, a high-pitched sound rang out, causing Wang Yu's ears to bleed. Duan Lingtian's eardrums hurt from the sound, and he felt dizzy. Dragon's roar. Before Duan Lingtian could react to what was happening, Wang Ba's voice rang out in a timely manner. His tone was filled with shock. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian shuddered and came to his senses. With just a glance, he saw that De Yong was no longer there. In his place was a black divine dragon that stretched for more than 100 meters. This divine dragon looked no different from the legendary Eastern divine dragon on Earth in his previous life. Its antlers were like a deer, its head like a camel, its mouth like a donkey, its eyes like a tortoise, its ears like a cow, its scales like a fish, its whiskers like a shrimp, its belly like a snake, and its feet like an eagle. It looked exactly like an Eastern divine dragon. However, it looked more like an Eastern divine dragon that had been demonized. Its scales were black and shiny, and its crimson eyes were emotionless and cold. This black divine dragon was De Yong's transformation. To put it bluntly, it was De Yong's true form. Duan Lingtian was shocked, not because De Yong was not human, but because De Yong was a divine dragon. He could tell. De Yong's true form was not a flood dragon, but a true divine dragon. Boom, 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 boom. After De Yong transformed into his true form, the 85 black rays of light seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they accelerated the absorption of essence energy. In the blink of an eye, all 85 people's essence energy had been sucked dry. In an instant, the essence of the 85 people was sucked dry, turning them into 85 dried corpses. In the next moment, the 85 dried corpses were struck by the waves of energy coming from the other end of the black ray of light. They exploded one by one, turning into fine powder that filled the air and disappeared between heaven and earth. Bang! The Devil Seal tombstone landed on the black divine dragon's head with a loud bang. Almost at the same time, a deafening dragon's cry rang in the air. This time, regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian or Wang Yu, they were prepared and were not greatly affected. It's fine. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. This was because he discovered that the Devil Seal tombstone had not suppressed the black divine dragon's soul when it had landed on its head. It was still alive and well, but its body had trembled a few times. Boy, what is this thing? From afar, the black divine dragon that watched the Devil Seal tablet soar into the sky and abandon it. Its crimson eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and its voice was filled with coldness and fear. Earlier, it had sensed a powerful suction force from the tombstone. Its soul had almost been sucked away. If its soul had been sucked away, it would have been finished. From an outsider's point of view, its body had only trembled a little. Only it knew that it had just walked through the gates of hell. Fortunately, I transformed into my true form at the critical moment. With the powerful soul defense of my true form as a dragon, I managed to block the terrifying suction force from that strange tombstone. The black divine dragon, De Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, still had lingering fears. Boy, you almost ruined my plans. This day next year will be your death anniversary. De Yong stared at Duan Lingtian with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If he had not transformed into his true form in time, his soul would have been sucked away. If that had happened, not only would he not have been able to absorb the vital essence of the 85 people, he might even have been killed. If his soul was destroyed, there was no way he could survive. Kill it first before you clamor to kill me. Faced with the murderous De Yong, Duan Lingtian looked at the sky above De Yong's head and sneered disdainfully. Ha! De Yong was stunned at first. Then, he seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed drastically. When he lifted his head, he saw that the tombstone that had abandoned him was descending again in a menacing manner. That was not all. He also noticed that the tombstone gave him a more dangerous feeling than before. It seemed to be enraged. A tombstone would be enraged? At this moment, even De Yong wondered if he had lost his mind. De Yong no longer had the time to settle the score with Duan Lingtian. The tombstone that descended from the sky frightened him so much that his soul began to tremble violently again. I feel, even with my true form's innate soul defense, I'm afraid I won't be able to block the suction force from this tombstone this time. Not knowing why, such a thought suddenly appeared in De Yong's mind. Once the thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress it. This tombstone. Suddenly, De Yong saw the chipped corner on the tombstone. His eyes flashed, and a hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. In the end, he seemed to have recalled something, and fear rose in his heart. The Devil Seal tombstone. Oh my God! It's the Devil Seal tombstone. De Yong recognized the Devil Seal tombstone. The reason he did not recognize it in the beginning was because the Devil Seal tombstone he knew in the past was not as complete as it was now. The Devil Seal tombstone was originally divided into 3 parts. Now that the 2 parts had merged into one, it only lacked the last part to complete the Devil Seal tombstone. At that time, the Devil Seal tombstone would truly be considered a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Currently, the Devil Seal tombstone was incomplete. However, even if it was incomplete, it was still not something he could fight against. After recognizing the Devil Seal tombstone, De Yong no longer had any intention to fight. There was only one thought left in his mind. Run! Seeing the black divine dragon Di Yong that was 100 meters long trying to escape from the devil seal tombstone that was smashing toward him again, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian looked at each other. Di Yong must have discovered that the devil seal tombstone was not as simple as it seemed. Or perhaps, Di Yong knew how powerful the devil seal tombstone was and recognized it. Haha. Looks like even the heavens are helping me. Boy, quickly get close to it. Once the devil seal tombstone has suppressed its soul, I'll seize its body. Wang Ba's hearty laughter resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. However, my soul is too weak now. Even if you activate the devil seal tombstone, it'll be enough to suppress me. Once the devil seal tombstone has suppressed its soul, I'll remind you to put the devil seal tombstone away at that time. Don't suppress me as well. Wang Ba continued. There was a hint of seriousness in his tone. Okay. Duan Lingtian responded instinctively before he reacted. He could not help but ask, Bastard, didn't you want the body of the dragon's direct descendant? This fellow doesn't seem to be very strong. It shouldn't be a direct descendant of the dragons, right? It's a direct descendant of the dragons. Wang Ba said before he continued to urge him. Hurry up and go over now. As for the other matters, we'll talk about them after I've seized its body. Quick, quick. Wang Ba's tone was filled with anxiety and excitement. Anyone could hear the excitement in his voice. Understood. Duan Lingtian responded before he raised his hand and took out the royal grade spirit bow and arrow again. He drew the bow, knocked the arrow, pulled the string, and released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. Duan Lingtian landed on it in time. His body followed the arrow as he charged toward Di Yong, who had transformed into his true form as the divine dragon. His speed was getting faster and faster. At the same time, Di Yong, who had not escaped far away, could not avoid the devil seal tombstone. Once again, the devil seal tombstone smashed heavily on his head. A shrill dragon cry resonated in the air, accompanied by an unwilling cry. No. This was the last sound Di Yong left in this world. When the devil seal tombstone smashed into his head, the suction force was even stronger than before. Although Di Yong's main body had a strong soul defense, his soul was still sucked out by the devil seal tombstone. To be more precise, it was the dragon's soul. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian rushed over and appeared next to the black divine dragon that had suddenly fallen from the sky after losing its soul. Ha 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 ha! Excited laughter filled Duan Lingtian's mind. The voice was getting further and further away. After a while, the laughter disappeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense Wang Ba's soul leaving his body. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. He still felt uncomfortable with Wang Ba in his body. He felt much better now that Wang Ba had left. Boy, quickly put away the devil seal tombstone. Soon after, Wang Ba's voice sounded again and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately put away the devil seal tombstone into his spatial ring to prevent it from accidentally injuring Wang Ba. After putting away the devil seal tombstone, Duan Lingtian looked at the black divine dragon's body that was still falling from the sky. The black divine dragon's body was covered in pitch-black dragon scales that gleamed with a cold light. However, its eyes were dim and lifeless. Boy, I'll stay here for a while to get used to my new body. You don't have to worry about me. Wang Ba's voice sounded again. Duan Lingtian saw the huge body of the black divine dragon that was originally falling straight down from the sky suddenly trembled before it disappeared before his eyes and hid in the mist deep in the mountains. Duan Lingtian heaved a deep sigh of relief. He was still in a daze when he recalled the scene earlier. The fact that Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, was a devil cultivator had already shocked him greatly. However, it was only in the end that he realized Di Yong was not just a devil cultivator. Di Yong was also a direct descendant of the dragons. He was a black divine dragon. Duan Lingtian, what exactly happened earlier? Wang Yu came to Duan Lingtian's side without him noticing. There was only confusion in his eyes. From the beginning until the end, he had no idea what had happened at all. The island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, didn't really want to recruit a direct disciple. No. Where's Xuanai? Just when Duan Lingtian thought that the matter had been resolved and was about to explain to Wang Yu, a light bulb went off in his head. He remembered Han Xuanai and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 1329. Brother Ling Tian. Just when Duan Ling Tian was worried about Han Xuanai's safety, a familiar voice came from afar, causing Duan Ling Tian to heave a sigh of relief. Xuanai. It was a young girl in yellow who came along with the voice. It was Han Xuanai. Brother Ling Tian, what happened here? I heard a few loud noises coming from here. Han Xuanai asked. Xuanai, where did you go? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously and did not answer Han Xuanai for the time being. I encountered an illusory formation earlier. Initially, that illusory formation was nothing, but I wanted to see what would appear in the illusory formation, so I went after the enemy in the illusory formation. Han Xuanai recalled as she said. After that, I realized all of you were gone after I left the illusory formation. I must have gone too far. I searched for a long time. I only rushed back when I heard the noises here. Han Xuanai finished in one breath. You said, the enemy in the illusory formation that you faced ran away? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. It seems like someone lured you away on purpose. Duan Ling Tian said. Including him, out of the 88 people who were with him, only Han Xuanai had left. Moreover, it was the illusion in the illusory formation that lured her away. It was obvious that someone lured Han Xuanai away on purpose. It must be Di Yong. However, he actually gave up on absorbing Xuanai's vital essence? Duan Ling Tian frowned when he thought of this, but his frown eased a moment later. It must be because of the incident half a month ago. He must have known that it was a Dao talisman and guessed that Xuanai's background is not simple, so he didn't dare to attack her. Half a month ago, Han Xuanai had killed the first island master of Coral Island with a Dao talisman. This incident could be said to have shocked the entire Half Moon Island. As the island master of Half Moon Island, it was impossible for Di Yong not to know. Dao talismans could only be inscribed by Dao cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage, and not just any Dao cultivator could inscribe them. To be able to take out a Dao talisman, one must have an expert behind them or a powerful force behind them. No matter who it is, Di Yong wouldn't dare to risk offending Xuanai. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to deduce this. You deliberately led me away? Han Xuanai was at a loss. Brother Ling Tian, what are you talking about? Why is someone trying to distract me? Xuanai. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and said, including you, me and Wang Yu, there were 88 people who came in together. Now, only the 3 of us are still alive. What? After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, even Han Xuanai, who had seen the world, couldn't help but change her expression. 85 people, gone? How long had it been? Brother Ling Tian, what's going on? Han Xuanai asked. Her expression was solemn, which was rare for her. Earlier, as soon as I broke out of the illusory formation, Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, appeared. Duan Ling Tian said with a solemn expression. As soon as he appeared, black mist rose from his body. 86 black rays extended from his body and connected to the other 86 people apart from me. 86 people were trapped in the illusory formation and were unconscious. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian recounted the situation. This included how Wang Yu woke up in time and escaped death. You're really lucky. Han Xuanai glanced at Wang Yu before looking at Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, the island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, is a devil cultivator. Do you know about devil cultivators? Han Xuanai asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. What's a devil cultivator? Wang Yu could not help but ask. His expression did not look too good. It was not because of what Han Xuanai said earlier but because of his senior brothers and junior brothers. His senior brothers and junior brothers were still alive and kicking when they entered. However, they were all gone in the blink of an eye. Devil cultivators refer to those humans, or demons, who do whatever it takes to elevate their abilities. Absorbing essence is only one of the methods devil cultivators use. There are also many devil cultivators who eat babies less than a month old raw. They devour the innate qi in the babies' bodies to cultivate. Han Xuanai gave a rough explanation. However, it was this rough explanation that shocked Wang Yu so much that his expression changed drastically. Raw. Eating babies raw? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened slightly as well. Although he had already heard about this from Wang Ba, he was still furious when he heard Han Xuanai mention it again. The actions of some devil cultivators were simply beasts. No, they were worse than beasts. Brother Ling Tian, what happened after that? Why would that Di Yong be so kind as to let all of you go? Han Xuanai asked. That Di Yong was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Wang Yu had already answered. Di killed. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Han Xuanai was stunned. When she looked at Duan Ling Tian again, her eyes were shining with disbelief. Brother Ling Tian, you've taken the Devil Seal tablet back? Han Xuanai asked through voice transmission. This was the only possibility she could think of. Based on what Duan Ling Tian had said earlier, she could deduce that Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, was at least at the mortal shedding stage. However, such a person had died in Duan Ling Tian's hands. If one were to use common sense to deduce this, they would not be able to figure it out. At this moment, she recalled the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet that was secretly swapped by Zhou Yi, Emperor Wu's direct disciple. She had learned about this when she went to Lost Stone Forest with Little White. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and replied through voice transmission. I've already killed Zhou Yi and taken the Devil Seal tablet back before you arrived at the hidden Fog Island. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that Han Xuanai knew about the Devil Seal tablet. She was from the Dao Martial Saint Land after all, and the Devil Seal tablet was a super saint weapon in the 10 Great Saint weapon ranking. It was famous in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. He was not surprised that she knew the Devil Seal tablet was in his hands. Martial Emperor Shi Qi from Lost Stone Forest had told him before that he had told Xuanai about the Devil Seal tablet. Although Emperor Wu did not know that it was the Devil Seal tablet, it was easy for Xuanai to figure it out with her intelligence. He was not surprised that he had found the Devil Seal tablet. With his current ability, unless he used the Devil Seal tablet, it was impossible for him to kill a powerful devil cultivator who had entered the mortal shedding stage. Brother Ling Tian, you must keep the Devil Seal tablet well. It's fine on Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. However, if people know that you have the Devil Seal tablet in the Dao Martial Saint Land, countless people will do whatever it takes to get it. Han Xuanai continued to remind him through voice transmission. Her expression was grave. Understood. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had already mentally prepared himself for what Xuanai said. When he arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land in the future, he would not use the Devil Seal tablet unless he could guarantee that the Devil Seal tablet would not leak out. Brother Ling Tian, why don't we kill Wang Yu? After all, he saw how you killed Di Yong with the Devil Seal tablet. Han Xuanai said through voice transmission. There's no need. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said through voice transmission. He doesn't know about the Devil Seal tablet, and he doesn't know that I killed Di Yong because I used the Devil Seal tablet. In his eyes, I might be hiding my cultivation base. If that's the case, I'll ask him to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that he won't tell anyone that you killed Di Yong. Han Xuanai said. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, she had already forced Wang Yu to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that he would not tell anyone that he killed Di Yong. Wang Yu was already wary of Han Xuanai, who was powerful enough to kill the first island master of Coral Island. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had saved his life by killing Di Yong. Naturally, he had no reason to harm Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, he cooperated and swore an oath. He would not tell anyone that Duan Ling Tian had killed Di Yong. Duan Ling Tian was in a daze when he told Han Xuanai about what happened earlier. He did not expect that the island master of Half Moon Island, the leader of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, would die in his hands. One must know that the island master of Half Moon Island had entered the mortal shedding stage and was above the peak of Emperor Wu stage. Moreover, his true form was a divine dragon. However, if I don't have the Devil Seal tablet, even if there are 1,000 or 10,000 of me, I'm afraid I won't be enough to fill the gap between Di Yong's teeth. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. The reason he was able to kill Di Yong and suppress Di Yong's soul was all because of the Devil Seal tablet in his hands. Naturally, it was also because Di Yong was a devil cultivator. If Di Yong was not a devil cultivator but a normal martial or Dao cultivator, the Devil Seal tablet would not be able to restrain him at all. Duan Ling Tian would not be able to kill him. However, if Di Yong was not a devil cultivator, none of this would have happened today. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he thought about this. Everything that happened today seemed to be preordained by the heavens. Perhaps, until his soul was devoured and suppressed, Di Yong still could not figure out why he was so unlucky to have encountered the nemesis of devil cultivators, the Devil Seal Tablet. If he knew that Duan Lingtian had the Devil Seal Tablet, he would have lured Duan Lingtian away like how he lured Han Xuanai away. Xuanai, what's the highest cultivation base of a devil cultivator that I can suppress with the Devil Seal Tablet? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Brother Lingtian, you're at the innate stage now. You can suppress any devil cultivator at the mortal shedding stage with the Devil Seal Tablet. Han Xuanai said. What if it's a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator? Duan Lingtian asked again. With your current cultivation base, Brother Lingtian, even if you activate the Devil Seal Tablet, the most you can do is make him hesitate to attack. You won't be able to suppress him at all. Han Xuanai said. Duan Lingtian was disappointed when he heard Han Xuanai's words. When I cultivate to the peak of the Emperor Wu stage, which is also the peak of the innate stage, will I be able to suppress a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator with the Devil Seal Tablet? Duan Lingtian asked again. No. Chapter 1330. Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Devil Seal Tablet from Han Xuanai. Even someone who has just broken through to the innate stage can use the Devil Seal Tablet to suppress a mortal shedding stage devil cultivator? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently when he found out. A person who had just broken through to the innate stage was at the innate spirit refinement stage, which was equivalent to the void prying stage on Cloud Continent. A void prying stage martial artist could kill someone like Di Yong with the Devil Seal Tablet? The Devil Seal Tablet is only one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, and it's already so heaven-defying. The other 9 Super Saint weapons that are on par with it must be around the same level. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock when he thought of this. At the same time, he yearned for the other 9 Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. It'll be great if I can get another one. Duan Lingtian was daydreaming in his heart. Duan Lingtian. The demon beast that Di Yong transformed into looks a little like the legendary divine dragon. Do you think the legendary divine dragon really exists? Wang Yu asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Dragon? You mean Di Yong isn't human? Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Han Xuanai had already looked at Wang Yu in shock. She did not hear Duan Lingtian mention this earlier. Duan Lingtian only mentioned Di Yong's actions. Yes. He's not human. This time, Duan Lingtian answered Han Xuanai. At the same time he looked at Wang Yu and said, the true form he transformed into is indeed a divine dragon, a real divine dragon. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little emotional when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian had a different feeling towards the divine dragon. In his previous life on Earth, in his hometown China, the dragon was a spiritual symbol that symbolized the more than 1 billion compatriots in China. On Earth, the Chinese were also known as the descendants of the dragon. Of course, the dragon referred to here was the Eastern dragon god, in ancient Chinese myths and legends, not the dragon in the eyes of Western people. In the eyes of Duan Lingtian, the winged dragons in the eyes of the Western people were just some big bats. He was not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as the legendary Eastern dragon god in his homeland. Apart from that, the cultivation method he was practicing in this life, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, was not directly related to the word dragon, but it was indirectly related. When Wang Yu heard Duan Lingtian's words, he turned pale with fright and his heart was filled with shock. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and asked, Xuanai, are there dragons in the Dao Martial Saint land? Brother Lingtian, how do you know about the dragons? Han Xuanai was a little surprised. In fact, not everyone knew about the dragons even in the Dao Martial Saint land. This was because the divine dragons kept a low profile, to the extent that not many people knew about their existence. Naturally, this did not mean that the divine dragons were isolated from the world. On the contrary, the members of the dragons would be chased out to train as soon as they reached adulthood. In the Dao Martial Saint land, the people you passed by on the bustling street might be a member of the dragons. However, as long as the members of the dragons did not reveal their true forms, nobody would know they were divine dragons. The dragons had their own rules as well. They were not allowed to reveal their true forms unless they encountered a life or death situation, and no one from the clan could come to their rescue. Any member of the dragons who dared to violate the rules would be captured by the dragon's law enforcement team and imprisoned in the dragon's prison valley for the rest of their lives. Due to this reason, very few members of the dragons dared to reveal their true forms outside and expose their identities. Naturally, it was only very few of them. There were also a small number of dragons who were punished after their identities were exposed. They were imprisoned in the dragon prison valley for the rest of their lives. I heard it from a devil cultivator. Duan Lingtian said. Devil cultivator? Han Xuanai frowned. Brother Lingtian, you know a devil cultivator? Duan Lingtian nodded and told Han Xuanai about Wang Ba and how Wang Ba was trying to seize Di Yong's divine dragon's body. A devil cultivator from the Devil Seal Tablet? The Saint Stage powerhouse who once opened 59 Saint Veins? Han Xuanai said cautiously, Brother Lingtian, none of the devil cultivators are simple. Since Wang Ba's remnant soul has left your body, don't get too close to him in the future. As a member of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Han Xuanai, naturally, knew what a devil cultivator meant. Although not all devil cultivators were villains, 9 out of 10 villains in the Dao Martial Saint Land were devil cultivators. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, devil cultivators were hated by almost everyone. Naturally, this only applied to weak devil cultivators. Even if a powerful devil cultivator walked on the bustling street, not only would nobody dare to offend him, but nobody would dare to gossip about him as well. The Dao Martial Saint Land was also a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, but he was not worried at all. He had the Devil Seal Tablet in his hand. How could he be afraid of a devil cultivator? If Wang Ba's soul was hidden in someone else's body, the Devil Seal Tablet might not be able to do anything to him. However, now that he had occupied a new body, the Devil Seal Tablet would be able to suppress him. Brother Lingtian, you said earlier that Di Yong's true form is a black divine dragon, right? Han Xuanai asked when she recalled this. Duan Lingtian nodded again. It seems like Di Yong's a devil dragon. Han Xuanai took a deep breath and said in disbelief, how's it possible that a devil dragon is still alive? Moreover, he managed to reach the mortal shedding stage in such an environment. When she reached the end of her sentence, there was only dread on her face. Devil dragon? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Xuanai, what's the difference between a devil dragon and a divine dragon? In essence, there's no difference. A devil dragon is still a divine dragon. However, a devil dragon is considered a variant among the divine dragons. It's a mutant divine dragon. Han Xuanai continued, all devil dragons are divine dragons that have been devilified. This kind of divine dragon is not tolerated by the dragons. Once it appears, it'll be executed as soon as it's born. Executed? Duan Lingtian was shocked. There's a rumor in the Dao Martial Saint Land. A long time ago, the first devil dragon was born among the dragons. It was the appearance of that devil dragon that almost caused the extinction of the dragons. Because of this, they recuperated for several tens of thousands of years before they finally recovered. Han Xuanai said, a devil dragon caused the extinction of the dragons? Is it that powerful? Duan Lingtian was even more shocked. It's not that it's powerful. It's just that as long as it's alive, as long as it stays among the dragons, it will subtly devilify the other dragons. Han Xuanai said, rumor has it that it devilified almost half of the dragons, causing an unprecedented civil war among the dragons. That civil war caused the dragons to almost disappear from the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was only several tens of thousands of years later that they began to reappear again. Han Xuanai finished her sentence in one breath. Just because of this, as long as the dragons are born, they'll be killed immediately? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. The dragons learned their lesson from the past and began to set rules. As long as a devil dragon is born among the dragons, they'll have to kill it immediately to prevent future troubles. Naturally, it's not that easy for a devil dragon to be born. It's said that even after 1,000 years, there might not be a single devil dragon born. Han Xuanai said. Once taken in by someone, for 10 years he's afraid of straw ropes. Duan Lingtian sighed. Brother Lingtian, the devil dragon you saw earlier, how many claws did it have on each of its claws? Han Xuanai suddenly asked as though she had recalled something. 5. Duan Lingtian said. 5. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Xuanai was shocked. Brother Lingtian, are you sure? I'm sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. Oh my god. That devil dragon is actually a direct descendant of the dragons. Han Xuanai sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered. Wang Ba did say that it's a direct descendant of the dragons. Xuanai, you only heard the number of claws on its claws and you know that it's a direct descendant of the dragons? Duan Lingtian was rather curious about this. Brother Lingtian, among the dragons, according to the purity of their bloodline, the dragons are divided into 3 levels. Ordinary dragons are 3-clawed divine dragons. 3-clawed divine dragons are just ordinary members of the dragons. Their innate talent and strength are ordinary. Of course, saying that their innate talent and strength are ordinary is only relative to the other dragons. Han Xuanai patiently explained, above the 3-clawed divine dragon is the 4-clawed divine dragon. The 4-clawed divine dragon is usually an important figure among the dragons. For example, the elders and stewards are all 4-clawed divine dragons. Above the 4-clawed divine dragon is the 5-clawed divine dragon, which has the highest status among the dragons. The 5-clawed divine dragon is a direct descendant of the dragons and has a lofty status. And every generation of the dragon's patriarch is a 5-clawed divine dragon. Only a 5-clawed divine dragon can subdue the other dragons. At the end of her explanation, Han Xuanai continued, according to the rumors I heard, the 5-clawed divine dragon of the dragons has always had 9 heads and has never changed. Only when the old 5-clawed divine dragon dies or ascends will a new 5-clawed divine dragon be born. A 5-clawed devil dragon is a rare sight that only appears once in 10,000 years. Han Xuanai said, and the first devil dragon that appeared in the history of the dragons is said to be a 5-clawed devil dragon, a direct descendant of the dragons. Duan Lingtian did not expect that. There was such a division among the members of the dragons. 3-clawed divine dragon, 4-clawed divine dragon, 5-clawed divine dragon. And the first time he saw a real divine dragon, he saw a 5-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, it was a 5-clawed devil dragon. According to Xuanai, a 5-clawed devil dragon was rarely seen in 10,000 years. That's strange. Since the dragons have a rule, all devil dragons must be killed in their infancy. Then, why is Di Yong still alive? And why did he leave the Dao Martial Saint Land and come here? Chapter 1331. I don't know about that. Perhaps some of the direct descendants of the dragons felt that it was a pity to kill him, so they felt sorry for him. Han Xuanai speculated, it's precisely because of this that they sent it out of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, let alone an adolescent 5-clawed divine dragon, even if it's an adult 5-clawed divine dragon, the dragon clan wouldn't have sent it so far away. The 5-clawed divine dragon inherited the bloodline of the dragons. It was the root of the dragons. If it was not for the fact that the 5-clawed devil dragon was dangerous, the dragons would not have abandoned him. Underage? Xuanai, do you mean Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, is still an underage 5-clawed divine dragon? Duan Lingtian asked in shock. His true form is more than 100 meters long, so he'll be around 50 years old at most. The 5-clawed divine dragon will only reach adulthood when he's 100 years old. Han Xuanai said. He'll only reach adulthood when he's 100 years old? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. Dragons are different from humans. They already have a lifespan of 1,000 years when they're born before they even start cultivating. Once they break through to the mortal shedding stage, they'll have a lifespan of 3,000 years. Han Xuanai continued, when they break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, they'll have a lifespan of 10,000 years. When they enter the Saint Rudiment stage, they'll have a lifespan as long as heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard that. This was much more heaven-defying than the other clans. Take humans for example. Before they reached the Emperor Wu stage, they only had a lifespan of about 100 years. When they broke through to the Emperor Wu stage, they only had a lifespan of about 200 years. It was incomparable. Dragons are really God's favorites. Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Indeed, you can call them God's favorites. However, it's fortunate that their reproductive ability is very weak. Otherwise, this world would have been ruled by them, Han Xuanai said. Duan Lingtian agreed with her. If the dragons were as strong as humans, not only the Dao Martial Saint Land, but even the 3 great mortal continents would have been ruled by them. At that time, the other clans' fate of being enslaved by them. Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai were communicating using voice transmission. From the beginning until the end, Wang Yu could not hear them at all. Duan Ling Tian before he could finish, he interrupted himself. Duan Ling Tian tis dragons, at the same time tis 8 2. It says dragons 8 A's dragons its dragon S was a 5-clawed divine dragon. However, unlike ordinary divine dragons, its body was completely black, and the black scales on its body were gleaming with a cold luster. Its crimson eyes were staring at Duan Ling Tian intently. Boy, you're really my lucky star. Not only did you find me the body of a direct descendant of the dragons, but it's also a 5-clawed devil dragon. This 5-clawed devil dragon walks the devil Dao, so it's the most suitable body for a devil cultivator. The 5-clawed devil dragon spoke in human language. Its voice was filled with excitement. It was none other than Wang Ba, the devil cultivator who had occupied the 5-clawed devil dragon's body. Although Wang Ba had asked Duan Ling Tian to find him the body of a direct descendant of the dragons, it was just a casual request. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the dragon's body was undoubtedly one of the strongest among all clans. This was especially true for the body of a 5-clawed divine dragon, a direct descendant of the dragons. It did not cross Wang Ba's mind that following Duan Ling Tian would allow him to encounter the body of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, it was the body of a 5-clawed devil dragon. A 5-clawed devil dragon was naturally devilized and walked the devil Dao. To Wang Ba, a former saint stage devil cultivator, the body of a 5-clawed devil dragon was the best body in the world. It was the most suitable body for him now. Bastard! You've completely taken over his body? Duan Ling Tian asked. Bastard? The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, whether it was Han Xuanai or Wang Yu who was standing at the side, the corners of their mouths twitched violently. Han Xuanai burst out laughing. She looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Brother Ling Tian, didn't you say his name is Wang Ba? Why did you call him bastard? Isn't it the same? Duan Ling Tian said innocently. The same. When Han Xuanai saw Duan Ling Tian's innocent expression, she could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. Wasn't bastard a turtle? Humph. Boy, I've decided. From now on, I'm no longer called Wang Ba. The 5-clawed devil dragon hovered in the air. Its eyes were red and filled with blood energy. Its voice was deafening and loud. You're no longer called bastard? Then what's your name? Duan Ling Tian asked. Wasn't this fellow called Di Yong? I think this name is not bad. From today onward, I'll be called Di Yong. The 5-clawed devil dragon continued to speak in human language. Di Yong? This name is not bad. It's much better than your previous name. Han Xuanai smiled. Of course. If this name doesn't sound good, why would I change it? Little girl, you have good taste. The 5-clawed devil dragon raised its head proudly and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Boy, remember this. From now on, I'll be called Di Yong. You can call me Lord Di Yong or Senior Di Yong. Duan Ling Tian ignored it and asked indifferently, Why haven't you transformed yet? Humph. I haven't completely occupied his body yet. Even if I lose the dragon soul, I'll still need some time to completely occupy the body of a 5-clawed devil dragon. This saint came out to tell you. This saint needs some time to completely take over this body. The former Wang Ba and current Di Yong said. This Di Yong was no longer the former island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong. Instead, he was the devil cultivator from the Dao Martial Saint Land, Wang Ba, who had changed his name to Di Yong. After Di Yong finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's response. His body that was more than 100 meters long trembled and hid in the mountain mist again, disappearing before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the other two. Compared to Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai's calmness, Wang Yu was completely dumbfounded. He could not regain his senses for a long time. Was Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, not already dead? How did he come back to life? He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai descended from the sky. They found the 85 dried corpses whose vital essence was sucked dry by Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, and kept their spatial rings. As for the profundity fragments, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai did not let them go either. They had no use for the profundity fragments, but they could leave them for the other people in Lingtian's sect. In fact, some of these 85 dried corpses were at the Emperor Wu stage. They even had Emperor stage profundity fragments in their bodies. If you didn't come to Half Moon Island, you wouldn't have died. What a pity. If there's an afterlife, it's better for you to be an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian sighed. At the same time, he lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. At once, the ground trembled and ferocious cracks appeared. It was like a spider web that covered the 85 dried corpses. In the next moment, all of the dried corpses fell into the cracks. With Duan Lingtian's help, they were buried deep underground. Now they could finally rest in peace. Xuanai, let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Han Xuanai and Wang Yu before they headed outside. 88 people came in, and only 3 left. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian just now. Wang Yu still could not figure out what had just happened. He could not help but ask Duan Lingtian. Before he could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian had already interrupted him and said, I know what you want to ask. The island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, is indeed dead. He was killed by me. As for the dragon just now, it's just Di Yong's body. A friend of mine has taken over his body. Duan Lingtian said. Soul possession? Wang Yu was shocked. You even know about soul possession? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Soul possession referred to using one's soul to take over another person's body. Generally speaking, only Emperor Wu powerhouses whose souls had been specially tempered could do this. If an ordinary Emperor Wu powerhouse's soul had not been specially tempered, even if they had reached the peak of the Emperor Wu realm, they would not be able to perform soul possession. On the contrary, even a first-level Emperor Wu realm martial artist could perform soul possession as long as his soul had been specially tempered. Just like Emperor Wu of Samsara back in the day. Back then, Emperor Wu of Samsara wanted to seize Duan Lingtian's body to begin his third life of cultivation. Unfortunately, before he could perform soul possession, Lingtian's soul from Earth had already replaced Duan Lingtian's soul and taken over Duan Lingtian's body. When Samsara Emperor Wu of Samsara found out about this, he was flustered and exasperated. He wanted to destroy Lingtian's soul. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed and only ended up turning into ashes. The 3 lives rebirth technique that Emperor Wu of Samsara cultivates mainly tempers the soul. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to perform soul possession even if I had broken through to the peak of the Emperor Wu realm. Duan Lingtian knew this very well in his heart. I've read about soul possession in an ancient book. It said that a long time ago on Cloud Continent, there were some Emperor Wu powerhouses who specialized in tempering the soul. They would usually perform soul possession before they reached the end of their lifespan and take over another person's body to obtain a new life. Wang Yu answered Duan Lingtian's question. Unfortunately, there were very few people who succeeded. It's fine if they succeeded in soul possession, but if they failed, their soul would be destroyed. When Wang Yu reached the end of his sentence, he sighed. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was aware of what Wang Yu had said. It was precisely because of this that Samsara Emperor Wu of Samsara had to find the best opportunity to seize Duan Lingtian's body. Otherwise, he would be in danger of his soul being destroyed. Unfortunately, he encountered the soul of Lingtian, who came from Earth, and his soul was destroyed. However, Samsara Emperor Wu was Samsara Emperor Wu after all. His soul had been tempered many times and was very strong. Even if his soul was destroyed, he still retained his lifelong memories. Chapter 1332. Soul possession is extremely dangerous. Even if it's a saint stage powerhouse, other than those top existences, they wouldn't dare to say that they'll succeed 100% of the time. Han Xuanai snorted. I'm afraid the top existences among the saint stage powerhouses don't need soul possession. Duan Lingtian said. That's right. To a saint stage powerhouse, soul possession doesn't have much meaning. Han Xuanai nodded. Ordinary people would only risk soul possession when they were nearing the end of their lifespan. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well give it their all. The top existences among the saint stage powerhouses had endless lifespans, so they did not need soul possession at all. Unless they were devil cultivators who had lost their bodies after being suppressed by the devil seal tablet. Just like Wang Ba and now Di Yong. Saint Stage Powerhouse? Wang Yu did not understand what Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai meant by Saint Stage Powerhouse. His face was filled with confusion. You can ask your master about Saint Stage Powerhouses. Han Xuanai glanced at Wang Yu and said nonchalantly, however, other than that, I don't want you to tell him about what happened here. It won't do you any good if you tell him. This matter involved the five-clawed devil dragon. It was a matter of great importance. Han Xuanai knew this very well. Although the five-clawed devil dragon was abandoned by the dragons, since it did not die in its infancy, it must have been a direct descendant of the dragons who felt compassion for it. That direct descendant of the dragons had quite a high status. If he knew the five-clawed devil dragon was dead and its body was taken away, who knew how angry he would be? That was an adult five-clawed divine dragon. It was at least at the saint stage. If it was enraged, it could do anything. Soon after, Han Xuanai told Duan Lingtian about her concerns. This matter is indeed a little tricky. We must think of a foolproof plan to deal with it. Once an adult five-clawed divine dragon is enraged, it's no joke. Duan Lingtian ceaselessly racked his brain, intending to find a solution. Soon he thought of a way. When he mentioned this to Han Xuanai agreed. That's a good idea. This way, we won't anger the adult five-clawed divine dragon. Although the force behind Han Xuanai was quite powerful in the Dao martial saint land, it was still a force to be reckoned with. However, they dared not go head-to-head with the dragon clan. Killing a five-clawed divine dragon was not difficult for the forces behind Han Xuanai. But the problem was that killing a five-clawed divine dragon would also infuriate all the dragons. The dragons were famous among the saint stage powerhouses in the Dao martial saint land for being protective of their own. Outside the cloud-shrouded mountains, the people from the three outer saint islands stood in the air, waiting quietly. The three vice island masters of Half Moon Island stood in the air, resting with their eyes closed. All of a sudden, the three of them seemed to have noticed something as they opened their eyes abruptly. With just a glance, they saw three figures slowly appear behind the clouds and mist that covered the deep mountains in front of them. They revealed their true appearances. The two of them. How's that possible? The three vice island masters of Half Moon Island looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. They were not surprised that Han Xuanai was able to come out. After all, the island master had told them not to provoke this young lady. However, the fact that the other two had come out alive made them feel that it was somewhat inconceivable. Logically speaking, the island master should have sucked out all of their vital essence and turned them into dried corpses. There must be something fishy going on. The three of them took a deep breath and moved in unison toward the three people who had just come out. The three people who had come out were naturally Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Wang Yu. The moment they came out, they saw a group of people from Hidden Fog Island led by Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, approaching them. What's the result? Tang Zhen looked at Han Xuanai with sparkling eyes that were filled with anticipation. He was very confident in Han Xuanai. That day, Han Xuanai had defeated the champion of the Coral Island martial arts competition with her own ability. Her ability was even more powerful than Duan Lingtian. From that moment on, compared to Duan Lingtian, who was the champion of the Hidden Fog Island martial arts competition, he was more optimistic about Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai shook her head. Tang Zhen was stunned. He then looked at Duan Lingtian and Wang Yu, only to see both of them shaking their heads as well. What happened? Don't tell me. None of you were selected by Lord Di Yong? Tang Zhen revealed a disappointed expression. Lord Di Yong's conditions for selecting his direct disciple are too harsh. We were eliminated in the first round. Wang Yu smiled bitterly. At the same time, he returned to Xianxia Emperor Wu's side. There was a hint of bitterness in the depth of his eyes. His senior and junior brothers who had been with him for many years had died on Half Moon Island just like that. Most importantly, although he knew the cause of their deaths, he could not reveal it. Otherwise, not only him, but even his master, Xianxia Emperor Wu, would be implicated. He could choose not to believe Duan Lingtian's words. However, he had to believe Han Xuanai's words. Even if Han Xuanai did not tell him the exact reason, he dared not take the risk. Brother Lingtian, you and Miss Xuanai were eliminated? Martial Emperor Lingxian, Yang Hui, asked in disbelief. In fact, he was not the only one. Even the group including Xianxia Emperor Wu was in disbelief. Even she was eliminated. Who else can become the island master's direct disciple? They had witnessed Han Xuanai's ability. Putting aside the fact that she killed the first island master of Coral Island with the help of an external force. With her own ability, she killed the number 1 of the Coral Island martial arts competition in one move. It was enough to show how powerful she was. She was the best among the 90 people from the 3 overseas holy islands. It seems like there's still hope for our Sky Reef Island. The first island master of Sky Reef Island laughed. Among the 85 people who haven't come out yet, the most powerful one should be the number 1 of our Sky Reef Island martial arts competition. That's right. It seems like Sir De Yong's direct disciple isn't just based on his ability. The elder of Sky Reef Island who came to join in the fun said. Hearing the first island master's laughter, Duan Lingtian glanced at him nonchalantly and thought to himself, if he knows that the 30 people from his Sky Reef Island are all dead, I wonder if he'll still be able to laugh. What's going on? The 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island looked at Duan Lingtian and Wang Yu from time to time. They could not figure out how these 2 people came out. Vice Island Masters. At this moment, a voice sounded in their ears, causing them to shiver. At the same time, they all turned to look at the purple figure in the distance. The person who condensed his origin energy was none other than Duan Lingtian. Island Master Di Yong has successfully absorbed the vital essence of the other 85 people. He asked me to inform all of you that he'll be in closed-door cultivation in the mountain for a while. Duan Lingtian continued. You! When the 3 of them heard this, they stared at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. He actually knew that their island master Di Yong of Half Moon Island had absorbed the vital essence? Why? Are all of you surprised? Duan Lingtian continued. Actually, it was a close call today. Wang Yu and I were almost sucked dry by island master Di Yong. Fortunately, Xuanai appeared in time and saved both of us. For Xuanai's sake, Island Master Di Yong spared Wang Yu and my life. However, he also asked us not to spread the news of him absorbing the vital essence. Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. I see. When the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island heard this, they glanced at Han Xuanai and came to a realization. They did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. If that was not the case, they did not believe Duan Lingtian and Wang Yu would be able to escape. After all, their island master Di Yong of Half Moon Island was a person who was above the peak of Emperor Wu stage. Although the 3 of them were at the peak of Emperor Wu stage, they were no match for Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, even if they joined forces. The 3 of us won't be involved in what happened after that. Island Master Di Yong asked all of you to clean up the mess. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered the ears of the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island again. The 3 of them nodded. Just like that, the matter was resolved. The 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island did not know that their island master Di Yong of Half Moon Island had been killed and that his body had been possessed. They did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. The reason they did not doubt him was because they believed in Di Yong's ability almost blindly. There were a total of 88 people from the 3 overseas Saint Islands who entered the deep mountain. Naturally, it caused a huge uproar when only 3 of them survived. The first island masters of the 3 overseas Saint Islands demanded an explanation from Half Moon Island. However, in the end, they could only swallow their anger in the face of the powerful Half Moon Island. The recruitment of direct disciples by the island master of Half Moon Island came to an end. The people from the 3 overseas Saint Islands left one after another. However, Duan Lingtian and the rest did not return with the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, Tang Zhen. They stayed for the time being. Yang Hui brought the people from Lingxian Peak and left with Tang Zhen. Wang Yu also left with Qing Xian's Emperor Wu. To him, the matter had been resolved. What he needed to do next was to forget what had happened and act as if nothing had happened. However, to Duan Lingtian, the matter had not been resolved. Now, all we have to do is wait for him to completely take over Di Yong's body and become the island master of Half Moon Island. Duan Lingtian mumbled. For the next period of time, Duan Lingtian did not idle around. Other than accompanying the 2 ladies and occasionally dealing with the 3 little fellows, he spent the rest of his time cultivating. As for Han Xuanai, she was also cultivating. She was trying to break through to the mortal shedding stage. Currently, she was only a step away from the mortal shedding stage. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, Duan Lingtian was alone. He held the Saint Stone in his hand and sat cross-legged in the air above the calm ocean to cultivate. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Divine Dragon Form's mental cultivation method was circulating. His cultivation base was improving every second. Whoosh! Unknowingly, an old figure appeared in the sky not far away. Chapter 1333. After the old man appeared, he did not even greet Duan Lingtian. Instead, he pounced on him ruthlessly. It was obvious he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in one hit. The 7-foot-long spear in his hand was shooting out a spear ray that was several feet long. It caused the air to tremble as though it could pierce through everything. Boom, 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 boom. As the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, the spear ray that was several feet long appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. It looked like it was going to pierce through Duan Lingtian's body. Oh no! The moment the old man struck with his spear, Duan Lingtian had already regained his senses. However, before he could react, the spear ray that shot out from the old man's 7-foot-long spear had already arrived in front of him. It was only a foot away from him. He had no time to dodge at all. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air, accompanied by a rolling shockwave that swept out in all directions. The top and the surroundings were still fine, but the sea below was turbulent. The originally calm sea seemed to have been smashed by a huge rock. Waves splashed up and shot up into the sky. It was a beautiful sight against the scorching sun. However, regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian or the old man who suddenly appeared, they were not in the mood to watch this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was sent flying by a stone tablet like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. The moment the stone tablet landed on his body, a terrifying energy passed through the stone tablet and landed on his body. It caused his lungs to tremble, and he felt intense pain all over his body. If it was not for his strong will, he would have fainted. Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, finally caught his breath. He immediately took out a royal-grade resurrection pill and consumed it. The pill's effect dissipated, and his injuries started to heal. However, due to the severity of his injuries, he could not fully recover even after consuming the royal-grade resurrection pill. At this speed, I'll need at least 30 breaths to fully recover. I'll have to stall for time. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun as he made his decision. Thanks to you. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly landed on the Devil Seal tablet that flew out with him. Earlier, it was he who had taken out the Devil Seal tablet in time and allowed it to block the spear for him. If not for that, he would have been killed. After flying for some distance, Duan Lingtian finally came to a halt. He looked at the old figure who caught up with him immediately and mocked. The second island master of the Hidden Fog Island sneakily attacked a nobody like me. Don't you think it's embarrassing? As long as I can kill you and avenge my son. So what if I become the laughingstock of the world? The old man who sneaked an attack on Duan Lingtian was the second island master of Hidden Fog Island, Chen Bei. Ever since Tang Zhan, the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, had led the people back to the Hidden Fog Island, Chen Bei had wanted to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his son. He thought the first island master would not interfere at that time. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to stay on Half Moon Island. Moreover, he heard that there was a mysterious young lady by Duan Lingtian's side, who could kill the first island master of Coral Island with a piece of yellow paper that was filled with scribbles. The first island master of Coral Island's ability was on par with the first island master of Hidden Fog Island. At that moment, he felt the pressure. However, he still came to Half Moon Island. He had arrived at Half Moon Island a few days ago. Today, he finally found a chance to ensure that the young lady by Duan Lingtian's side would not appear. I didn't expect you to have a defensive spirit weapon. You're lucky. But next time, your luck won't be so good. Chen Bei sneered. Chen Bei, do you know why I killed your son? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. He needed time to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, he would not be a match for Chen Bei. Chen Bei, the second island master of Hidden Fog Island, was on Emperor Wu stage 8th level. Although his ability had improved by leaps and bounds in the past 6 months to the point that even Honshu and I was shocked, it was impossible for him to fight Chen Bei with his injured body. I don't care why you killed my son. Today will be the day you, Duan Lingtian, die. A cold gleam flashed across Chen Bei's eyes. He shook the 7-foot-long spear in his hand and a terrifying origin energy swept out. Along with the skyrocketing profundity energy, it caused the air to tremble. The movement of the spear shook the air. It was like a stone falling into a calm lake, setting off circles of ripples. How powerful! Upon seeing that, Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. As expected of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island, Chen Bei's ability is top-notch even among the 8th-level Emperor Wu stage martial artists. Although the heaven and earth energy would no longer consolidate into the heaven and earth phenomenon after leaving Cloud Continent, Duan Lingtian could faintly sense how terrifying Chen Bei's ability was. Chen Bei, before your son died, he told me something. Do you want to know? Duan Lingtian gasped inwardly when he saw Chen Bei was about to attack. However, he maintained a calm expression on his face as he spoke slowly. It was Duan Lingtian's calmness that stopped Chen Bei from attacking. What is it? The cold gleam in Chen Bei's eyes remained. He raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice. Chen Bei, you should at least show some sincerity if you want to know your son's last words, right? You look like you're about to kill me. I'm so scared that I can't even remember what your son said. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 7-foot-long spear in Chen Bei's hand and said. Why? Are you trying to stall for time? Chen Bei smirked. It's useless. Even if you release the communication jade slip and I can't catch up with it, I'm confident I can kill you before that little girl arrives. Stall for time? Communication jade slip? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Chen Bei, I have to say that your imagination is really rich. Do you think I don't know what you're talking about? Spit it out if you have something to say. Chen Bei snorted. His eyes stared deadly at Duan Lingtian. Don't play tricks in front of me. If you do anything, I'll kill you in an instant. I believe you have the ability. However, you should at least give me some time to think about it, right? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Currently, 10 breaths had passed. The injuries in his body had healed by 1/3. The Royal Grade Resurrection Pill's medicinal effect was still spreading and healing the injuries in his body. His injuries were recovering at an extremely fast speed. He still needed close to 20 breaths to recover to his prime. The surface of the sea that was initially turbulent gradually regained its calm. High up in the sky, Duan Lingtian stood there quietly with a slight frown on his face. He seemed to be thinking about something. Meanwhile, Chen Bei, who was standing opposite him, was glaring at him. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would play some trick on him. Chen Bei held the 7-foot-long spear tightly in his hand. Faint origin energy was about to burst out. If anything went wrong, he would instantly unleash his full force to kill Duan Lingtian. My patience is limited. Another 10 breaths passed. Chen Bei's face turned grave as he said coldly. Wait a little longer. Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He could not be bothered with Chen Bei's gloomy expression. His injuries were only a little bit away from being healed. Once he was fully healed, he would have the strength to fight with Chen Bei. In the past 6 months, his strength had improved in all aspects. He wanted to see how much his strength had improved. He treated Chen Bei as his touchstone. The last 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the injuries in his body had completely healed. At this moment, he only felt that his entire body was filled with strength. You tricked me. Chen Bei's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian relaxing his frown and a smile appearing on his face. In a fit of rage, the origin energy in his hand skyrocketed. Along with various profundities, it merged into the 7-foot-long spear. At once, the 7-foot-long spear trembled. A powerful energy spread out as though it could destroy everything. Whoosh! Faced with the enraged Chen Bei, a bow and arrow appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand out of thin air. He placed the arrow on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring into a full moon before shooting the arrow out. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When Chen Bei's long spear trembled and tore through the sky, the spear ray that was several tens of feet long pierced towards the place where Duan Lingtian was standing. However, Duan Lingtian had already dodged it. Body and arrow synchronization. Stepping on the rapidly shooting arrow, Duan Lingtian dodged Chen Bei's furious attack. However, his crisis was not over yet. He could hear the sound of the wind whistling behind him. Without turning his head, He could tell that Chen Bei had caught up with him. However, Chen Bei's speed was only on par with his. It was impossible for him to catch up with him. How's this possible? Chen Bei, who was chasing Duan Lingtian at full speed, had a drastic change of expression when he realized this. Disbelief filled his eyes. How can his speed be so fast? Nothing's impossible. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard what Chen Bei said. He smirked in disdain. Chen Bei, today, I'd like to see how capable you are as the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Don't you want to avenge your son? I'll accompany you to the end. Duan Lingtian had already jumped down from the arrow and stood in the sky far away. He looked down at Chen Bei from afar as he taunted him. Do you think you can defeat me just because your speed is on par with mine? What a joke. I, Chen Bei, am not the strongest in terms of speed. Hearing Duan Lingtian's taunts, Chen Bei was instantly enraged. He roared fiercely, unwilling to lose to Duan Lingtian in terms of aura. However, before he could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Are you trying to say that your strongest point is not your speed but your attacking technique? I'd like to see it for myself. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished his sentence, he knocked an arrow on his bow. With a clang, the bowstring vibrated as he pulled the bowstring into a full moon shape again. At the same time, Duan Lingtian fixed his gaze on Chen Bei, who was dashing toward him. After confirming that he had locked onto Chen Bei, he released the arrow in his hand. Whoosh! A sharp arrow that was as black as ink pierced through the air like a black lightning bolt and went straight for Chen Bei. Its target was between Chen Bei's eyebrows. Chapter 1334. Clang. Accompanied by a thunderous whistling sound, the sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air. It was Chen Bei who had turned around and blocked Duan Lingtian's arrow at the critical moment. Although the arrow was blocked by the 7-foot-long spear in Chen Bei's hand, he was not in a good state either. His spear and his body had to bear the force of the arrow. Not only that, even the 7-foot-long spear in his hand had a deep imprint on its shaft. The quasi-royal grade spirit weapon was actually damaged. However, Chen Bei did not pay attention to that because he was already injured, and his injuries were not light. Duan Lingtian, I admit that I've underestimated you. However, do you think you can kill me with just this little bit of strength? After consuming a grade 1 life recovery pill, Chen Bei's injuries recovered a little. After he recovered, he immediately charged toward Duan Lingtian. The long spear in his hand shook, and a spear ray that was several tens of feet long appeared again. Although Duan Lingtian had injured him with his arrow earlier, as far as he was concerned, it was because he'd underestimated Duan Lingtian that caused him to be injured. Moreover, the arrow earlier was not a threat to him at all. Just this little bit of strength? When Duan Lingtian heard Chen Bei's words and saw him charging toward him with his spear, a sneer crept up on the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, he did not plan to continue dodging. With a lift of his hand, he shot another arrow. Aerolite strike. Compared to the arrow earlier, this arrow was on a completely different level. The energy contained in it tore through the sky like a meteor falling from the sky. Clang! Another ear-piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air. Accompanied by a vast and rolling shockwave, Chen Bei blocked Duan Lingtian's arrow again. However, he was not as lucky as last time. His 7-foot-long spear was broken into two. The bones in his hand that was holding the spear all the way to his shoulder were shattered. The bones around his palm, in particular, were shattered into powder. Impossible! Chen Bei was in disbelief when he saw his quasi-royal grade spirit spear being broken just like that. However, his attention quickly fell on his crippled arm. How is this possible? His strength, how can he be so strong? To Chen Bei, the arrow that Duan Lingtian shot from behind was like the arrival of doomsday. After breaking through to elementary, the power of the meteor strike has actually increased so much? Duan Lingtian was very surprised by the effect of his arrow. It should be noted that he had only mastered the aerolite strike, one of the offensive techniques in the colossal aerolite arrow, to the intermediate stage 3 days ago. The minor accomplishment was the second stage of the Saint grade martial arts. After reaching this level, Duan Lingtian felt that its power had increased by several times compared to before. The increase was so great that it could be described as exaggerated. No. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Chen Bei looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing there in high spirits. His face turned even more grave as he roared in his heart. There was a hint of despair in his roar. He knew very well in his heart. He was no longer a match for Duan Lingtian. It was even more impossible for him to defeat Duan Lingtian in the future to avenge his son. Die! I want you to die! Duan Lingtian, I want you to die! In the end, Chen Bei was on the brink of insanity. He lifted his uninjured hand and grabbed the 7-foot-long spear. Once again, he attacked Duan Lingtian aggressively. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. After witnessing the power of the aerolite strike that had broken through to the intermediate stage, Duan Lingtian's confidence was boosted. Facing the crazy Chen Bei, he smirked in disdain. At the same time, his hands were not idle. Aerolite strike. Another arrow was shot out. This time, Chen Bei, who had lost his most important arm, could not block it at all. It easily pierced through his glabella. In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared in between Chen Bei's glabella. Brain matter splattered everywhere. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. He died with a grievance. An existence at the 8th level martial emperor stage. I actually killed him? Duan Lingtian's emotions surged. He even felt as though he was dreaming. I really didn't expect. After breaking through to the Emperor Wu stage 6, my fusion profundity and my sword profundity would be upgraded one after another. With just the aerolite strike, I can kill Chen Bei so easily. Duan Lingtian did not regain his senses for a long time. In the past 6 months, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved the fastest. Even he could not explain why. In the end, he could only blame it on the Saint Stone and the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he cultivated. The 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon form. Ever since I've broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, I feel like the speed of my cultivation is much faster. Now, every time my cultivation base improves, the speed of my cultivation becomes faster as well. Duan Lingtian could not help but marvel at the wonders of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique after he had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. As expected of the cultivation method that's comparable to the 3 Lives Rebirth technique in the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique is much more powerful than the top cultivation methods like the Han Bing's Divine Sword technique. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. After Chen Bei caused such a ruckus, Duan Lingtian no longer had the mood to continue cultivating. He went back to accompany the 2 girls. If it was not for the fact that he planned to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for his parents, he would have loved to stay by his 2 fiancées' side. Even if the Land of Love was a hero's grave, he would have accepted it. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months had passed. On this day, the entire Half-Moon Island trembled violently as though there was an earthquake. Bastard! Duan Lingtian, who was originally cultivating in his room, had his eyes lit up all of a sudden. He immediately flew out. In the past year, the reason he did not leave Half-Moon Island in a hurry was because of Wang Ba. Wang Ba, who had occupied the body of Di Yong, the island master of Half-Moon Island. However, the current Wang Ba had used the name of the original owner of the body that he had occupied. Di Yong. Outside the mountain that was shrouded in clouds all year long, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half-Moon Island stood in the air. They looked in the direction of the mountain in awe, but they did not dare to go closer. Lord Island Master is finally coming out of his closed-door cultivation. A smile appeared on the faces of the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half-Moon Island at the same time. Lord Island Master's strength will definitely increase tremendously when he comes out of his closed-door cultivation this time. By then, he'll be able to snatch that treasure from the hands of that sea monster. Xiao Kuan's eyes lit up as he said with a burning expression. That's right. In the past, Lord Island Master's strength was on par with that sea monster, so he couldn't snatch that treasure. Now that he's coming out of his closed-door cultivation, he'll definitely be able to defeat that sea monster and snatch that treasure. Humph. Speaking of which, it's really infuriating. That sea monster couldn't figure out that treasure on its own, yet it was unwilling to give it to Lord Island Master. Let's see how it's going to die this time. The other 2 Vice Island Masters of Half-Moon Island said. Treasure? The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half-Moon Island did not notice that a figure was flying above their heads as they were discussing. In the blink of an eye, it entered the mountain that was shrouded in clouds. Duan Lingtian had been waiting for a long time in the mountain. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the figure coming in from outside. Xuanai, why are you only here now? Brother Lingtian, I heard the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island talking about some treasure. Han Xuanai said with a burning gaze. Treasure? Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up even more. What treasure? In his opinion, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were at the peak of Emperor Wu stage. Something that they called a treasure must be extraordinary. I'm not too sure what kind of treasure it is. I only heard them saying that the treasure seems to be in the hands of some sea monster, and that sea monster's strength is on par with Di Yong. Han Xuanai said. So, that sea monster should be on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage just like Di Yong. However, since Di Yong has absorbed the vital essence of 85 powerhouses in their prime, I'm sure he'll be able to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. If Tortoise can completely occupy its body, it'll be able to inherit its power. Han Xuanai continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's been a year. Theoretically, Tortoise should have completely occupied Di Yong's body. Let's go in and have a look. Duan Lingtian called out to Han Xuanai. Both of them went deep into the mountain. I remember that Tortoise went into hiding somewhere nearby last time. Duan Lingtian looked around and said. That's right, it's here. Han Xuanai nodded. She recognized this place as well. Boy, I've told you that I've changed my name. I'm no longer Wang Ba. I'm now Di Yong. Just as Han Xuanai's voice fell, a dissatisfied voice sounded from afar and approached. Soon, a sturdy black figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. It was a tall and sturdy black-clad middle-aged man. Han Xuanai was unfamiliar with this figure. However, Duan Lingtian was familiar with him. It was Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island whom he had met before. Naturally, the soul of Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, had been suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet. His soul at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage was destroyed by the Devil Seal Tablet in just a blink of an eye. The Di Yong standing in front of Duan Lingtian was the Di Yong whose body was occupied by Wang Ba's soul. It was a brand new Di Yong. I'm used to calling you that. I can't change it in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Di Yong's dissatisfaction. He then asked, Tortoise, have you completely occupied this body now? Yes. Di Yong nodded faintly. There was a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. He was dissatisfied that Duan Lingtian still called him Tortoise until now. Tortoise, he must have broken through to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage after absorbing so much vital essence, right? Han Xuanai asked as she looked at Di Yong. Di Yong nodded again. I've only heard of the direct descendants of the dragons, the 5-clawed divine dragons. I know they're very talented. I'm curious, how many saint veins have you opened since you've broken through to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage? Han Xuanai's eyes lit up. Chapter 1335. 23 Veins. Di Yong's lips curled into a bright smile. 23 veins? Duan Lingtian did not feel anything when he heard Di Yong's words, but Han Xuanai was shocked. He managed to open 23 saint veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Doesn't that mean he'll be able to open more than 70 saint veins when he enters the paramount mortal shedding stage? More than 70 saint veins. This time, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses when he heard Han Xuanai's words. His eyes widened in shock. He still remembered. The current Di Yong and the former Wang Ba had said this before. During his time, the person who opened the most saint veins had only opened 67 saint veins. He had only opened 59 saint veins at that time. However, Xuanai said Di Yong was able to open 70 saint veins? How could Duan Lingtian not be shocked? It shouldn't be a problem to open more than 70 saint veins. At this moment, the smile on Di Yong's face became even brighter. As a former saint stage powerhouse, he knew the cultivation path of the mortal shedding stage very well. He had opened 23 saint veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. With such innate talent and the devil cultivation method he cultivated back then, he would definitely be able to open more than 70 saint veins when he was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. The mortal shedding stage was divided into 5 stages. The early mortal shedding stage, intermediate mortal shedding stage, Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage, and Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage. The strength of each stage was not the same. Whether it was a martial cultivator or a Dao cultivator, the saint veins that were opened in their bodies would be formed when they broke through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage. The number of saint veins opened when one was at the Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage would be the number of saint veins opened in the future. Unless there was a fortuitous encounter. Of course, such a fortuitous encounter was rare. It might not even happen once in 10,000 years. The number of saint veins would directly affect the cultivation speed of a martial cultivator or a Dao cultivator. The more saint veins one had, the faster one would be able to absorb the energy from heaven and earth and the energy from the saint stones. And vice versa. Furthermore, the number of saint veins one possessed would directly affect the strength of a martial cultivator and Dao cultivator. 4 martial and Dao cultivators of the same cultivation base, those with more saint bloodlines would be stronger. And vice versa. Now, I can understand why a 5-clawed devil dragon was able to topple all the dragons. The 5-clawed devil dragon was definitely the most talented among the 5-clawed divine dragons. Han Shu and I sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, "As far as I know, in the history of dragons, an ordinary 5-clawed divine dragon could only open up 66 saint veins at most. This body is simply too perfect. With this body, it's only a matter of time before I return to my peak. No, you can completely surpass me when I was at my peak." Di Yong reached out and gently stroked his body. The more he touched it, the more he liked it. He said with an intoxicated expression. Seeing Di Yong's actions, Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body. Was this fellow touching himself? Pervert. Too perverted. Boy, since you've helped me obtain the body of a direct descendant of the dragons, we're even now. From today onward, you'll cross your bridge, and I'll walk my own path. We'll have nothing to do with each other. Soon after, Di Yong stopped what he was doing and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said nonchalantly, "Even?" Upon hearing Di Yong's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes instinctively. "Bastard, you've just obtained a new body, and you're in such a hurry to cut off all ties with me? Humph. Boy, you have the Devil Seal tablet, so it's better for me to stay away from you. Otherwise, what if you're in a bad mood one day and suppress me again?" Di Yong snorted. His words were filled with dread. His soul had yet to fully recover. If he was suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet again, he would definitely die. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was even more terrifying than a saint stage powerhouse. He could kill him with just a wave of his hand. Even if he had obtained the body of a 5-clawed devil dragon, possessed unparalleled innate talent, and had a smooth cultivation path in the future, he was still a devil cultivator after all. As a mortal shedding stage devil cultivator, he had no way of fighting back against the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. The Devil Seal tablet activated by an innate stage martial cultivator could easily suppress a mortal shedding stage devil cultivator. "I won't stop you if you want to leave. However, I hope you can help me clean up the mess," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. "Clean up the mess? Clean up what mess?" Di Yong was stunned. "I killed the original island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, and you took his body. Although he's a 5-clawed devil dragon, he must have had other 5-clawed divine dragons secretly helping him since he was able to leave this place alive. If we don't clean up this mess properly, what if the 5-clawed divine dragon behind him comes looking for us? You used to be a saint stage powerhouse in the Dao martial saint land. Don't tell me you don't know how powerful an adult 5-clawed divine dragon is?" Duan Lingtian said as he glared at Di Yong. "Why do you care so much? We'll just leave. Don't tell me you're afraid the 5-clawed divine dragon will find us?" Di Yong said nonchalantly. The Dao martial saint land was so big. He did not believe the adult 5-clawed divine dragon would be able to find them. Unless all the dragons made a move. However, this matter was related to the 5-clawed devil dragon. He believed the 5-clawed divine dragon would not dare to alarm all the dragons. In fact, the 5-clawed devil dragon was a taboo to the dragons. Even if others did not kill it, the dragons would not let it go. "We can leave, but what about my sect? If the 5-clawed divine dragon really wants to pursue the matter, it'll definitely implicate my sect," Duan Lingtian said with a frown. "You're so troublesome. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll help you clean up. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Di Yong said impatiently. You just have to continue to pretend to be the island master of Half Moon Island. Duan Lingtian said. Pretend to be the island master of Half Moon Island? Di Yong frowned. Boy, I don't want to stay on Half Moon Island any longer. The Dao Martial Saint Land is where I'm going next. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm not asking you to stay on Half Moon Island any longer. You just have to pretend to be the island master of Half Moon Island. As long as you explain yourself to the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island and leave, I don't care where you go. You want me to pretend to be the island master of Half Moon Island and leave as the island master of Half Moon Island? In that case, even if the 5-clawed divine dragon comes looking for me in the future, he'll think that I've left on my own accord? Di Yong asked. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's the only way I won't anger the 5-clawed divine dragon. Since the 5-clawed divine dragon is willing to risk being punished by the dragons to bring Di Yong away from the Dao Martial Saint Land, he must have a close relationship with Di Yong. I even suspect that the 5-clawed divine dragon might be Di Yong's parents. Duan Lingtian continued. Bah! Nobody has the right to be my parents. Not even the 5-clawed divine dragon. Di Yong said with dissatisfaction. I'm talking about Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island whom I've killed. Not you. Duan Lingtian said angrily. How about this? Go and look for the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island now, and tell them that I'll be your direct disciple and hand Half Moon Island over to me. Moreover, ask them to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that they'll be loyal to me and not be disloyal. As for you, you can go to the Dao Martial Saint Land on your own after you've told them everything. Duan Lingtian continued to tell Di Yong. This was a plan that he had come up with long ago. He wanted to control Half Moon Island, the leader of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. Half Moon Island was undoubtedly a good place for him. The Supreme Grade Origin Stone Reserve buried deep underground was twice as many as the Supreme Grade Origin Stone Reserve buried in the hidden Fog Island. The cultivation environment here could be said to be the best outside of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, this was what Han Xuanai had told Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian planned to move Lingtian's sect here after he had taken control of Half Moon Island. With Half Moon Island as their base, the strength of the people from Lingtian's sect would definitely rise rapidly. Han Xuanai also clapped her hands and applauded Duan Lingtian's plan. Boy, you're really greedy. You actually want to take over this island. Di Yong said as he stared deeply at Duan Lingtian. Greedy? Duan Lingtian glanced at Di Yong in disdain. Speaking of greedy, how can I compare to you? You're occupying the body of a 5-clawed devil dragon. With its body, you can even open more than 70 saint veins. I wonder if there's anyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land who can open more saint veins than you. Duan Lingtian said. Haha, that's true. With this 5-clawed devil dragon's body, I'll definitely enter the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking. No, top 5. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Di Yong laughed out loud. Top 5? Is that all you've got? Duan Lingtian said with disdain as he rolled his eyes at Di Yong. Humph. Boy, do you really think the powerhouses on the Supreme Saint ranking are easy to deal with? Let me tell you. Even in my era, the powerhouse who opened the most saint veins only managed to get into the 7th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Di Yong said, there are many powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Saint veins have a huge impact on one's strength. However, other aspects also have a huge impact on one's strength. That's right. Brother Lingtian. The powerhouses who are at the top of the Supreme Saint ranking might not have opened the most saint veins in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, the number of saint veins they opened is not much different from the powerhouses who opened the most saint veins. Han Xuanai said. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Of course, the gap isn't that big. For example, the sword saint I mentioned before, he opened all the hidden saint veins in his body and opened a total of 81 saint veins. The saint veins in other people's bodies are like a chasm compared to his. Regardless of other aspects, other people are far from his level because the gap in foundation is too big. Chapter 1336. Saint veins could be considered as the foundation of martial and Dao cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The more one opened, the better. The more saint veins one had, the higher one's achievements would be in the future. Although the person who opened the most saint veins did not necessarily have the strongest ability, he had a great advantage. It seems like the martial and Dao cultivators in the Dao martial saint land have more powerful techniques. They can even ignore the difference in the number of saint veins. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He was looking forward to his cultivation journey in the Dao martial saint land. Currently, his cultivation base had already broken through to the 6th level Emperor Wu stage. As long as he continued to cultivate, he believed he could break through to the peak of the Emperor Wu stage within a year with the help of the Saint Stones. At that time, he would be able to break through to the mortal shedding stage. I believe in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The reason why he was confident he could break through to the peak of the Emperor Wu stage within a year was because of Duan Lingtian's unconditional trust in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was a powerful technique that was on par with the 3 Lives Rebirth technique that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated back then. On the other hand, the 3 Lives Rebirth technique that the Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated all those years ago was a level higher than the top cultivation techniques on Cloud Continent like the Han Bing's God Sword technique, the Starry Sun technique, and the Dark Beauty Divine technique. Whether it was the Han Bing's Divine Sword technique, the Sun and Moon Star technique, or the Mystical Beauty Divine technique, all of them were powerful techniques that could be cultivated to the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. Techniques that were more powerful than them could be called the most powerful techniques on Cloud Continent. The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island are outside now. When Xuanai came over earlier, she heard them talking about an early mortal shedding stage sea monster guarding a treasure. The treasure was snatched by the former Island Master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, many times, but he did not succeed in the end. Duan Lingtian told Di Yong, "They think, as long as you break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, you'll be able to snatch the treasure from the sea monster." Treasure? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Di Yong's eyes lit up. Go and wrap it up. Upon hearing that there was a treasure, Di Yong was more excited than anyone else. He immediately flew out. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai followed him. The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were waiting quietly outside the mountains that were shrouded in clouds. They were not impatient at all. Soon their eyes lit up. Immediately after, they immediately looked at the figure that flew out from the depths of the mountain. This tall black figure was very familiar to them. Island Master. In the face of the middle-aged man in black, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, including Xiao Kuan, bowed respectfully. Yes. The black-robed middle-aged man was none other than Di Yong. Facing the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island who bowed to him, he nodded faintly. Of course, this was not the previous Di Yong, the Island Master of Half Moon Island. Although his body was still the same, his soul had changed. He was a completely different person. However, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island could not tell. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai followed him out and stood behind Di Yong. The appearance of the two of them shocked the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. From now on, this Duan Lingtian is my direct disciple. He's also the new Island Master of Half Moon Island. Di Yong said slowly. The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were dumbfounded. Did the Island Master not take a fancy to Duan Lingtian? Could it be that he changed his mind at the last minute? The more they thought about it, the more certain they were. I've decided to leave Half Moon Island in a few days and head to the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, before I leave, all of you must swear to be loyal to this direct disciple of mine using the 99 Heavenly Tribulation. Di Yong continued. The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island did not expect Di Yong to say this. Horror dawned on them. The reason they were willing to follow Di Yong and be a Vice Island Master was because they were in awe of Di Yong's strength. They were willing to be under Di Yong. However, they were unwilling from the bottom of their hearts to be subservient to a brat. Why? Is there a problem? Seeing that the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island seemed to be hesitating, Di Yong's eyes turned cold. A majestic aura extended from his body and swept toward the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. Pooh! Barf! At once, the 3 of them trembled. They opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces turned pale. Feeling the increasing pressure that was close to suffocation, the 3 of them could not help but feel despair. At once, the 3 of them admitted defeat. Then, under Di Yong's sharp gaze, The three of them swore an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation to be loyal to Duan Lingtian. After telling them everything, Di Yong asked the three of them to lead the way to look for the sea monster that was guarding the treasure. Lord Island Master, that sea monster has been staying in the west all this time. Under the lead of the three vice island masters of Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the sea region west of Half Moon Island. They traveled all the way west for half an hour. On the vast and calm sea, the five of them stopped and stood there. Enter. After confirming that this was the place, a gentle energy extended from Di Yong's body. It instantly transformed into a layer of transparent light shield and shrouded the five of them, including him. Then, he led Duan Lingtian and the other three into the sea region. At once, the calmness of the sea was broken. Vast, rolling waves surged. The waves crashed one after another without stopping for a long time. At the same time, under Di Yong's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other three had already gone deep into the sea region. This isn't origin energy, Duan Lingtian mumbled as he observed the transparent light shield around him and sensed the aura that permeated it. Brother Lingtian, this is true energy. Han Shu and I heard Duan Lingtian's whisper and explained, when a martial cultivator's cultivation base breaks through to the mortal shedding stage, a chi pool will appear in his body. His origin energy will also transform into a new energy, true energy. True energy is an energy that's a level higher than origin energy. Han Shu and I explained. Duan Lingtian came to a realization. He was not surprised at all. Where is it? Di Yong turned around and glanced at the three vice island masters of Half Moon Island and asked. Over there. The three of them immediately pointed to the side. The sea monster's whereabouts would change every once in a while. All this while, the three of them had been personally tracking the sea monster's whereabouts. Therefore they knew exactly where it was. Finally, under the guidance of the three vice island masters of Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian and the other two saw the sea monster. The sea monster was crouching in the depths of the sea, hiding among the algae in the deep sea. An octopus? When they got closer, Duan Lingtian saw the sea monster's appearance clearly. It was an octopus. To be precise, it was an extra-large octopus that looked like a towering mountain. The octopus crouched there like a mountain at the bottom of the sea. Soon, Duan Lingtian's gaze shifted and landed on one of the octopus's tentacles as if he had discovered something. A small pagoda that was as tall as an adult was hovering in the air, wrapped around by the tentacles. From afar, the small pagoda looked very exquisite. Apart from that, it gave Duan Lingtian an extremely special feeling. This feeling was very intimate. Even Duan Lingtian wondered if he had sensed wrongly. Lord Island Master, the treasure is over there. The three vice island masters of Half Moon Island looked at the small pagoda and whispered to Di Yong. Di Yong's gaze landed on the small pagoda as well. It doesn't look any different. You're saying that it's a treasure? Han Shu and I asked. Miss Xuanai, you don't know. This small pagoda doesn't look special, but even when the Lord Island Master fought with this sea monster in the past, no matter how strong the force was, it couldn't be affected. Xiao Kuan said solemnly, when the force is 1 meter away from it, everything will be blocked. There's always a layer of force protecting it on the surface. Just like now. The sea monster's tentacles seem to be wrapped around it, but it's not actually touching it. Xiao Kuan continued. Upon hearing Xiao Kuan's words, Duan Lingtian, Han Shu and I, and Di Yong looked over. As expected, they saw that the giant octopus tentacles did not touch the small pagoda. There seemed to be a 1 meter square protective layer around the small pagoda that prevented anything from getting close. It's awake! Xiao Kuan exclaimed suddenly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that the giant octopus opened its eyes. Its eyes were as big as a wash basin, and they gleamed with a terrifying cold gleam. As soon as it woke up, it noticed Duan Lingtian and the others. Its sharp gaze landed on Di Yong immediately. To it, Di Yong was already an old acquaintance. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the giant octopus moved, the entire seabed shook as though the ground and mountains were shaking. The seawater rolled, causing the transparent light shield that enveloped Duan Lingtian and the others to shake. However, it was a light shield that was held up by Di Yong's true energy after all, so it was not affected at all. Humph! In the face of the giant octopus that leaped up, Di Yong snorted coldly. His body moved, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of black lightning that shot out in an instant. Whoosh! The seawater shook, and a long vacuum water channel was drawn out. It only closed after a while. Rumble! At the same time, a loud noise was heard, and the ground and mountains shook again. In the next second, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were dumbfounded. A hole appeared on the giant octopus's head. It was a huge hole that could fit a person. The hole penetrated the giant octopus's head and killed it. Lord Island Master's ability. After the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island snapped back to their senses, they were shocked. The powerful sea monster that was on par with Lord Island Master in the past was killed by him in just one blow? Isn't this too exaggerated? Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. You're a citizen of Yanhuang land? Suddenly, an old voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing his heart to jolt. Yanhuang land? Wasn't that the name of the land of Hua in the ancient myths and legends of Hua in his previous life? Chapter 1337. Duan Lingtian was stunned by the old voice. It took him a long time to regain his senses. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian began to look around in an attempt to find the owner of the old voice. At this moment, he was filled with excitement. Subconsciously, he felt that the owner of the voice must have something to do with Earth where he was from in his past life. You don't have to look for me. I'm in the pagoda in front of you. The old voice continued to sound. It made Duan Lingtian stop what he was doing and look at the little pagoda that was floating in the depths of the sea. At this moment, Di Yong was standing in front of the little pagoda. Suddenly, Di Yong extended his hand in an attempt to touch it. However, the invisible energy surrounding it blocked Di Yong, who was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Di Yong could not suppress this energy at all. This pagoda is not simple. Di Yong's eyes lit up. Indeed, it's not simple. Unknowingly, Han Shu and I had also come to Di Yong's side to observe the little pagoda. A moment later, she extended her hand to the little pagoda that was as tall as an adult. After testing it out, she realized that her energy could not suppress the energy surrounding the little pagoda. This energy doesn't seem to be true energy. Han Shu and I mumbled to herself. She was confused. At the same time, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island also came forward to observe the little pagoda. Just like Di Yong and Han Shu and I, they could not do anything to the little pagoda and could only watch. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved. Origin energy propped up a layer of light shield on the surface of his body. He came to Han Shu and I's side and extended his hand to grab the little pagoda that was floating in the air. Seeing Duan Lingtian's action, Han Shu and I, Di Yong, and the rest watched calmly. In their opinion, if they could not do anything to the little pagoda, it was even more impossible for Duan Lingtian to do anything to it. After all, Duan Lingtian's ability was the weakest among them. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and reached for the small pagoda. During this process, he did not seem to have encountered any obstacles and easily touched the small pagoda. How is this possible? Di Yong and the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island narrowed their eyes in shock and disbelief. Big brother Lingtian. Han Shu and I was also shocked by the scene in front of her. Even she and Di Yong couldn't do anything to small tower, but it was actually so easily touched by her big brother Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's hand had just touched the small pagoda when it felt cold to the touch. At the same time, a warm stream of air extended from the small pagoda and flowed into his body through his hand, circulating around his entire body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt comfortable and warm all over his body. It was so comfortable that he closed his eyes without realizing it. Seeing how Duan Lingtian closed his eyes when he touched the small pagoda with an intoxicated expression, Di Yong, Han Shu and I, and the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were all moved. Following that, Di Yong and Han Shu and I stretched out their hands one after another and slowly moved toward the small pagoda. Soon, they realized that when their hands were 1 meter away from the small pagoda, they no longer felt the pressure like before. This made their eyes light up. They took a deep breath and continued to move forward, wanting to touch the small pagoda. Boom! Boom! However, as their hands moved forward in unison, A terrifying wave of energy surged out and entered their bodies as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The two of them were sent flying. At that moment, both Di Yong and Han Shuanai turned pale. It was obvious that they were severely injured. Upon seeing this, the three Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island felt their scalps go numb and they shuddered. They completely dispelled the thought of touching the small pagoda. Soon after, the gazes of the five people simultaneously descended onto Duanling Tian. They realized that although the small pagoda had released a powerful force, Duanling Tian was not affected at all. He was still standing there with his hand on the small pagoda. From the beginning until the end, Duanling Tian's eyes were tightly shut. The intoxicated expression on his face did not change at all. It was as though he was enjoying some kind of baptism. What the hell? Di Yong cursed. This stupid pagoda only recognizes this brat. It seems like Brother Ling Tian has an affinity with it. This pagoda is really spiritual. Even the 10 great super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Tao martial saint land might not be as spiritual as this pagoda. Han Shuanai muttered to herself. Perhaps. It's one of the 10 great saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Di Yong said as a scorching flame rose in his eyes. The three Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island looked at Duanling Tian with jealousy in their eyes. They could tell that the small pagoda was not an ordinary object. What a joke! How could the small pagoda be an ordinary object if even the island masters of Half Moon Island could not do anything to it? No matter how surprised the five of them were, Duanling Tian was currently in a wonderful state. This state was similar to the state a baby would be in before it was born. Duanling Tian only felt that his entire body was enveloped by a gentle force. Not only was this force gentle, but it also gave him a warmth he had never felt before. It warmed his flesh, blood, bones, meridians. Everything in his body was undergoing an earth-shattering change as this energy entered his body. Time passed by quietly. Unknowingly, the origin energy in Duanling Tian's body began to circulate on its own. It circulated according to the divine dragon form mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. It was as though it did not know exhaustion and did not stop from the beginning. You have a good foundation. I didn't expect to meet a citizen of the Yen Huang land here. Now, I have a chance to leave this god-forsaken place. An old voice resonated from the lowest level of the small pagoda and reverberated continuously. This small pagoda had a total of 7 levels from the top to the bottom. After an unknown period of time, Duanling Tian only felt a warmth leaving his body. It made him feel like he had not had enough. However, when he opened his eyes and regained his senses, his pupils shrank. What's going on? At this moment, Duanling Tian could clearly feel the elevation of his cultivation base. His original cultivation base of Emperor Wu Stage 6 was no longer there. His current cultivation base had broken through to the 9th level of Emperor Wu stage. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt like he was dreaming. What's going on? I only touched the small pagoda, and then a force extended from the small pagoda. Duanling Tian's emotions surged, and he could not calm down for a long time. Earlier, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had already fused its remaining force into your body to help you be reborn. At this moment, the old voice continued to resound. Duanling Tian could hear it. This voice was the same one that had said he was a citizen of the Yen Huang land. 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? When Duanling Tian heard the other party's words, he could not help but be stunned. He felt that this name was familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before. Brother Ling Tian. Just as Duanling Tian began to think and recall, a voice rang in his ears and woke him up. He raised his head and saw Han Shuanai looking at him with a face full of concern. Apart from Han Shuanai, Di Yong and the 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island were standing by the side as well. Brother Ling Tian, what happened just now? Why are you the only one who can touch this small pagoda, but we can't? Han Shuanai glanced at the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in front of Duanling Tian with fear and asked curiously. I don't know either. Duanling Tian shook his head. Boy, you closed your eyes and reveled in it for half an hour. What did you discover? Di Yong asked. There was a fire burning deep in his eyes. Half an hour? When Duanling Tian heard Di Yong's words, he was stunned. So, only half an hour had passed? It's only half an hour. My cultivation base has broken through from the 6th level Emperor Wu stage to the 9th level Emperor Wu stage? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. Also, the voice earlier said something about the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda using its remaining energy to help me shed my mortal body. Didn't my body shed my mortal body long ago? Duan Lingtian still remembered. All those years ago, when he was still in Cloud Continent and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he'd obtained the 10,000-year stalactite milk from the 7-star sword sect, and he'd been reborn with the assistance of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. At that time, his martial Dao innate talent had also reached the limit of a martial artist on Cloud Continent. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was puzzled by the old voice's words. Why? Did you discover something? Di Yong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked once more. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head and subconsciously concealed this secret. Subsequently, he looked at the tiny pagoda that floated before him and thought to himself. According to the voice earlier, it's called the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? It would be great if this 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was smaller. Duan Lingtian thought as he looked at the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that was as tall as him. Practically at the same time Duan Lingtian finished thinking, he noticed to his astonishment that a shocking change had occurred to the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda before his eyes. Accompanied by circle after circle of illusory silhouettes that changed from large to small, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda shrunk and firmly fell into his hand in the end. Holding the tiny pagoda that was only 30 centimeters tall, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck and couldn't recover from his shock for a long time. Whereas Di Yong, Han Shuanai, and the others were shocked by the scene before their eyes. This pagoda can become smaller? Xiao Kuan, one of the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, swallowed hard and said in disbelief. I'm not dreaming. Another Vice Island Master pinched his thigh hard. The pain that came from his thigh told him that everything before his eyes was real. Although the last Vice Island Master did not say anything, the astonishment and disbelief in his eyes undoubtedly revealed his current feelings. Di Yong and Han Shuanai looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. This tiny pagoda. Could it really be one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking? Di Yong mumbled softly. There's indeed a pagoda-shaped Super Saint weapon on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking called the Great Heaven Pagoda. Could it be this? Chapter 1338. That's not right. Han Shuanai, who had just made her guess, seemed to have recalled something all of a sudden. She shook her head and denied her guess. Rumor has it that the Great Heaven Pagoda is in the hands of a current top Saint stage powerhouse. It's impossible for it to appear here. If it's not the Great Heaven Pagoda, then what is it? Di Yong muttered to himself as he looked at the exquisite pagoda in Duan Lingtian's hand. He did not know when he started frowning. He had no clue from the beginning until the end. At this moment, whether it was Han Shuanai, Di Yong, or the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, none of them noticed that. Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. At the same time, a gleam flashed across the depth of his eyes. I remember now. I remember now. Duan Lingtian looked at the exquisite pagoda in his hand, his emotions surging. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's the immortal supreme treasure in the hands of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, in the ancient myths and legends of China on Earth in my previous life. There were various versions of the legend of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, in his previous life. However, all the versions mentioned the immortal supreme treasure in his hands, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, Duan Lingtian quickly calmed down. Maybe it's just a coincidence that they have the same name. In the past, he didn't believe in the ancient myths and legends of his previous life, because they were simply too unimaginable. However, after coming to this world, his thoughts changed. Moreover, as the saying went, there's no smoke without fire. Since those ancient myths and legends had been passed down, it was very likely that they were true. If the legends were true, then perhaps there really were people in the legends. As a citizen of the Yanhuang land, why are you here? Suddenly, the old voice sounded again and woke Duan Lingtian up. This time, Duan Lingtian heard it clearly. This voice that only he could hear came from the lowest level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Who are you? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he transmitted his voice transmission to the lowest level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Me. I'm the one and only three-legged golden crow in the world. The people of the Yanhuang land call me the divine sun bird. The old voice continued to speak, revealing its identity. Three-legged golden crow? Sunbird? Duan Lingtian's heart shook violently, and his voice transmission was filled with astonishment and disbelief. You. Could it be that you're the last three-legged sun crow of legend that escaped with its life beneath Ho Yi's arrow? Duan Lingtian remembered. In his previous life, there was a legend about Ho Yi shooting down the sun. Legend had it that in ancient times, 11 suns had appeared in the sky, and one of them had originally existed. As for the other 10, they appeared later on. The extra 10 suns were actually 10 golden crows, 10 mischievous golden crows. Legend had it that they were the sons of the celestial emperor. When 11 suns appeared, the earth was scorched and the people had no way to make a living. At this moment, a human expert named Ho Yi acted. Using his unparalleled archery skills, he killed 9 golden crows in succession, leaving only one that fled far away. I didn't expect you to know this. That's a long time ago. The old voice continued to speak, seeming very calm and unperturbed. However, his words had undoubtedly revealed his identity. He was the three-legged golden crow that escaped from Ho Yi's arrow in the ancient myths and legends of Duan Lingtian's previous life. He was also the divine sun bird in the later generations' mouths. You're really the three-legged golden crow? Duan Lingtian secretly gasped and said with some excitement, So you're also from Earth like me? Earth. The three-legged golden crow's tone was full of confusion. The Yanhuang land is on Earth. Duan Lingtian explained. The Yanhuang land. I left there a long time ago. Even I don't remember how long I've been away. As for the Earth you mentioned, we call it the Yanhuang planet. The three-legged golden crow said. The Yanhuang planet is my hometown. As the three-legged golden crow spoke, there was a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Yanhuang planet? Duan Lingtian was startled. It was the first time he heard that Earth had another name, but this was not the point for him now. How did you get here? The three-legged golden crow asked again. I can feel that your soul has the breath of the people of the Yanhuang land. Your hometown should also be on the Yanhuang planet. I was killed by an accident. My soul crossed over to this world and was reborn. Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile. Can this be? The three-legged golden crow's tone was full of surprise. Obviously, he could not understand Duan Lingtian's experience. How did you get here? Duan Lingtian asked. In his heart, there was a faint excitement. The three-legged golden crow, like him, came from Earth. However, he was just an ordinary human on Earth, while the three-legged golden crow was a powerful existence in ancient myths and legends, with a powerful strength comparable to the immortal gods. He was full of curiosity about how the three-legged golden crow came here. Maybe I can have a chance to go back to Earth. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I came here with the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Before Li Jing was killed, he forcibly tore the space and threw the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda into the space turbulence. The three-legged golden crow recalled, after the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was thrown into the space turbulence, it was seriously damaged, and I was seriously injured. It was not until 100 years ago that I woke up and began to recover on my own. Li Jing? Are you talking about the pagoda heavenly king, Li Jing? Neza's father? Duan Lingtian secretly gasped again and asked. It's him. The three-legged golden crow snorted. He's a useless guy. That old monk Conqueror actually gave him the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. What a waste of God's gift. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was damaged. Not only was I seriously injured, but the other 6 immortal supreme treasures in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda were also damaged. I don't know when they will recover. The three-legged golden crow sighed. The other 6 immortal supreme treasures? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. However, before he could continue asking the three-legged golden crow, Di Yong's voice resonated in his ears. Boy, we're even now. It's time for me to leave and head to the Dao Martial Saint Land. After informing Duan Lingtian, Di Yong left. He did not even bid farewell to the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian called out to Han Shu and I and brought the 3 Vice Island Masters back to Half Moon Island. After returning to Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian returned to the mansion he had stayed in for the past year and returned to his own room. From the beginning until the end, he did not even have the time to bid farewell to the 2 girls and the 3 little fellows. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian stared at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his hand and asked, "You said there are 6 other immortal supreme treasures in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda?" Of course. It's precisely because there are 7 treasures in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that it's called the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 3-legged golden crow said. 7 treasures? Other than the 6 immortal supreme treasures. What about the other treasure? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. The other treasure is naturally me. The 3-legged golden crow said again. I almost forgot about you. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly and asked again. What are the other 6 immortal supreme treasures that you mentioned earlier? The 6 immortal supreme treasures are the Jasper Celestial Sword, the Astonishing God Halberd, the Universe Ruler, the Heavenly Luo Umbrella, the World Cleansing Horsetail Whisk, and the Battle Heaven Spike. The 3-legged golden crow said. Can you give me one of them? Duan Lingtian asked with a burning gaze. Just by hearing the names of the 6 immortal supreme treasures, one could tell that they were divine weapons. If he could obtain one of them, would he not be invincible? Those were immortal supreme treasures. In the face of a celestial supreme treasure, even the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Tao Martial Saint Land were nothing. If you want to use them, go and get them yourself. They're on the 2nd to 7th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 3-legged golden crow said. Get them myself? How do I get them? Duan Lingtian looked at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his hand. Do I have to find a spacious place and turn the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda into a huge pagoda before I enter? When we were at the bottom of the sea earlier, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had already acknowledged you as its master. Now, you only need a thought to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 3-legged golden crow said. A thought? Duan Lingtian looked at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his hand. With just a thought, he saw a flash in front of his eyes and arrived at an unfamiliar place. It was a spacious and vast space. As soon as he entered, he could feel a scorching aura that made him feel as though he was in a world of fire. After a while, the scorching aura disappeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw a huge bird that suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a huge bird that was covered in golden flames. The biggest difference between this huge bird and ordinary birds was that it had 3 legs. Ordinary birds only had 2 legs. You're the 3-legged golden crow? Duan Lingtian gasped and asked in shock as he looked at the huge flaming bird that had concealed its aura. Yes. The huge flaming bird, the 3-legged golden crow, nodded. This is the 1st level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was severely damaged after it was lost here due to the spatial turbulence. Currently, only the 1st level has been restored. It's because of this that I was able to wake up. The 3-legged golden crow continued to speak. It was one of the 7 treasures in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, and it guarded the 1st level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was also the most important level. If one wanted to ascend to the 2nd level, they would have to pass through the 1st level. You said, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda has acknowledged me as its master? When did this happen? Duan Lingtian asked. This was what he wanted to know the most. He remembered that he did not make the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda acknowledge him as its master. It seemed like one had to drip blood first to acknowledge its master, right? When the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda helped you to be reborn, it had already acknowledged you as its master. Chapter 1339. After communicating with the 3-legged golden crow, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea of what had happened. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that he had obtained was Li Jing's personal weapon in the ancient myths and legends of Earth in his previous life. It was a top-notch celestial supreme treasure. According to the 3-legged golden crow, Li Jing had been killed. Before Li Jing was killed, in order to prevent the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda from falling into the hands of others, he forcefully tore open space and threw the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda into the spatial turbulence behind the spatial rift. The spatial turbulence was very terrifying. Even the person who killed Li Jing did not dare to enter it. As a top-notch celestial supreme treasure, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was only damaged but not destroyed. In the end, it came here with the spatial turbulence, an unfamiliar planet. 100 years ago, the three-legged golden crow on the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had woken up. As time passed, although its injuries had healed, it could not leave. It was the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and could not leave the pagoda on its own. In the past 100 years, the three-legged golden crow had never thought that it could escape. Although it was the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda did not recognize anyone outside of the flame-yellow continent as its master. It could not influence the will of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, what it did not expect was, after 100 years, it actually met a person from the Yanhuang land on this unfamiliar planet. To be more precise, it was a person who had the soul of a citizen of the Yanhuang land. Not only that, but the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda also recognized him as its new master. At that moment, the three-legged golden crow knew that it had escaped. The three-legged golden crow, who had lived for God knows how many years, was as calm as water. Even when Duan Ling Tian mentioned its sworn enemy, Ho Yi, its emotions did not fluctuate at all. However, after knowing that it had escaped, its emotions fluctuated slightly. What a pity! I can't get any of the 6 celestial supreme treasures. Duan Ling Tian sighed with a regretful expression on his face. According to the three-legged golden crow, if he wanted to get the other 6 immortal supreme treasures, he had to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda layer by layer. After so many years, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had only repaired the first level on its own, allowing the three-legged golden crow to awaken. Yet now, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had used the energy that it had accumulated for so many years to help him complete his rebirth. After expending this amount of energy, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was temporarily unable to repair the 2nd to 7th floors. If you can find the materials I need, I can use the flames of the sun to help repair the damaged 2nd floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The three-legged golden crow said, "At that time, you'll be able to ascend to the 2nd floor and obtain the Jasper Immortal Sword." "What materials do you want?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. "I don't know what these materials are called here. How about this? I will imprint the appearance of the materials into your mind." As the three-legged golden crow spoke, a pair of burning eyes flashed, and an imperceptible stream of light swept out, instantly piercing into Duan Ling Tian's glabella. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. At the same time, he discovered that there were many illusions in his mind. These illusions were of various materials. These materials included medicinal herbs, metals, and stones. Apart from that, there were also some liquids. I don't seem to have any impression of these materials. Wait. I've seen this before. Isn't this the ethereal spirit herb? And this, I think it's the Mount Kuei rock. Duan Ling Tian muttered as he raised his hand and took out 2 items. A stalk of grass and a crimson-red stone. How many of these 2 materials do you have? The three-legged golden crow's eyes lit up as he asked. These are all rare materials on Cloud Continent. I don't have much stock on me. However, I can ask someone to collect them. Duan Ling Tian said. At the same time, he took out the 2 materials. All right. With these 2 materials, I can begin to repair the 2nd floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, I'll need more materials to completely repair the 2nd floor. The three-legged golden crow said. I understand. I'll ask someone to collect the other materials that you've told me about. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Currently, he had already taken control of Half Moon Island. Once he gave the order, everyone on Half Moon Island, including the 3 Vice Island Masters, would work for him. Moreover, as the leader of the 4 overseas Saint Islands, Half Moon Island had a strong deterrent force. At that time, he could ask the other 3 overseas Saint Islands to help him search for the materials. As for Cloud Continent, he had the Ling Tian sect. Currently, the Ling Tian sect was already the #1 sect on Cloud Continent. It had a great influence and could mobilize the entire Cloud Continent to search for the materials. That's right. How should I address you in the future? Duan Ling Tian asked the three-legged golden crow. You're the new owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, it's only natural that I'll follow your lead. You can call me whatever you want. The three-legged golden crow said. Then I'll call you Hualao from now on. Duan Lingtian sized up the three-legged golden crow for a while and exclaimed, I remember. In the ancient myths and legends from my previous life, you three-legged golden crows were known as the ancestors who played with fire. When it comes to playing with fire, no one can compare to you. Duan Lingtian said. Master, you flatter us. When it comes to playing with fire, us three-legged golden crows can only be considered as the best or second best on planet Yanhuang. Moreover, even on planet Yanhuang, there's one person who can be compared to us. The three-legged golden crow said. As it spoke, the flames on its body soared and contracted, emitting a dazzling brilliance like the scorching sun. It caused Duan Lingtian to feel a piercing pain in his eyes. He closed his eyes immediately. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes again, he realized that the three-legged golden crow in front of him had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an old man in a golden robe. The old man was skinny, so skinny that he was only skin and bones. However, his eyes were shining brightly like two scorching suns hanging there. Duan Lingtian knew that this was the human form of the three-legged golden crow. Hualao, the person you're talking about. Is it the god of fire in the ancient myths and legends, Zhurong? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked curiously. Yes, it's Zhurong. Hualao nodded. His heavenly fire is a flame of the same level as my fire of sun. Because he brought fire and light to the people of the secular world, he was honored by the later generations as the god of fire. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had also heard of the story that Hualao mentioned. Hualao. The seven treasures exquisite pagoda is a top immortal treasure. Even if it's damaged, it should still be helpful to me, right? Duan Lingtian asked. This was what he cared about the most. As the saying went, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Subconsciously, he felt that the seven treasures exquisite pagoda would be of great help to him. Of course. Hualao nodded. Although the cultivation environment on the first level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda is ordinary, the flow of time here is twice as slow as outside. Twice as slow? What does that mean? Duan Lingtian was momentarily stunned. It means 1 day outside is equivalent to 2 days on the first level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Hualao said. 1 day outside is equivalent to 2 days on the first level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda? This time, Duan Lingtian finally reacted. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. In other words, I've cultivated here for 2 days, but only 1 day has passed outside? That's right. Hualao nodded. After obtaining Hualao's confirmation, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat suddenly sped up. It was getting faster and faster. When he entered the first level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, he could clearly feel that the cultivation environment here was much better than Half Moon Island. As for how much better it was, he would only know after he cultivated here. The cultivation environment is good, and the flow of time is slow. This is a treasure trove for cultivation. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and only then did his rapid heartbeat slow down a little. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian asked Hualao about the rebirth. It should be known that he had already completed the rebirth through the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Although the seven treasures exquisite pagoda had used the energy that it had accumulated for many years to help him break through 3 levels in one go and reach the 9th level Emperor Wu stage. However, this should not be considered as a rebirth, right? The rebirth you're talking about is merely reaching the limit of a mortal's body. Right now, even the original body of the little devil dragon that left earlier can't compare to yours. Hualao said. When Duan Lingtian heard Hualao calling Di Yong a little devil dragon, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. That was a 5-clawed devil dragon. He was one of the direct descendants of the dragons, a 5-clawed divine dragon. Hualao, you said his original body can't compare to mine. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian asked. As far as he knew, the body of dragons, especially the body of a 5-clawed divine dragon, was one of the best in the entire Dao Martial Saint land. Let alone humans who were born with weak bodies. Even other powerful demon beasts could not compare to them. Hualao said, right now, his body might be stronger than yours, but that's only because his cultivation base is higher. If your cultivation base is the same as his, Your body will definitely be stronger than his original body. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had learned about this from the current Di Yong, who used to be Wang Ba. The strength of a martial or Dao cultivator's body was closely related to their cultivation base. It was not only the original body of the dragons that would be strengthened as their cultivation base increased. Even a human's body would be strengthened as their cultivation base increased. However, the improvement of a human's body was far inferior to the improvement of a dragon's original body. Even if a human had broken through to the saint stage, their body would not even be comparable to a 3-clawed divine dragon at the early mortal shedding stage, let alone a 5-clawed divine dragon. However, Hua Lao said his body was stronger than the original body of a 5-clawed divine dragon at the same cultivation base. How could he not be shocked? Hua Lao, why is what you said true? Chapter 1340. After obtaining Hua Lao's confirmation, Duan Ling Tian was excited for a long time. One must know that the strength of one's body would affect one's strength to a certain extent. If humans and dragons of the same cultivation base, techniques, and saint veins were compared, the dragons would have the upper hand due to their strong bodies. If it was a 5-clawed divine dragon, it would not be a problem for him to cross ranks to fight an enemy. After a long time, Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down. He asked again, Hua Lao, how powerful are you now? I don't know. Hua Lao shook his head. I'm not sure about the cultivation base levels in this world. However, I only need to exhale a breath to kill that little devil dragon from before so that he can never be reincarnated. When Duan Ling Tian heard Hua Lao's words, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Exhale a breath to kill Di Yong? One must know that Di Yong was a powerful being at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. The golden-robed old man in front of him was merely the 3-legged golden crow, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, who had yet to recover from his injuries. It seems like Hua Lao's strength must be above the saint stage. Duan Ling Tian speculated. At the same time he was guessing, he felt a wave of excitement in his heart, and joy appeared on his face. Did this mean that from today onwards, he would have a super fighter by his side? Before the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is fully repaired. Even if you're the owner of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, you can't let me leave the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. As though he saw through Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, Hua Lao said in a timely manner. At once, Duan Ling Tian felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He completely sobered up and smiled wryly. How long will it take for the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to be fully repaired? Hua Lao, apart from the first level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda having a good cultivation environment and a slow flow of time, does it have any other benefits? Duan Ling Tian asked, unwilling to give up. He was determined to squeeze out the remaining value of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. No. Hua Lao shook his head. Can't I hide in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda when I'm in danger? Duan Ling Tian asked again, his face full of unwillingness. The 7 treasures jewel pagoda contained a universe within it. If one was in danger, one could hide in it and no one would be able to do anything to him. Before the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is repaired, if someone tries to flip the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda while you're inside, you'll be thrown out immediately. Hua Lao said. When that time comes, won't you be able to hold me back, Hua Lao, and prevent me from being blasted out? Duan Ling Tian was still a little unwilling. I can't. Hua Lao shook his head. Hua Lao's reply completely dispelled Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. You said before the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is repaired. Are you implying that after the 4th level is repaired, I won't be thrown out? Duan Ling Tian recalled Hua Lao's words and could not help but ask. That's right. Hua Lao nodded. Why? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Only at that time will the inner space of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda be more than half stable and not affected by the outside world. Hua Lao said, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda has a total of 7 levels. After 4 levels are repaired, the inner space will be more than half stable. After Hua Lao's explanation, Duan Ling Tian was enlightened. I have to repair the 2nd to 4th levels as soon as possible. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. At that time, he could be considered to have a protective talisman. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he could enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to take refuge. That's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something and asked, Walao. Back then, why didn't pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing hide in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? At that time, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda should be intact, right? Since it was intact, the space inside would naturally be stable, and he could take refuge in it. At that time, the enemy Li Jing faced was so powerful that it exceeded your imagination. Even if he hid in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he couldn't escape death in the end. Not only that, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would have fallen into the enemy's hands. When Hua Lao spoke up to this point, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He was afraid of the enemy Li Jing faced at that time. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, on this planet of yours, there shouldn't be anyone who can destroy the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Therefore, as long as you can repair the 4th level, it's equivalent to you standing in a place of immortality. Hua Lao said, of course, the prerequisite is that you can react in time and enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda before someone kills you. Duan Lingtian nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll begin repairing the 2nd level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hua Lao said to Duan Lingtian, Hua Lao, can I bring people into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Duan Lingtian asked. You're the owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, so naturally, you can bring people in as you wish. However, with your current strength, it's best that you don't expose the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda so easily to avoid being hated by others. Hua Lao said. Hua Lao, don't worry. The people I bring in will definitely be people I trust. Duan Lingtian said. That's good. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Hua Lao said again. Hua Lao, can I bring people into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by force? For example, if I encounter an opponent I can't defeat, I'll bring him in and you'll help me kill him. Duan Lingtian asked with an expectant expression on his face. This was something he had just thought of. Before the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is completely repaired, the people you want to bring into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda won't be able to enter unless they're willing. Hua Lao's words completely dispelled Duan Lingtian's wretched thoughts. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Hua Lao, do you mean that as long as the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is completely repaired, I can bring people in by force? Duan Lingtian asked again. A complete Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a powerful immortal supreme treasure with both offensive and defensive capabilities. As long as it's not someone who's too much stronger than you can use the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to suppress him and lock him in there. Hua Lao said, as long as you lock him in, I can help you kill him. What if you can't beat him? Duan Lingtian asked with a strange look in his eyes. If I can't beat him, I'll hide on another floor. Anyway, he can only hang around on the floor where he's locked up. Hua Lao said in a straightforward manner. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. How could this work? Hua Lao, I have another question. Is it possible for me to return to planet Yanhuang in the future? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked in a somewhat solemn tone. Planet Yanhuang was Earth. In the past, the hope of returning to Earth was slim. He suppressed the obsession in his heart to kill the guy who betrayed him. Now, when he encountered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, his heart was restless again. It's not possible. It's definitely possible. Of course, the premise is that your strength must be improved. Only then can you return to planet Yanhuang. Hua Lao said. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. As long as his strength improved, he could return to planet Yanhuang? At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt his heartbeat accelerate, and the blood in his whole body was boiling. At this moment, he had a new goal. And this goal was to return to Earth. I hope you won't be so short-lived. Unknowingly, a cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he muttered to himself. Soon, Duan Lingtian's thoughts moved, and in a flash, he returned to the room. I really didn't expect I would meet you in this world. Looking at the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in front of him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. He was in a good mood now. Soon, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. This was because he realized he couldn't put the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda into his spatial ring. Hua Lao, what's going on? Duan Ling Tian used his voice transmission to pierce into the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and asked. The space in your spatial ring is only a low-level space, and it can't store living things. However, I'm in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, so your spatial ring can't store it. Hualao explained. I almost forgot. Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly. He felt that he had lost his mind. He had long known that the spatial ring couldn't store living things. You can shrink the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and put it in your ear, just like how Monkey Sun hid his Jianghu bang. Just when Duan Ling Tian didn't know how to deal with the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Hualao's voice sounded again and reminded him. Monkey Sun? Jianghu bang? The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard Hualao's words. Hualao, the Monkey Sun you're talking about. Is it the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace? That's right. It's that horse protector. Hualao replied. That horse protector is amazing. Back then when he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, Li Jing once suppressed him in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, but not long after he escaped. Looks like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda isn't much. Duan Ling Tian said. It's not that the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda isn't much, but the person who used the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda isn't much. If it were the original owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Horse Protector wouldn't have been able to escape. Hualao said. The original owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he began to search the memories of his previous life on Earth. The original owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda you're talking about is Dipankara Buddha? It's that old monk Dipankara. Hualao replied. There was a hint of resentment in his voice. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the resentment in Hualao's voice. If the ancient legends in his previous life were true, Hualao was imprisoned in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by Dipankara Buddha and became the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. No matter who it was, they would resent those who restricted their freedom. If that's the case, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is really not that simple. Duan Ling Tian nodded and asked, Hualao, I heard that the great sage, heaven's equal Sun Wukong's Rui Jianghu Bang is also very impressive. I wonder how it compares to the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? The Rui Jianghu Bang is an immortal supreme treasure on the same level as the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, in terms of attack, none of the immortal supreme treasures can compare to it. Chapter 1341. If I'm lucky enough to meet the great sage Sun Wukong in the future, my life would not be in vain. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. The great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, was definitely the most popular character in the ancient myths and legends of his previous life. You might have a chance in the future. Hualao said. However, you're still too far away from that level now. Don't think too much about it. Just cultivate well. After Hualao finished speaking, he did not make a sound and went to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After shrinking the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to the size of a baby's fingernail, Duan Ling Tian casually stuffed it into his ear and stuck it inside. This way, no matter what he did, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would not fall out. When he walked out of his room, Duan Ling Tian saw the two little girls sitting together and chatting. The two girls' eyes lit up when they saw Duan Ling Tian coming out. Scoundrel! You rushed back to your room when you came back earlier. Did you have a realization and a breakthrough in your ability? Li Fei asked curiously. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. He did not tell them about the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for the time being. It was too unbelievable to the two girls. It was better to let them know about it in the future. Young master, you've broken through to Emperor Wu Stage 7? Ker's beautiful face was filled with admiration. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded again. He did not tell them that he had broken through to Emperor Wu Stage 9. If he did not know how frightened the two girls would be. Duan Ling Tian only parted ways with the two girls after spending half a day with them. I'm going to look for the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. He left as soon as he finished his sentence. Speaking of which, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were gathered together. Vice Island Masters. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to greet the three of them as soon as he appeared. Island Master. Although the three Vice Island Masters, including Xiao Kuan, refused to accept Duan Lingtian as the new master of Half Moon Island, they dared not disregard Duan Lingtian as they were bound by the oath. However, when they addressed Duan Lingtian, the new island master of Half Moon Island, they did not address him as Lord. For example, they addressed Di Yong as Lord Island Master, with great respect. Humph! Duan Lingtian coldly snorted. His sharp gaze fell on the three of them as he said in a deep voice, "It seems that the three of you don't really respect me, the new island master." Facing the enraged Duan Lingtian, the three of them directly ignored him. "I'll give all of you a chance. The three of you will join forces to fight me. If you can withstand 3 of my moves without being defeated, I'll give up my position as the island master of Half Moon Island." Duan Lingtian said, "If that's the case, you won't be breaking your oath." Xiao Kuan and the other two did not expect Duan Lingtian to say that. They were a little surprised at that moment. There was a glimmer of hope in the depth of their eyes. If they had a choice, naturally, they did not want to be inferior to Duan Lingtian. "However, if all of you lose, I hope that you'll respect me as much as you respect Di Yong," Duan Lingtian said coldly. "Sure." Xiao Kuan and the other two agreed immediately without any hesitation. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was like a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger. Defeating them in 3 moves? What a fool's dream. They more or less knew Duan Lingtian's ability. Although he was not bad, he was still a long way away from them. Humph! Seeing that Xiao Kuan and the other two had agreed, Duan Lingtian snorted. He raised his hand and a royal grade spirit bow and arrow appeared. He held the bow in one hand and the arrow in the other. As soon as the bowstring appeared, Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon before releasing the arrow in his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, the arrow pierced through the air like a bolt of black lightning. Body and arrow synchronization. At the same time, Duan Lingtian strode forward and landed lightly on the black lightning bolt. His speed became faster and faster as he moved with the black lightning. In the end, he turned into a series of afterimages in front of Xiao Kuan and the other two. At this moment, Xiao Kuan and the other two's expressions turned grave. Putting everything else aside, based on Duan Lingtian's current speed, he was no longer inferior to them. However, they still did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat them. Based on the speed that Duan Lingtian displayed, Duan Lingtian's ability was, at most, on par with any one of them. It was almost impossible for him to defeat the 3 of them together, let alone defeat them in 3 moves. "Let's go." After the 3 of them glanced at each other, they moved in unison. With a speed that was not inferior to Duan Lingtian when he executed the body and arrow synchronization, they shot in 3 different directions and formed a circle that flashed towards Duan Lingtian. "This is a good opportunity to test how strong my body is now." Faced with the 3 menacing opponents, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. A faint 5-colored light shield slowly appeared around his body to protect him. If one looked closely, one would see that the 5-colored light shield was formed by 5-colored divine dragons that were moving at high speed. 9 Dragons Protection. The skill that Duan Lingtian was using was the Heaven-class advanced defensive martial skill that came with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. After the 5-colored light shield rose, Duan Lingtian stopped moving. The arrow at his feet was back in his hand. "You're courting death." Seeing that Duan Lingtian had stopped moving and was holding up a defensive light shield to block their attack, Xiao Kuan and the other two could not help but sneer inwardly. Their movements did not slow down at all as they shot out like lightning. Boom! 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 3 figures flashed towards Duan Lingtian from 3 different directions at lightning speed. They either used their fists or palms, and when they waved their hands, it set off a series of thunderous air explosions. In the blink of an eye, their fists and palms landed on the 5-colored light shield around Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! 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 As the loud sounds reverberated, waves of rolling shockwaves were emitted, and the 5-colored light shield shattered. At the same time, Xiao Kuan and the other two's attacks landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! 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 2 fists and 1 palm landed on Duan Lingtian's body, making 3 dull sounds. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. He was calm and composed. So this is the body that's even more powerful than a five-clawed divine dragon's body? The three of them are at the peak of Emperor Wu stage. They didn't use any spirit weapons.
Their fists and palms only felt like they were tickling me when they landed on my body after a portion of their strength was offset by my defensive martial skill.
Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He finally realized how terrifying the changes in his body were. Duan Lingtian knew his current strength very well. The reason his speed was on par with Xiao Kuan and the other two's was because he had cast the body and arrow synchronization from the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. He had already cultivated the body and arrow synchronization to the fundamental awareness stage. As for his defense, it was impossible for him to block Xiao Kuan and the other two's attacks since he did not cast any defensive techniques from the Saint-grade martial tactic. However, he managed to block them now. All of this was because his body's defense was very strong.
His body was no longer comparable to the body of an ordinary human Emperor Wu.
With the help of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he was reborn. According to Hua Lao, his body was even stronger than a five-clawed divine dragon. In fact, the strength of a five-clawed divine dragon's body was well known even in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only a handful of people whose body was comparable to a five-clawed divine dragon. How's this possible? Horror dawned on Xiao Kuan and the other two's faces when they realized their attacks were blocked by Duan Lingtian's body. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. Although a portion of their attacks were blocked, the energy contained in it was still extremely terrifying. They thought Duan Lingtian would be severely injured even if he did not die. However, the result was completely out of their expectations. Duan Lingtian was not injured at all. Was he still King human? Was a human's body so monstrous?
Now it's my turn,
Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. His voice was calm, but it shocked Xiao Kuan and the other two's faces. When they regained their senses, they saw Duan Lingtian had already shot an arrow at lightning speed. He had also flown away with the arrow in just a blink of an eye. They sighed in relief when they saw this. However, soon after, they saw Duan Lingtian suddenly turned around when he moved to the side. His eyes were extremely sharp when he looked at them. At the same time, he raised the bow in his hand.
Oh no!
Horror dawned on the three's faces as they hurriedly took out their respective spirit weapons. They knew Duan Lingtian was going to counterattack.
First move.
The moment the three's spirit weapons entered their hands, before they could dodge, Duan Lingtian's calm voice resonated in their ears again. It sent chills down their spines. Aerolite strike. At the same time, the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand flew out. It was so fast that Xiao Kuan and the other two did not even have time to react. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two streaks of blood splattered. Xiao Kuan and the other Vice Island master of Half Moon Island had their shoulders pierced, leaving behind two hideous bloody holes. Blood gushed out continuously. Just one arrow had injured two people. The two injured men looked at each other, a bitter smile on their lips.
They knew very well that Xiao Kuan was merciful. This was after the other party had shown mercy.
Otherwise, the arrow just now would not have pierced through their shoulders, but their chests. Second move. When the last Vice Island master of Half Moon Island regained his senses and began to flee, Duan Lingtian spoke again and shot out the arrow in his hand. Aerolite strike. Since he could injure two people with one arrow, it was even easier to injure one. Chapter 1342. There's something I need all of you to do. Duan Lingtian spoke calmly and ordered Xiao Kuan and the other two to send people to look for materials to repair the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Apart from using Half Moon Island's strength, we also need to use the strength of the other three overseas Saint Islands. I'll be going on a long trip soon. I'll inform the other three overseas Saint Islands and Hidden Fog Island. As for the other two overseas Saint Islands, I'll leave them to you. Duan Lingtian's words contained an indisputable tone.
He left as soon as he was done speaking, leaving Xiao Kuan and the other two with his back to them.
Our new island master of Half Moon Island is too terrifying.
Xiao Kuan sucked in a breath of cold air.
That's right. It's only been such a short time and his ability has already surpassed ours. I suspect he's not human at all. If he's human, how could he withstand our attack with his body? The other two Vice Island masters gasped as well. They were shocked from the bottom of their hearts when they recalled the earlier scene. When Duan Lingtian left, he had a lot of thoughts in his mind.
Now that my cultivation base has broken through to the 9th level Emperor Wu stage, due to the fact that the profundity that I've comprehended is slightly weaker.
In terms of origin energy and profundity, I'm far from Xiao Kuan and the other two. However, I've cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. The movement technique in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow that I've cultivated to the fundamental awareness stage has made up for the difference in speed between me and them, allowing my speed to be on par with theirs. Also, with my current body, as long as they don't use spirit weapons, I'll be able to withstand their attack with brute force. Of course, this is also because they haven't cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic.
If they had cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic, my body definitely wouldn't be able to take it when they cast the offensive techniques in it.
Among the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, the Aerolite Strike is the first technique that I've cultivated. It's also the highest level of offensive technique currently. With it, my attack power far surpasses Xiao Kuan and the other two. The battle just now allowed Duan Lingtian to have a better understanding of his own strength. The most important thing now is to elevate the two profundities. I heard from Xuan'ai that the martial artists on Cloud Continent must first comprehend one of the Emperor stage profundities to the 9th level if they want to break through to the mortal shedding stage. At that time, I'll use the 9th level Emperor stage profundity as a medium to fuse all the profundities into my body, and use them as a boost to open my saint veins. Once a saint vein is opened, it means that one has broken through to the early mortal shedding stage. Any 9th level Emperor Wu powerhouse who had comprehended a 9th level Emperor stage profundity was known as a peak Emperor Wu powerhouse. For example, the 3 deputy island masters of Half Moon Island. The first island masters of the 3 overseas Saint Islands were also experts of this level. After returning to the mansion, Duan Lingtian learned that Han Xuan'ai was in closed-door cultivation. According to the 3 little fellows, Han Xuan'ai was breaking through to the mortal shedding stage. All of you, get ready. When your sister Xuan'ai comes out of closed-door cultivation, we'll return to Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian said to Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold.
The 3 little fellows' eyes lit up when they heard that.
They had long wanted to leave this god-forsaken place. On Cloud Continent, apart from the powerhouses from the 2 great ancient clans, there was almost no one who was more powerful than them. Therefore, they were like fish in water on Cloud Continent. They could do whatever they wanted. However, when they arrived at Half Moon Island, they realized that there were many people who were more powerful than them on this palm-sized island. For the next period of time, apart from accompanying the 2 little girls, Duan Lingtian spent the rest of his time comprehending the fused profundity and the sword profundity in peace. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered something that shocked him. He realized that no matter if it was comprehending the fused profundity or the sword profundity, the speed at which he comprehended it was terrifyingly fast. It only took him half a month to break through the fused profundity and the sword profundity. It took him another 2 months to break through the 2 profundities again. Hualao, do you know what's going on? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Hualao. He had a feeling that this had something to do with the second rebirth of his body. Hualao's answer was just as he had guessed. His body had been reborn for the second time. Not only was his body's strength stronger than the 5-clawed divine dragon, but his perception was also much stronger than before. It was not something an ordinary person could compare to. According to Cloud Continent's saying, the speed at which one comprehended profundity depended on the level of one's comprehension. In fact, it depended on one's perception. Those with strong perception would comprehend profundity very quickly. On the contrary, it would be very slow. This was also the reason why the original island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, could break through to the mortal shedding stage so quickly even though he did not enjoy the cultivation resources of the dragons. As a 5-clawed devil dragon, a top 5-clawed divine dragon, his perception was extremely terrifying due to his powerful body. However, Duan Lingtian's body was even more powerful than his at this moment. Naturally, his perception was even more terrifying. When Han Xuan'ai came out of closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian's sword profundity had taken a step forward. He had comprehended the 8th level Emperor stage sword profundity. Xuan'ai, you've broken through? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at Han Xuan'ai, whose childishness had faded a little and whose temperament had changed drastically. Yes. Han Xuan'ai nodded with a smile. How many saint veins have you opened? Duan Lingtian asked curiously.
10.
Han Xuanai replied.
The moment her words left her mouth, the smile on her face grew wider.
She had opened 10 saint veins at the early mortal shedding stage. Such innate talent was considered outstanding even in the Dao martial saint land. One should know that when a martial or Dao cultivator at the mortal shedding stage opened saint veins, the more saint veins they opened. Han Xuanai had opened 10 saint veins when she was at the early mortal shedding stage. In the 4 subsequent breakthroughs, she opened more saint veins at each level compared to the previous ones. When she was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, she could open at least 11 saint veins. When she was at the mastery mortal shedding stage, she could open at least 12 saint veins. And so on. When Han Xuanai broke through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, she could open at least 60 saint veins. 60 was just a conservative estimate. Martial or Dao cultivators in the Dao martial saint land, who had opened more than 50 saint veins, would break through to the saint stage sooner or later as long as they did not die prematurely and did not encounter any accidents. Due to this reason, Han Xuanai was very satisfied and happy. After all, although she was a native of the Dao martial saint land, she did not cultivate according to the cultivation method of the natives of the Dao martial saint land.
Her cultivation method was the same as the cultivation method of the martial and Dao cultivators on the mortal continent.
The advantage was that her foundation was deep. Of course, her cultivation speed was slow as well. However, her efforts were rewarded. Breaking through to the early mortal shedding stage and opening 10 saint veins was the best reward for her. Xuanai, congratulations. Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked. After that, he quickly congratulated Han Xuanai. He was happy for her. Opening 10 saint veins at the early mortal shedding stage. Xuanai's future was limitless. Thank you, Brother Lingtian. At this moment, Han Xuanai could not stop smiling. Since Xuanai had come out of closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian told her about his plan to return to the Cloud Continent. I plan to move the Lingtian sect to Half Moon Island when I go back this time. Half Moon Island is indeed the best place to cultivate outside of the Dao martial saint land. With this place as the foundation, the Lingtian sect will become a real super sect sooner or later. Han Xuanai agreed with Duan Lingtian's plan. She already had feelings for the Lingtian sect. During the days when Duan Lingtian was missing, she was the acting sect leader of the Lingtian sect. She controlled the Lingtian sect on behalf of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian left Half Moon Island with Han Xuanai and the 2 girls, the 3 little fellows, and Han Xuanai. After leaving Half Moon Island, they did not return to the Cloud Continent directly. Under Duan Lingtian's lead, the group of people went to the Hidden Fog Island again. They immediately found Tang Zhan, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island. Island Master Tang. Where's first revered Elder Qi Hua of the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Seeing that Han Xuanai was next to Duan Lingtian, Tang Zhan, who had witnessed Han Xuanai killing the first island master of Coral Island with a Dao talisman, did not dare to be negligent. Elder Qi Hua was taken away by the people from the Dao martial saint land some time ago. People from the Dao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian frowned. What about the girl he brought back from the Cloud Continent?
She was taken away as well.
Tang Zhan said. People from the Dao martial saint land. Why did they take them away? Han Xuanai asked. I think it's because they used to have the fire spirit body. I'm not sure about the details. Tang Zhan said. I see. It seems like one of the forces from the Dao martial saint land has taken a fancy to their fire attribute innate talent. Han Xuanai nodded. When she reached the end of her sentence, she muttered to herself as though she had figured out something.
As someone from the Dao martial saint land, it was only natural that she knew some things that ordinary people did not know.
Xuanai? However, Duan Lingtian was confused. He did not know what was going on at all. Brother Lingtian, Sister Tian Wu must have been taken in by one of the forces from the Dao martial saint land. That force must have taken a fancy to her innate talent of having the fire spirit body. Han Xuanai said. Didn't the fire spirit body's energy in her body disappear a long time ago? Duan Lingtian frowned. Brother Lingtian, I've already told you that she used to have the fire spirit body. Han Xuanai interrupted Duan Lingtian and emphasized the word, used to. The body of a person who used to have the fire spirit body will be affected and become more inclined towards the fire attribute. Whether it's the fire attribute cultivation method or the fire attribute saint grade martial tactic, this kind of person's progress will be much faster than ordinary people. Han Xuanai continued. I see. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood. As it turned out, Tian Wu's innate talent was taken in by one of the forces from the Dao Martial Saint Land. Do you know which force in the Dao Martial Saint Land it is? Chapter 1343. Even Tang Zhen, the island master of Hidden Fog Island, did not know which force in the Dao Martial Saint Land had taken Feng Tianwu away. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh. However, one thing's for sure. Tianwu is safe now. Duan Ling Tian secretly sighed in relief when he thought of this. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian asked Tang Zhen to help him look for the materials he needed to repair the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Whether it was out of fear of Han Xuanai's methods or Half Moon Island's prestige, Tang Zhen did not dare to slack off when it came to Duan Ling Tian's request. He immediately ordered the entire Hidden Fog Island to search for the materials. When Tang Zhen found out that Duan Ling Tian had become the new island master of Half Moon Island, he was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. At this time, Duan Ling Tian also found out that the group of Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent had returned to Cloud Continent. Whether it's the 3 overseas Saint Islands or the 3 great mortal continents, including Cloud Continent, all of them suffered great losses during the trip to Half Moon Island. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The scene that had happened before his eyes was still vivid in his mind. The original island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, had used his devil technique to absorb the vital essence and killed 85 outstanding powerhouses in their prime from the 3 overseas Saint Islands and the 3 great mortal continents. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and the rest left Hidden Fog Island. After leaving Hidden Fog Island, they returned to Cloud Continent directly. Along the way, Han Xuanai, the powerhouse at the early mortal shedding stage, brought Duan Ling Tian and the rest. Their speed was so fast that Duan Ling Tian could not compare to it. When Duan Ling Tian came, it was Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, who brought them along. Yang Hui's cultivation base was only at the 4th level Emperor Wu stage. In terms of speed, he was a far cry from Han Xuanai. With Han Xuanai's speed, it only took a few days for Duan Ling Tian's group to traverse the vast sea and smoothly return to Cloud Continent. Along the way, because their speed was too fast, they didn't even alarm the powerful demonic beasts in the sea. After Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the northern outer continent of the Cloud Continent, they continued on their journey. They passed through the Ruoshui River and successfully arrived at the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Xuanai, I would like to ask the 2 great ancient clans to help me find those materials. After returning to the mainland, Duan Ling Tian said to Han Xuanai.
It's a small matter.
Han Xuanai smiled casually. To her, getting help from the 2 ancient clans was indeed a trivial matter. Little gold, little black, little white. Go and ask the other Yao emperors for help. Duan Ling Tian said to the 3 kids. All right. The 3 kids' eyes lit up. To them, this was a fun thing. If any Yao emperor or Emperor Wu dared to refuse to cooperate, they would have an excuse to attack. They had been on Half Moon Island for such a long time that they were bored out of their minds. Duan Ling Tian was confident in the strength of the 3 little fellows. Even if they encountered the most powerful Xianxia Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor Man Wu on the surface, they might not be a match for them. Moreover, Xianxia Emperor Wu knew them and would definitely cooperate with them. As for Demon Emperor Man Wu, after witnessing Han Xuanai's techniques, even if he was more powerful than them, he would not dare to refuse to cooperate with them. After Han Xuanai and the 3 kids left, Duan Ling Tian brought the 2 girls to the Ling Tian sect's new encampment. He had already found out the location of the Ling Tian sect's new encampment from Han Xuanai. The new encampment of the Ling Tian sect was a towering mountain peak. Han Xuanai named it Ling Tian Peak. I'll bring you back to pay respects to senior sister Yang Shui first. Duan Ling Tian reached out his hands and held the 2 girls' hands tightly. He brought them all the way to the Ling Tian sect's encampment. The original encampment of the Ling Tian sect was also where the Yin Yang sect used to be. When Kerr and Li Fei heard Duan Ling Tian's words, their eyes turned red. At this moment, They couldn't help but think of their senior sister who sacrificed her life for them. Feeling that the two girls' emotions were a little unstable, Duan Lingtian held their hands a little tighter. At the same time he comforted them. If senior sister Xianxia knew that you two were still alive and well, she would be able to rest in peace even in the underworld. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian brought along the two little girls and flew swiftly like a shooting star that soared through the sky. His speed was so swift that it was shocking. Boom! 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 Boom!
Suddenly, a loud sound rang out and entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other two.
The sound was getting closer and closer. It was the sound that came from in front of Duan Lingtian and the other two. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Duan Lingtian didn't intend to pay attention to it.
However, as a loud and clear voice sounded, it caused him to abruptly stop in his tracks. Following that, his expression became solemn.
Qiyu, today is the day you die. This thunderous shout was also the reason why Duan Lingtian stopped. Qiyu. Ke and Li Fei looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They were not unfamiliar with this name. They still remembered it. When Duan Lingtian and the other two were talking about their past, they had mentioned a third-rate force in the eastern region of the northern desert in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. That third-rate force was a sect called the Five-Element Sect. The Five-Element Sect was divided into 5 peaks: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among them, the peak master of Wood Peak was called Qiyu. Their man had a deep relationship with the Five-Element Sect's Wood Peak. Could it be just a coincidence? Li Fei asked. Whether it's a coincidence or not, we'll know once we go and have a look. Duan Lingtian replied.
In just a blink of an eye, he brought the two girls to the place where the sound of fighting was coming from.
There were 3 sturdy middle-aged men besieging a person. In the sky, the heaven and earth phenomenon was turbulent. Silhouettes of ancient black dragons gathered and galloped. However, such a scene could not be seen in the 4 overseas Saint Islands. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on this. Peak Master Qiyu.
Although Duan Lingtian could only see the back of the person besieging the person, he could still recognize him with just a glance.
He was the former peak master of the Five-Element Sect's Wood Peak, Qiyu. That person who had helped him a lot in the past. Currently, Qiyu had suffered quite a serious injury while being besieged by 3 people. He was in a perilous situation. If this continued, it would not take long for him to be killed. After confirming that the person before him was Qiyu, Duan Lingtian vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already next to Qiyu. Boom! At the same time, a vast and rolling shockwave swept out and blasted the 3 people besieging Qiyu away. The 3 of them shot out like arrows that were shot out from a bow. They were battered and exhausted. Along the way, blood continued to spurt out from their mouths. The blood splattered across the sky, and it was extremely dazzling. After flying for a distance, the 3 of them finally came to a halt. Their faces were as pale as a sheet of paper. It was only after they consumed the healing medicinal pill that their injuries were slightly better. You! Who are you? Subsequently, the 3 of them regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian. The 3 of them were the Demon Emperor's direct disciples. However, they were easily sent flying by a person. It was obvious that this person's cultivation base was at the Emperor stage. It was either the Demon Emperor or Emperor Wu. At this moment, Qiyu had also consumed the healing medicinal pill and recovered his breath. Initially, he thought he would definitely die today. However, he did not expect someone to save him. After he recovered his breath, the first thing he did was to look at his savior. Thank you, benefactor, for saving. However, he was stunned before he could finish his sentence. He recognized the purple-clad young man in front of him with just a glance. Compared to the past, he did not seem to have changed at all. If there was anything different about him compared to the past, it would be the change in his temperament. Currently, his temperament was unfathomable in his eyes. Duan Ling. Qiyu looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. His voice was filled with astonishment. When Duan Lingtian saw that Qiyu was so shocked that he could not even call out his name, he smiled and interrupted him. Peak Master Qiyu, it's been a long time. I can't believe that you've already entered the peak of the Martial Monarch stage when we meet again. So what if I'm at the peak of the Martial Monarch stage? Compared to you, I'm not even worth mentioning. Qi Yu sighed. His gaze was complicated. Previously, when he first met Duan Lingtian, he did not think much of Duan Lingtian's strength at all. Moreover, with his strength at that time, he only needed to lift a finger to crush Duan Lingtian. However, he was ashamed of his inferiority when it came to Duan Lingtian's martial Dao innate talent. When they parted ways at the entrance of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he knew that Duan Lingtian would shock him the next time he met Duan Lingtian. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would shock him to this extent when they met again. All these years, he felt that the improvement of his strength could be considered as good. Currently, he had even broken through to the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor Wu stage and becoming an Emperor Wu powerhouse. However, even then, he still could not compare to the current Duan Lingtian. Needless to say, he could guess that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had already broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to send the 3 people who had joined forces to attack him flying in just an instant. If only one of these 3 people was a match for him, they would not be able to defeat him at all. However, he would not be able to handle the 3 of them when they joined forces. Earlier, he thought he would definitely die. However, he did not expect that someone would save his life at the critical moment. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian. The 3 of us are Lord Demon Emperor Man Wu's direct disciples. May I know which Lord Demon Emperor or Emperor Wu you are? One of the 3 muscular middle-aged men cupped his hands and asked Duan Lingtian. When he mentioned Demon Emperor Man Wu, a hint of arrogance could be seen on his face. Demon Emperor Man Wu was one of the 2 strongest Emperor stage powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Among the Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent, he was second to none. No demon could compare to him. As a direct disciple of Demon Emperor Man Wu, it was only natural that he was proud of himself. Demon Emperor Man Wu's direct disciple? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 of them indifferently and said, "You don't deserve to know who I am. However, since you've injured Peak Master Qi Yu, I'll let Peak Master Qi Yu decide your fate." Chapter 1344. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on the 3 direct disciples of Demon Emperor Man Wu. Arrogant. Too arrogant. This was the only impression they had of the purple-clad young man before them. Peak Master Qi Yu, what are you going to do to them? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Qi Yu. We're Demon Emperor Man Wu's direct disciples. If you dare to touch us, our master won't let you go. Before Qi Yu could reply, horror dawned on the 3 direct disciples of Demon Emperor Man Wu as they screamed at Duan Lingtian and Qi Yu. During this period of time, one of them even tossed out a communication jade slip. At this moment, this was the only thing they could do. They did not dare to run at all. In front of this powerhouse who was either a Demon Emperor or Emperor Wu, they would most likely be killed in just a blink of an eye if they dared to run. He even threw out a communication jade slip? Is it for Demon Emperor Man Wu? Duan Lingtian studied the 3 of them with great interest. His expression remained unchanged. It was as calm as before. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on the 3 of them. They had screamed at the top of their lungs to attract Duan Lingtian's attention so that Duan Lingtian would not notice the communication jade slip. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would still notice the communication jade slip. At the same time, the origin energy on their bodies surged. Their profundities followed closely behind as they looked at Duan Lingtian vigilantly. A hint of despair could be seen in the depth of their eyes. Demon Emperor Man Wu. Horror dawned on Qi Yu's face. He had been in the inner land of Cloud Continent for quite some time. He had heard of Demon Emperor Man Wu and knew that he was the most powerful Demon Emperor on Cloud Continent. It did not cross his mind at all. The 3 demon monarchs who were fighting him were Demon Emperor Man Wu's direct disciples. Duan Lingtian, let's go. Qi Yu immediately sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to ask Duan Lingtian to flee. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian was an expert like Emperor Wu, he was still no match for Demon Emperor Man Wu. After all, Demon Emperor Man Wu was the strongest Demon Emperor on Cloud Continent. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to have heard Qi Yu's words. Instead, he looked at the 3 of them with great interest. It seems like all of you are very confident in your master. In that case, I'll wait for him here. Wait for him to come. When Duan Lingtian said this, Qi Yu's expression changed again. He thought that Duan Lingtian had lost his mind. On the other hand, the three people opposite him sneered, thinking that Duan Lingtian was seeking his own death. Time passed quietly. Qi Yu, who was originally burning with anxiety, gradually became numb. Why is Duan Lingtian still so calm? Did he know Demon Emperor Man Wu? You know that Demon Emperor Man Wu won't attack him even if he comes? Qi Yu could only come to this conclusion when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression. As for the thought of Duan Lingtian defeating Demon Emperor Man Wu, he did not even dare to think about it. Subconsciously, he thought it was impossible. Time continued to pass quietly. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian suddenly lifted his head and looked at the sky. At the same time, a figure as strong as a bull and as tall as an iron tower appeared before his eyes. It was Demon Emperor Man Wu, whom he had seen a few times overseas. What's going on? As soon as Demon Emperor Man Wu appeared, he saw Duan Lingtian. After frowning, he asked his three direct disciples. Master. His three direct disciples greeted him respectfully before they looked at Duan Lingtian in unison and said, Master, it's him. He wants to kill us. Master. He intentionally waited for you to appear. It's obvious he doesn't think highly of you. While they were complaining, they were also fanning the flames. Demon Emperor Man Wu's expression turned grave when he heard this. The trip to Hidden Fog Island and Half Moon Island earlier had caused him to lose a few outstanding direct disciples. Due to this reason, he valued the remaining few direct disciples very much. Now that he heard someone wanted to kill his direct disciples, he was completely enraged. However, although he was enraged, he did not lose his mind. He began to scan his surroundings as though he was looking for something. There's no need to look. The person you're worried about isn't here. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what Demon Emperor Man Wu was looking for. It was none other than to see if Han Xuanai was by his side or not. Previously, when Han Xuanai killed the first island master of Coral Island with a Dao talisman, Demon Emperor Man Wu was present as well. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. Due to this reason, he was wary of Han Xuanai. You want to kill my direct disciples? Demon Emperor Man Wu's expression turned cold when he heard that Han Xuanai was not around. He glared at Duan Lingtian and asked coldly, Aren't you going to ask me why I want to kill them? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. There's no need to ask. No matter who it is, anyone who wants to kill my direct disciples will have to pay the price. Demon Emperor Man Wu enunciated each word clearly. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness as though he was about to devour someone. His personality of protecting his disciples was clear for all to see. How domineering! As expected of Demon Emperor Man Wu. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly with a hint of mockery in his tone. Duan Lingtian, I admit that your innate talent is not bad. Unfortunately, you're nothing in front of me now. Demon Emperor Man Wu's expression turned gloomier. When he reached the end of his sentence, he was filled with disdain. Yes, one must know one's place. However, I think it's even more important to know one's place as a demon. What do you think? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. Demon Emperor Man Wu's expression remained unchanged. Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was not afraid of him, the furious Demon Emperor Man Wu's heart skipped a beat. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his head. He sobered up a little and thought to himself, what makes this Duan Lingtian so audacious? Demon Emperor Man Wu began to observe his surroundings again. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he saw Demon Emperor Man Wu's actions. However, he did not say anything to Demon Emperor Man Wu. Instead, he looked at Qi Yu and said, Peak Master Qi Yu, if you want to kill the three of them, I can do it on your behalf at any time. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of Demon Emperor Man Wu's three direct disciples changed drastically. On the other hand, Qi Yu was shocked. At this time, Duan Lingtian still dared to say that he wanted to kill the three direct disciples of Demon Emperor Man Wu. Peak Master Qi Yu, I'll take your silence as a yes. Since that's the case, I'll kill the three of them to avenge you, Peak Master Qi Yu. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking,
He glared at the three direct disciples of Demon Emperor Man Wu with a cold glint in his eyes. "You're deliberately mystifying things." Demon Emperor Man Wu, who had confirmed that there was no one around, snapped back to his senses. He glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted in a low voice. When he noticed Duan Lingtian's killing intent toward his three direct disciples, horror dawned on him as he flew out. Unfortunately, he was still too late. Bang! 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 With three explosions, the three direct disciples of Demon Emperor Man Wu exploded into a bloody mist, leaving behind three spatial rings and a pile of profundity fragments. After catching the spatial rings and profundity fragments, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and used an invisible force to guide them to land in front of Qi Yu. Clearly, he wanted to give these spoils of war to Qi Yu. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Demon Emperor Man Wu, who was enraged by the death of his three direct disciples, was on the verge of going berserk. He roared and charged toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into a primordial beast with his mouth wide open. It was as though he would not stop until he had devoured Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted in the face of Demon Emperor Man Wu, who was charging toward him. His expression did not change at all. It was not until Demon Emperor Man Wu arrived in front of him that he finally made a move. He raised his hand, and a strong bow appeared in his hand out of thin air. Then, he placed his hand on the bowstring. Bas! As he pulled the bowstring into a full moon and released it, a loud noise reverberated in the air. It was accompanied by a rolling and vast shockwave that tore through the sky and met Demon Emperor Man Wu's attack head-on. In just a blink of an eye, Demon Emperor Man Wu's attack was completely neutralized by the shockwave. Not only that, but the vast shockwave also landed on Demon Emperor Man Wu and sent him flying. Demon Emperor Man Wu flew for dozens of meters before he finally came to a stop. He held back the blood that almost flowed out of his mouth. After he caught his breath, he forced the blood back into his stomach. Even at this moment, he still tried his best to maintain his image. However, his pale complexion betrayed him. Demon Emperor Man Wu took a deep breath and consumed a healing pill. His injuries finally eased a little. When he regained his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only fear in his eyes. At this moment, he had completely given up on avenging his three direct disciples. What a joke! The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier was far from what he could compare to. No matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to avoid a tragic death. Therefore he chose to give up. Perhaps this way he could escape death. Duan Lingtian, I didn't ask clearly earlier. Now that I think about it, the three of them must have offended your friend. It's understandable that you killed them. In order to survive, Demon Emperor Man Wu took the initiative to admit defeat. At this moment, there was only shock in his heart. He had never expected this. He did not know when this purple-clad young man, whom he had not taken seriously in the past, had become stronger than him. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier was far from what he could compare to. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's end this matter here. Duan Lingtian said. He had no intention of making things difficult for Demon Emperor Man Wu. All right. Demon Emperor Man Wu hurriedly nodded. He could not wait for such an ending. However, there's something that I want to ask for your help with. I'm sure you won't refuse, right? Duan Lingtian said without beating around the bush. The two of them who had been at each other's throats a moment ago were now sitting together and chatting calmly. Seeing this, Qi Yu was stunned. Of course not. Demon Emperor Man Wu hurriedly shook his head with a smile on his face. As for what was behind the smile, only he knew. Demon Emperor Man Wu, if you can do your best to help, I'll consider how to reward you. If you can help, I'm willing to take out the Saint's Stone to thank you. Chapter 1345. Duan Lingtian promised Demon Emperor Man Wu a Saint's Stone. As long as Demon Emperor Man Wu could find the materials he needed, he was willing to give Demon Emperor Man Wu a Saint's Stone. Naturally, Demon Emperor Man Wu was overjoyed. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Demon Emperor Man Wu bade farewell and left in a hurry. Scoundrel, why didn't you kill him? Li Fei frowned. She did not like Demon Emperor Man Wu's arrogant attitude. Keeping him alive is 1,000 times better than killing him. He's the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent. His influence is extraordinary. With his help, the efficiency of searching for materials will be much higher. Duan Lingtian said. Demon Emperor Man Wu, I'm afraid all the demons in the inner land of Cloud Continent will work for him if he gives the order. Kerr said softly. That's exactly what I want. Duan Lingtian nodded. Whether it's the two great ancient clans or Xianxia's Emperor Wu, they might be the best in terms of rallying power among human martial artists. However, those wild and unruly demons wouldn't pay any attention to them. With Demon Emperor Man Wu's help, it'll naturally be different. This was the reason Duan Lingtian was willing to promise Demon Emperor Man Wu a Saint Stone. In the eyes of the demon beasts in the inner land of Cloud Continent, Demon Emperor Man Wu was no doubt an emperor. Who would dare to disobey an emperor's order? Moreover, demon beasts were more efficient than human martial artists in searching for materials. Demon beasts lived in the wilderness, so they might have seen the materials in the past and know where to find them. Duan Lingtian was doing his best to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Naturally, he was also doing his best to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda as soon as possible. According to the three-legged golden crow, Hua Lao, even if he only repaired the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he would still be able to obtain the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. The Jasper Celestial Sword was an offensive Celestial Supreme Treasure with extraordinary power. In addition, Duan Lingtian also learned that, as long as he repaired the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he would be able to ascend to the first level to cultivate. The second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had an even better cultivation environment. In addition, the flow of time was even more exaggerated. 3 days in the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was only 1 day in the outside world. Therefore, regardless of whether it was for the Jasper Celestial Sword or for a better cultivation environment, Duan Lingtian wanted to help Hua Lao repair the second floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda as soon as possible. Qiyu stood aside, speechless for a long time. His gaze descended upon Duan Lingtian, and it was extremely complicated. The arrogant and unruly young man in the past had already achieved so much. Even Demon Emperor Man Wu, who was known as the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent, was not a match for him. Peak Master Qiyu, how did you offend Demon Emperor Man Wu's personal disciple? Duan Lingtian looked at Qiyu and asked curiously. It's all because of this spirit artifact. Qiyu waved the narrow sword in his hand and smiled wryly. The narrow sword looked very ordinary, but it exuded a fierce aura as though it could tear everything apart. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized it. It was a royal-grade spirit sword. After searching through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian soon found out that this was one of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's works. This sword is a treasure. Duan Lingtian smiled. You can tell? Qiyu was a little surprised. In fact, even he only knew how extraordinary this sword was after he used it. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and changed the topic. Peak Master Qiyu, did you travel alone in the inner land? You didn't join any sect or family? No. Qiyu shook his head. I left the Five Element sect because I didn't want to be tied down. After all these years, I've gotten used to being idle. That's not bad. However, you still have to be careful when you travel outside. Especially the sword in your hand. Don't let other people see how extraordinary it is, so that it won't cause any trouble. Duan Lingtian reminded Qiyu. In the future, Peak Master Qiyu, if you're tired outside, you can go to the Lingtian sect anytime. When you arrive at the Lingtian sect, you just have to say that you're my friend. Duan Lingtian said. Lingtian sect? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Qiyu's eyes narrowed. Are you talking about the #1 sect on Cloud Continent, the Lingtian sect? I've long heard that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect, has gone missing. Everyone in Lingtian sect is looking for him everywhere. Don't tell me that you're the sect leader of Lingtian sect? Although he had long heard that the sect leader of Lingtian sect was also called Duan Lingtian, Qiyu thought it was just a coincidence. In his opinion, no matter how high the innate talent of the Duan Lingtian Qiyu knew was, it was impossible for him to become the sect leader of the #1 sect on Cloud Continent in just a few years. He thought that he was just a person with the same name as the Duan Lingtian Qiyu he knew. However, Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words and recalled the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier, he could not help but associate the Duan Lingtian Qi Yu knew with the sect leader of Lingtian sect.
Yes, the Lingtian sect is my sect. Duan Lingtian nodded.
At the same time, he seemed to have recalled something and continued to say, the two brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, are currently in the Lingtian sect as well.
Nangong Chen and his brother were the direct disciples of the sect leader of Five Elements sect. Initially, they were at Lingxian Peak where the spirit-profound Emperor Wu, Jianghu cultivated. According to Xuanai, they went to the Lingtian sect after that. I didn't expect this.
I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian Qi Yu would actually be the sect leader of the #1 sect on Cloud Continent. Qi Yu sighed as he shook his head.
Qi Yu shook his head and sighed.
In the end, he asked solemnly, Duan Lingtian, your current cultivation base, should be above the 8th level Martial Emperor stage, right? As far as he knew, Demon Emperor Man Wu was at the 7th level Demon Emperor stage.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded his head. After that, both of them chatted for a while before parting ways. Before that, Duan Lingtian introduced the two girls to Qi Yu. Qi Yu could not help but exclaim, Duan Lingtian, you're really a winner in life.
Wasn't that so?
Not only did Duan Lingtian have a heaven-defying innate talent, but he was already standing at the peak of Cloud Continent at such a young age.
Even his two fiancées were one in a million beauties.
After parting ways with Qi Yu, Duan Lingtian brought the two girls and continued to head to the original Yin-Yang Sex Estate.
That place was still considered as the Lingtian Sex Estate.
However, it had already become a branch.
Two people were in charge of this branch.
Duan Lingtian had already heard about this from Xuanai when they were still on the road. These two people were also the ones who were unwilling to leave back then.
Xianxia and Gold Thug.
Young Master.
Master.
Xianxia and Gold Thug were a little excited when they saw Duan Lingtian again. In fact, the reason they stayed here was because they stubbornly believed that Duan Lingtian would definitely return. Now, Duan Lingtian had indeed returned.
Miss Kerr, Miss Fei,
Subsequently, Xianxia looked at Kerr and Li Fei and greeted them respectfully. He was no stranger to Kerr and Li Fei. He knew that they were his young master's fiancées. His young master had spent a lot of effort to search for these two girls. However, he did not find them in the end.
Mistress.
With Xianxia's reminder, Gold Thug regained his senses and quickly bowed to Kerr and Li Fei.
Kerr and Li Fei nodded.
While they forced a smile on their faces, a hint of anxiety could be seen in their eyes. Seeing how anxious the two girls were, Duan Lingtian brought them to the wooden house where Yang Shue's body was placed. With the ice coffin, Yang Shue's body was still intact.
Senior sister.
When the two girls saw the white-clad lady lying in the ice coffin, two streams of tears rolled down their beautiful faces. There was only guilt on their faces. After all, Yang Shui had died protecting them. Senior sister, the scoundrel has avenged you. You can rest in peace in the netherworld now. Li Fei said softly. Senior sister, Sister Fei. And I are fine. Don't worry. We'll live well and not let you down.
Kerr was sobbing.
Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed before he left. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian did not disturb the two girls and allowed them to accompany Yang Shui. During this period of time, apart from cultivating, he also refined some pills for Xianxia and Gold Thug. As Duan Lingtian's people, Han Shu and I did not treat them badly after she became the acting sect leader of Lingtian sect. Due to this reason, their cultivation base was not low at all.
10 days later,
3 figures stood at the peak of the former Yin Peak of the Yin-Yang sect, which was now Lingtian Peak. They were none other than Duan Lingtian, Kerr, and Li Fei. In front of them stood 2 tombstones. One of the tombstones was Yang Shue's tombstone. The other tombstone belonged to the former Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak of the Yin-Yang sect, who was also the master of Kerr, Li Fei, and Yang Shui. The Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak of the Yin-Yang sect was also the elder sister of Peak Master Xianxia of the 7-Star Sword sect. Duan Lingtian had never seen her before. However, she was the master of the two girls after all, and she was very good to them. Due to this reason, he still bowed to her tombstone. Facing Yang Shue's tombstone, Duan Lingtian bowed solemnly.
Senior sister Yang Shui. Thank you.
If it wasn't for you risking your life to protect them, I might not have been able to see these two girls. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he bowed deeply. After Yang Shui was buried, Ker and Li Fei guarded her tomb for another 3 months. During these 3 months, they just sat cross-legged in front of the tombstone and waited quietly. It made Duan Lingtian's heart ache. 3 months was enough for many things to happen. Duan Lingtian's strength had improved. In terms of sword profundity, he had successfully comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity. In terms of fused profundity, he had comprehended the 8th level fused profundity. Now, I can be considered to have entered the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. As long as I can use the sword profundity as a medium to merge the 2 great profundities into my body and open up a saint vein, I'll be considered to have entered the mortal shedding stage. Chapter 1346. Duan Ling Tian still could not figure out what the fused profundity was. Back then, when the 5 monarch stage nature profundities were fused together, it became the fused profundity. Its power was comparable to an emperor stage profundity. Puzzled, Duan Ling Tian decided to ask the 3-legged golden crow, Hualao, in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After entering the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian saw Hualao sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. He did not know if he was cultivating or resting. When Duan Ling Tian entered, Hualao had already opened his eyes. Duan Ling Tian asked the question in his heart. Profundity. Hualao raised an eyebrow. It was his first time hearing this term. After all, the cultivation system was more or less different in every place. Profundity was just a term used on Cloud Continent. Perhaps, it was not the same in the other 2 mortal continents. It's this energy. When Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, the 5-colored energy gathered and transformed into a 5-colored ball of light that hovered in the air. This is the fused profundity I'm talking about. Also, this is the sword profundity. Duan Ling Tian raised his other hand as well, and a translucent sword that emitted waves of fierce aura hovered above his palm as it spun continuously. So, this is the profundity you were talking about. Hualao glanced at it and nodded. The profundity you mentioned is similar to the 5 elemental qi on planet Yan Huang. Once the 5 elemental qi completely fuses into one's body, one's potential will be stimulated, and one's strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hualao's words. What Hualao said was similar to the meaning of the profundity. According to Xuanai, once the profundity completely fused into one's body, one would be able to open up a saint vein. At that time, the profundity would become a part of one's body and no longer be independent. This was similar to the 5 elemental qi that Hualao mentioned. Your sword profundity seems to have reached the limit of the 5 elemental qi. As for the fused profundity, it seems to be reaching its limit. However, I can clearly feel that it still has a lot of potential that hasn't been unearthed. Elder Hu's gaze landed on the 5-colored ball of light floating in the air. As he spoke, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. A lot of potential? Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted when he heard that. He thought to himself, don't tell me. The current fused profundity is only at the monarch stage? Profundity, profundity, profundity? The more he thought profundity, 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 the more to Ling Tian's. Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? The profundity was poised profundity. If it could be upgraded to the profundity, 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 how powerful would it be? 10 times more powerful than the profundity, profundity? What did that mean? Duan Ling Tian felt goosebumps all over his body when he thought about it. If it's possible, I hope you can make a breakthrough after you've fully unearthed the potential of the fused profundity. At that time, the benefits you'll reap will be unimaginable. Hualao pondered for a moment before he said to Duan Ling Tian, wait until I've fully unearthed the potential of the fused profundity? Duan Ling Tian frowned. If the 8th level fused profundity that he had comprehended was only at the 8th level monarch stage fused profundity, would he not have to comprehend the 9th level emperor stage fused profundity to fully unearth the potential of the fused profundity? From the 8th level monarch stage fused profundity to the 9th level emperor stage fused profundity. Heavens! How long would that take? However, Duan Ling Tian believed Hualao's words. Who was Hualao? The 3-legged golden crow.
the divine sun bird from the ancient myths and legends in his past life. To put it bluntly, there was no reason for someone like that to lie to him. Moreover, he was the owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda now. As the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was impossible for Hua Lao to harm him. There was no reason for him to do so. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and voiced his concerns. The time needed to comprehend the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity was too long. It's true that it'll take a little longer. However, you can cultivate in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Time passes slower in there. Hua Lao told Duan Lingtian, on the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, 2 days inside is only 1 day outside. Also, if you can find enough materials, I'll be able to repair the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At that time when you cultivate on the second level, 3 days inside is only 1 day outside. Hua Lao continued. That's the only way. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had decided not to use the 9th level sword profundity as a medium to open the hidden saint veins in his body for the time being. He would wait until he had comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity. Fused profundity. I only hope you'll give me a pleasant surprise when the time comes. Duan Lingtian comforted himself inwardly. He knew that from the moment he made this decision, he was destined to open the saint veins a little later to break through to the mortal shedding stage. At the same time, a strong premonition rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. His decision might affect the number of saint veins he opened in the future. In this case, I should have a chance to surpass Wang Ba. Wang Ba opened 23 saint veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Even Xuanai won't be able to open 23 saint veins when she breaks through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. She'll only be able to open 22 saint veins at most. The Wang Ba that Duan Lingtian mentioned was, naturally, Wang Ba. He was also the current Di Yong who had left Half Moon Island and gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land. The reason he was so confident was that he was no longer who he was in the past. Not only had he undergone a second rebirth, but his foundation was also extremely solid. What a joke! In terms of foundation, what else could compare to the fused profundity? I'm really looking forward to it. It'll be great if I can open 81 saint veins. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He was having a sweet dream in his heart. It was a dream that he subconsciously thought was impossible to come true. In fact, in the long history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only 3 people who had opened 81 saint veins. Although he had not experienced it himself, he could roughly guess how difficult it was to open 81 saint veins. This was due to Hua Lao's reminder and his determination. In the next period of time, Duan Lingtian focused all his attention on comprehending the fused profundity. Comprehending the fused profundity was the only thing he could do now. No matter if it was his cultivation base or his sword profundity, he had already reached his limit. There was no way he could continue to improve it. What a coincidence! The sword Dao comprehension that originated from the word sword in my mind was completely digested when I comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity. Duan Lingtian muttered, "It seems like it's time to go back and take a look at the word sword. I wonder if my profundity of the sword will continue to improve when I see the word sword again and comprehend more about the sword Dao." In terms of the sword profundity, Duan Lingtian had already comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity. Logically speaking, he had already reached his limit. However, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the word sword profundity was different. However, the word sword could not be looked at with common sense. He had a deep understanding of this in the past. The 2 girls guarded Yang Shui's coffin for 3 months. They only left after 3 months had passed and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Let's return to the southern outer land. After informing the 2 girls, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Xiongquan and the gold thug, and left with the 2 girls. Although Xiongquan and the gold thug wanted to leave with Duan Lingtian, they dismissed the thought when they thought of Kerr and Li Fei. Would it not be tactless to follow them at this time? Duan Lingtian brought the 2 girls and passed through the vast and boundless Ruoshui River before they arrived at the southern outer land. Sigh. After returning to the southern outer land, Duan Lingtian sighed as he recalled the past. At this moment, he recalled the Lu clan that was annihilated by the Han clan. The Lu clan that he had stayed in for a period of time was gone just like that. Ke and Li Fei stayed by Duan Lingtian's side quietly without saying a word. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. If the Han clan's disciple who annihilated the Lu clan was still alive, Duan Lingtian would immediately find him and kill him to avenge the Lu clan. However, the Han clan's disciple had already died in Han Xuanai's hands. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian could only reminisce about the Lu clan in the past. As long as Lu Bai is still around, the Lu clan's roots are still intact. I'll help him rebuild the Lu clan this time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled Lu Bai. Lu Bai, the second young master of the Lu clan, was also a survivor after the Lu clan was annihilated. After that, he crossed the Ruoshui River to the inner land and entered the Lingtian sect and became a member of the Lingtian sect. After letting out another long sigh, Duan Lingtian brought the two girls and left the land of Beiki in the southern outer land. With Duan Lingtian's current speed, it did not take long for him to step onto a familiar land. The Northern Desert. Previously, when he first left the Dark Han dynasty, he came to the Northern Desert to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by the third-rate force Skywolf Fort in the Northern Desert. When the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began, he truly stepped onto the stage of Cloud Continent. Looking back, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh even though he had lived 2 lives. Without staying in the Northern Desert, Duan Lingtian brought the 2 girls back to the Dark Han dynasty, to the Darkstone Empire, to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and finally to the 7-Star Sword Sect. After a few years, the 7 sword peaks in the 7-Star Sword Sect's estate that soared into the sky had also returned to how it used to be. It did not look like the sect had been annihilated. High up in the sky, Duan Lingtian stood there and looked at the 7 sword peaks. A hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. On the other hand, the 2 girls standing next to him had their eyes red. They were so emotional that their delicate bodies began to tremble slightly. They had left this place for far too long. When they left, they would never have thought that this would happen. Chapter 1347. Ke, go see Peak Master Xianxia. She's surely missed you very much these past few years. Duan Lingtian said to Ke. Ke nodded when she heard Duan Lingtian, then flew out and directly entered Dubhe Peak, the head of the 7 great sword peaks. Scoundrel, I want to erect a tombstone for Master and Senior Sister. Li Fei said in a light voice. Even though she'd long since found out from Duan Lingtian that her 7-star sword sect's master, Elder Bai, and senior sister, Zuoqing, had already died. But now that she was reminded of the past, she still felt slightly sad. I've already erected the tombstone that day. It's at Elder Bai's original cultivation place. Duan Lingtian said. At that time, when the 7-star sword sect was rebuilt, he and the current sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, MOU, and the others had erected tombstones for the 7-star sword sect higher-ups that had passed away. Scoundrel! Li Fei felt sorrow from the bottom of her heart when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace as 2 streams of clear tears flowed down to wet Duan Lingtian's clothes. But Duan Lingtian didn't mind. He hugged Li Fei with one hand, and his other hand patted Li Fei's soft and smooth back. Little Fei. Elder Bai and senior sisters Wuqing surely don't wish to see you like this. Under Duan Lingtian's consolation, Li Fei's mood gradually recovered. Subsequently, Li Fei and Duan Lingtian went to Arcade Peak together, and they went to Elder Bai's original cultivation place. Although no one had lived in Elder Bai's original cultivation place for many years, the environment inside was still the same as before. Those flowers and plants were obviously frequently trimmed by people. MOU is quite considerate. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew that it was surely MOU who asked people to frequently trim the flowers and plants here. In front of the wooden house, there were 2 tombstones. It was precisely the tombstone of the former Arcade Peak's Elder Bai and her disciple, Zuoqing. Master. Senior sister. Scoundrel has taken revenge for both of you and rebuilt the 7-star sword sect. All of you can rest in peace in the underworld. Li Fei stood in front of the tombstone and said softly. Her tears kept falling, making her look very pitiful. Duan Lingtian stood to the side, looking at the 2 steels in front of him in a daze. At this moment, the scenes of the 7-star sword sect being annihilated appeared in his mind. Even now when he recalled that scene, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Although he'd already taken revenge for them, it was impossible for them to come back to life. They'd left him and the Seven-Star Sword sect forever. Duan Ling Tian silently bowed deeply towards Elder Bai and Zhua Qing's tombstones. Elder Bai, senior sister Zhua Qing, rest assured, I will take good care of little Fei. Duan Ling Tian spoke to the two tombstones. After paying their respects to Elder Bai and Zhua Qing, Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei left Arcade Peak and once again returned to the expanse of space they stood in when they came here. When they arrived there, Duan Ling Tian instead noticed that Kerr had already returned. There was a familiar figure by Kerr's side. Xianxia, the peak master of the Seven-Star Sword sect's Arcade Peak. Compared to that year, the current Xianxia hadn't changed much. This was sufficient to show that she'd taken good care of herself. After all, only by breaking through to the martial monarch stage would one be able to maintain one's youth forever. Before the martial monarch stage, although the higher one's cultivation was, the slower one aged. But if one didn't take care of it, the traces of time would still be left behind on one's appearance. Duan Lingtian, you really don't intend to see the sect leader? Xianxia's gaze was extremely complicated when she saw Duan Ling Tian once more. Earlier, she'd already heard Kerr speak of the accomplishments Duan Ling Tian had obtained in these past few years, and she even knew that Duan Ling Tian was now the sect leader of the #1 sect on Cloud Continent. Besides shock, there was only shock in her heart. That little fellow from all those years ago had actually already stood at the peak of Cloud Continent at this moment. When she recalled the past, she even had a feeling as if she was dreaming. If they knew about this in the netherworld, they would surely be able to close their eyes in peace. Xianxia thought to herself. They naturally referred to the group of Seven-Star Sword sect members that had perished along with the annihilation of the Seven-Star Sword sect, including the former sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Linghu Jinhong. Not for now. The Seven-Star Sword sect will always be the Seven-Star Sword sect. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke. Yes. Xianxia nodded, as she was naturally able to discern the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. It was undoubtedly because he didn't want to interfere with the future of the Seven-Star Sword sect. If the members of the Seven-Star Sword sect knew that Duan Lingtian was now the sect leader of the #1 sect on Cloud Continent, the Lingtian sect, they would surely hope that the Seven-Star Sword sect would submit to the Lingtian sect. At that time, the Seven-Star Sword sect would become a vassal of the Lingtian sect, existing in name only. Yet that wasn't something that Duan Lingtian wanted to see happen. Master, you're really not leaving with me? Kerr looked at Xianxia with an expression of reluctance. Although her current cultivation far surpassed Xianxia, but as the saying goes, a master for a day is a mother for life, the kindness of teaching her in the past was something that she didn't dare forget for her entire lifetime. Earlier, Kerr had advised Xianxia to leave, but was refused by Xianxia. Kerr, I know you're filial. However, I've spent most of my life in the Seven-Star Sword sect, and I can't leave it. Xianxia held Kerr's hand lovingly and said gently, when you have a child with Duan Lingtian, remember to come back and visit me often. Kerr was so embarrassed that her cheeks flushed when she heard Xianxia's words. Under Xianxia's gaze, Duan Lingtian left with the two little girls. In just a blink of an eye, they had already appeared in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom, an affiliate kingdom of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was their hometown. Duan Lingtian's purpose for returning this time was very simple. He wanted to visit his old friends and ask them if they were willing to leave with him and head to the overseas Saint Island, Half Moon Island. After returning this time, Duan Lingtian brought the two little girls to the Imperial City's Divine Might Marquis estate to meet the two old marquises. The reason he said there were two old marquises was because Nye Wu Tian, the former Divine Might Marquis, had already retired. The current Divine Might Marquis was Nye Fan, the junior marquis back then, and he was also Duan Lingtian's big brother Nye. Time flew by and the world changed. Duan Lingtian was deeply moved by his return this time. Not only did Nye Fan have a house full of children, but even Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun also had a house full of children. What was worth mentioning was that Li Xian, the former little fatty, also had 3 sons and a daughter. Besides that, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the Imperial Palace to meet the old emperor. The old emperor who was valiant in the past was getting old, and he had already passed on the throne a few years ago. Duan Lingtian, do you know when Bai Yao will be back?
The old emperor asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. The Bai Yao that the old emperor mentioned was naturally the former #1 beauty in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Princess Bai Yao. I don't know either. However, if I see her, I'll ask her to come back to see you. Duan Lingtian replied. Good, good. The old emperor's face was filled with smiles when he heard this. Princess Bai Yao was his most sensible daughter, and he loved her dearly. Even those princes could not compare to her. If Princess Bai Yao was a man, he would have passed the throne to her long ago. Father and mother are really too much. They actually took Princess Bai Yao away. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought about Princess Bai Yao's whereabouts. Not only Princess Bai Yao, but his father and mother had also taken Xiao Yu's sister, Xiao Lan, away as well. When he met Xiao Yu earlier, Xiao Yu had also asked about Xiao Lan's whereabouts, but he really did not know anything about it. To be more precise, although he knew Xiao Lan was in the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not know where in the Dao Martial Saint Land she was. Unfortunately, the voice transmission jade slip in the exquisite jade box was damaged by me. Otherwise, I'll definitely be able to see Mother, Xiao Lan, and Princess Bai Yao when I arrive at the Dao Martial Saint Land and meet with the person that father has arranged for me. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. Originally, in the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Ruffing had left for Duan Lingtian, he had told Duan Lingtian to look for the person that he had arranged for him somewhere in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Unfortunately, the voice transmission jade slip was damaged, and the most important part was lost. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not know where to look for the person that his father had arranged for him. Currently, even if Duan Lingtian went to the Dao Martial Saint Land, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to look for his father. After leaving the Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian went to Paladin Academy to see the Dean, Sima Chongfeng. Sima Chongfeng was his teacher in Paladin Academy. Although he did not teach him anything, he had helped him a lot. He had always been grateful to him, so he had always treated him as his teacher. Little fellow, what level has your cultivation reached now? Sima Chongfeng asked directly when he saw Duan Lingtian again. This was the thing that interested him the most every time he saw Duan Lingtian. Emperor Wu stage 9th level. Duan Lingtian smiled. Pooh! When Sima Chongfeng heard Duan Lingtian's words, he spat out the tea that he had just sipped. His face was slightly flushed as he asked, What did you say? Martial Emperor Wu stage. 9th level Emperor Wu stage? Yes. Teacher. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. When Sima Chongfeng heard this, he studied Duan Lingtian from top to bottom as though he was looking at a monster. He muttered, Although I knew you're a freak, I didn't expect you to be so freakish. Emperor Wu stage 9th level. That's the limit a martial artist can reach, right? Sima Chongfeng had long heard that the peak of a martial artist was the Emperor Wu stage. Once one had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, one would be an Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. An Emperor Wu stage powerhouse was an existence that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent and looked down on all living things. To him, an Emperor Wu stage powerhouse was an existence that only existed in legends. However, the little fellow standing before him, his former student, was actually an Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. Moreover, he was an existence at the 9th level of the Emperor Wu stage. At this moment, he wondered if he was dreaming. Chapter 1348. In the past, I also thought that the 9th level Emperor Wu stage was the limit of a martial artist. However, this is not the case. Duan Lingtian sighed. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me there's someone more powerful than an Emperor Wu stage powerhouse? Sima Chongfeng asked with a glare. In his opinion, an Emperor Wu stage powerhouse was a legendary invincible existence. However, Duan Lingtian said that the 9th level Emperor Wu stage was not the limit. In other words, there was no doubt that there was someone more powerful than an Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. Teacher, in our Cloud Continent, the 9th level Martial Emperor realm is indeed considered to be at the peak. However, outside of the Cloud Continent, there's an even bigger world. Duan Lingtian patiently explained to Sima Chongfeng about the things outside of the Cloud Continent, including the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, the other 2 mortal continents, and the Dao Martial Saint Land.
As Duan Ling Tian patiently explained, Sima Chong Feng listened in a daze. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. A frog at the bottom of a well. A frog at the bottom of a well. It seems like I, Sima Chong Feng, am indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, Sima Chong Feng let out a long sigh with a self-mocking expression on his face. I should say that more than 99% of the people in the Cloud Continent are frogs at the bottom of a well. That includes me in the past. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Teacher, I came back this time mainly to ask if you're interested in going to the overseas Saint Islands. Once you're there, with the help of the superior cultivation environment and my help, your strength will definitely improve rapidly. Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with temptation. At the very least, you'll be able to break through to the martial monarch stage. It's not impossible for you to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Martial monarch stage. Sima Chong Feng's breathing quickened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Can I? Why not? Don't forget, you're Duan Lingtian's teacher. Duan Lingtian said with a confident smile. If it was another person, he would not be so sure. However, Sima Chong Feng had a high innate talent and comprehension ability. With his help, it was not difficult for him to break through to the martial monarch stage. Emperor Wu's realm was not impossible. Lacking in talent? It's okay. In the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there was a record of the location of the 10,000-year stalactite. Once he went there and collected the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Sima Chong Feng would be reborn and possess the ultimate innate talent of a martial artist on Cloud Continent. Poor comprehension? It didn't matter. Intent realm fragments, Upanishad fragments, intent realm fragments. Good. I'll go with you. Sima Chong Feng's face was covered in smiles as he said with slight excitement. I, Sima Chong Feng, have persisted in the martial Tao all my life. Until now, I haven't married and have lived my entire life alone. If my cultivation is able to break through to the martial monarch stage, then I wouldn't have lived my life in vain. Sima Chong Feng had no attachments, and he agreed to leave with Duan Lingtian with a few words. Whereas the others more or less had attachments. This also caused Duan Lingtian to come with 3 people and leave with 4 people, so there was only 1 extra person. This extra person was precisely Sima Chong Feng. As for the people that were unwilling to leave, Duan Lingtian respected their choice. He would return to see them when he was free in the future. At that time, if they wanted to leave, he would bring them along. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Lingtian's group arrived at the sky above a remote mountain forest in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After a short while, Ke, Li Fei, and Sima Chong Feng descended from the sky under Duan Lingtian's lead. When the 3 of them landed on the ground and focused their eyes, they were completely stunned. All of this was because they were attracted by the word, sword, on the mountain wall in front of them. It was as though their souls were captivated by the word, sword. The gigantic word was carved by sword Saint Feng Qingyang in one smooth motion. This word, sword, contained Feng Qingyang's comprehension of the sword Tao. It was precisely because of this word that Duan Lingtian was able to successfully comprehend the 9th-level Emperor stage sword profundity in an extremely short amount of time. The 9th-level Emperor stage profundity was also a peak profundity. Lingtian boy? Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian looked at the red-robed middle-aged man who was cultivating cross-legged with his eyes closed and greeted him with a light smile. The red-robed middle-aged man was none other than Feng Wu Dao. He was also Feng Tianwu's father. Feng Wu Dao stood up and immediately went to Duan Lingtian's side. He looked at Ke, Li Fei, and Sima Chong Feng with a puzzled expression on his face. Uncle Feng, they're my fiancés. I've mentioned them to you before. As for him, he's my teacher in my hometown. Duan Lingtian introduced him with a smile on his face. Yes. Feng Wu Dao nodded. Then, he seriously sized up Ku Er and Li Fei. When he saw the 2 women's peerless appearances, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Both of them were not inferior to his daughter, Feng Tianwu, in terms of appearance. Kid Ling Tian, where's Tian Wu? She didn't return with you? Feng Wu Dao asked. When he heard Feng Wu Dao mention Tian Wu, a guilty expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Uncle Feng, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Tianwu. What's wrong with Tianwu? When he saw Duan Lingtian's guilty expression and apologizing to him, Feng Wudao had a bad premonition in his heart, and his face went grim.
At the same time, the red robe on his body couldn't help but flutter as his origin energy shot into the sky and transformed into sword-shaped flames that emitted waves of fierce aura as if it could break through everything.
Don't worry, Uncle Feng. Tianwu is fine. Duan Lingtian hurriedly replied, as he was able to discern that Feng Wudao had misunderstood. Feng Wudao's expression eased up when he heard Duan Lingtian, and the sword-shaped flames on his body were restrained once more. Then what you meant earlier was... Uncle Feng, I said I didn't take good care of Tianwu because... Duan Lingtian interrupted Feng Wudao and told him everything that happened afterward. Apart from concealing the fact that the Devil Seal Tablet was a famous Super Saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land, he didn't conceal anything else and told him everything without holding back. Feng Wudao instantly learned about Feng Tianwu's experience, and that Feng Tianwu had been taken in by a force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. During this time, Duan Lingtian also explained the Dao Martial Saint Land to Feng Wudao, causing Feng Wudao to be shocked as well. He felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. After learning that Feng Tianwu was safe and sound, Feng Wudao heaved a sigh of relief. Uncle Feng, I'll go to the Dao Martial Saint Land after I've settled the matters on Cloud Continent. At that time, I'll look for Tianwu as well. Duan Lingtian told Feng Wudao, Uncle Feng, you can rest assured. I'll definitely find Tianwu. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he vowed solemnly. Don't worry. So long as Tianwu is fine, she'll come back sooner or later. Feng Wudao said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Uncle Feng, where's Hu? Duan Lingtian glanced at the surroundings and didn't notice a sixth person, so he couldn't help but look at Feng Wudao and ask. Hu was precisely that child from Bear Village. He was also the only person in Bear Village that knew the secret of this place. That kid, Hu, is wandering outside whenever he has nothing to do. Presently, not only in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but even in the Darkstone Empire, he can already be considered as a top figure. Chapter 1349. The comprehension of the sword Dao contained within the word sword attracted Ku Li Fei and Sima Chong Feng, causing them to be intoxicated and completely immersed in it. In the sky above the canyon, an inconspicuous pagoda stood on a lush green tree. This pagoda was Duan Lingtian's 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating on the first level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, woke up. He had been meditating to comprehend the fused profundity during this period of time. During this period, he tried to look at the word sword in the canyon. However, nothing happened like before. The word sword no longer sent any obscure information into his mind. Due to this reason, he could not store the sword Dao comprehension from the word sword anymore. Could it be because I've comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity? That's not right. According to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's message, if someone can completely comprehend the sword Dao comprehension contained in the word sword, they'll be able to do whatever they want in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After persisting for a few days, Duan Lingtian still could not figure out the reason. In the end, he could only give up and focus on comprehending the fused profundity. In just 4 months, Duan Lingtian had made 2 breakthroughs in his fused profundity. The first time, it broke through from the 8th level Monarch stage fused profundity to the 9th level Monarch stage fused profundity. The 9th level Monarch stage fused profundity was comparable to an ordinary 9th level Emperor stage profundity. Once it was unleashed, its strength was comparable to the strength of 10 ancient black dragons. The second time, the 9th level Monarch stage fused profundity broke through to the 1st level Emperor stage fused profundity. Its strength was twice as strong as before. It was comparable to the strength of 20 ancient black dragons. The 1st level Emperor stage fused profundity that I've comprehended is 10 times stronger than an ordinary 1st level Emperor stage profundity. When I comprehend the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity, it should be 10 times stronger than an ordinary 9th level Emperor stage profundity as well. An ordinary 9th level Emperor stage profundity was equivalent to the strength of 10 ancient black dragons. Duan Lingtian's 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity was just like that. On the other hand,
Once Duan Ling Tian comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity, the energy it contained was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient black dragons. The strength of 100 azure dragons. What did that mean? Even if a powerhouse at the peak of Emperor Wu stage wields a royal-grade spirit weapon and unleashes his full strength, it's already considered shocking if his strength is equivalent to the strength of 60 to 70 ancient black dragons. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart suddenly trembled. As for me, once I've comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity, I'll be able to kill anyone at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage with ease. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. Using just one profundity to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage, who unleashed his full strength without holding back. Even Duan Lingtian felt his scalp tingle just thinking about that scene. However, I've just comprehended the 1st level Emperor stage fused profundity. I'm still far from comprehending the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity. Duan Lingtian quickly calmed down. However, he did not calm down for too long because he thought of something else. If I integrate the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity into my body and open up saint veins, the effect will definitely be better. I wonder how many saint veins I'll be able to open up when I break through to the mortal shedding stage. I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian still remembered what Xuan'ai had told him before. According to Xuan'ai, the martial and Dao cultivators from the mortal continent had a much stronger foundation than the natives of the Dao martial saint land. Their cultivation base could be said to have been accumulated over time. Once they broke through to the mortal shedding stage, it would be unstoppable. For months. After asking Hualao and learning that he had cultivated for 4 months, Duan Lingtian could not help but jolt awake. It's been so long? I wonder if Kerr and little Fei have woken up. 4 months in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is 2 months outside. Hualao, who was sitting cross-legged nearby, reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw he was so anxious that he stood up. I almost forgot. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. Only now did he remember that the time in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was different from the time outside. 2 days in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 1 day outside. Duan Lingtian thought about the 2 girls and left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he realized Kerr, Li Fei, and Sima still had not woken up. I'm afraid we'll have to wait a little longer with their current condition. After looking down at the canyon for a while, he noticed Duan Lingtian was cultivating with his eyes closed. Duan Lingtian did not disturb him and returned to the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao, wake me up in half a year. Duan Lingtian greeted Hualao before he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Through his observation earlier, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the 2 little girls still needed a period of time before they would wake up. Moreover, the period of time that they would wake up after a period of time was only the first time they woke up. He had already told them about it. After they woke up for the first time, they would familiarize themselves with the benefits that the word sword brought them. After that, they could begin to accumulate the sword Dao contained in the word sword in their minds. They would spend time to slowly comprehend it in the future. Just like him earlier. When their minds were filled with the sword Dao from the word sword, he would bring them away. It was the same for Sima as well. He had already informed them beforehand. Therefore, according to Duan Lingtian's estimation, the 3 of them would need at least a few months to complete the first 2 steps. Duan Lingtian immersed himself in his cultivation, and fully immersed himself in comprehending the fused profundity. The Emperor stage nature profundity fragments in his hand were being consumed rapidly. Every 10 days to half a month, there would be an Emperor stage profundity fragment that would shatter. If someone were to see this, they would definitely feel heartache and even scold Duan Lingtian for being a wastrel. However, all of this was nothing to Duan Lingtian. Previously, on Half Moon Island, the former island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, had used his devil technique to absorb the vital essence of 85 powerhouses in their prime and turn them into dried corpses. Among the 85 powerhouses in their prime, almost half of them were Emperor stage powerhouses who had nurtured Emperor stage profundity fragments. After they died, the profundity fragments in their bodies were all in Duan Lingtian's hands. Therefore, Duan Lingtian could still bear this kind of consumption. If it was someone else, they would have a headache. The path of comprehending the fused profundity was like a bottomless pit.
Initially, one Emperor Stage Nature Profundity fragment would shatter every half a month. Later on, it would shatter every 10 days. Later on, it would shatter every 7 to 8 days. Then it would shatter every 5 to 6 days. When one Emperor Stage Nature Profundity fragment shattered every 3 days, Hualao woke Duanling Tian up. It's been half a year already? Duanling Tian regained his senses and had a surprised expression on his face. In his mind, it felt as though only a few days had passed. It's been 3 months outside. Hualao reminded him. It's been 3 months. It should be about time. Duanling Tian smiled and left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda again. This time, he shrunk the pagoda and stuffed it into his ears before he descended from the sky. He was in a good mood. After half a year of comprehension, his fused profundity had improved by another 2 steps. He had successfully comprehended the 3rd level Emperor Stage fused profundity. They're about to wake up. Duanling Tian glanced at Ker, Li Fei, and Sima. As someone who had experienced this before, he could easily tell that their minds were about to be filled with sword Dao comprehension from the word sword. Whoosh! Duanling Tian stepped into the air. A wave of air swept out soundlessly as he shot up into the sky like a rocket. He did not know how high he had reached when a 5-colored flame suddenly burst out of Duanling Tian's body. It emitted a majestic and vast aura. It was the fused profundity. As the 5-colored flame rose, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duanling Tian's head and made a series of muffled sounds. Soon after, the heaven and earth phenomenon formed. There was a total of 40 silhouettes of ancient black dragons spiraling down. They were lifelike and had a majestic aura. With the strength I can display now, even without using the Saint-grade martial tactic, I can easily defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage who hasn't cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, if I use the Saint-grade martial tactic, I'm almost invincible among those below the mortal shedding stage. Duanling Tian was very confident about this. Naturally, Duanling Tian was being conservative. He was only almost invincible. In his opinion, unless there was a powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage who had cultivated the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic technique to an extremely high level, it was impossible for anyone to be a match for him. It was almost impossible for a powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage to meet this condition. What a magical world! No, I should say it's a magical planet. Only the heaven and earth energy on the cloud continent and the surrounding seas can form the heaven and earth phenomenon. No matter how powerful one is, the heaven and earth energy won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon when they leave the cloud continent's surrounding areas and arrive at the sea. Duanling Tian exclaimed. Disregarding everything else, just this point alone made him feel that it was very magical. It was just as Duanling Tian had expected. A few days later, Ker, Little Fei, and Sima Chongfeng woke up one after another. Their abilities had more or less been elevated. At this moment, Duanling Tian was also preparing to bring them back to the inner land of the cloud continent to the Ling Tian sect's new estate. The new estate. Duanling Tian had only heard about it from Xuan Ai. He had not been there before. Uncle Feng, you should leave with us too. Duanling Tian called out to Feng Wu Dao. I'm going to move the Ling Tian sect to the overseas Saint Island, Half Moon Island. The cultivation environment there is better. Feng Wu Dao had heard about Duanling Tian's achievements in the inner land of the cloud continent. He also knew that the cultivation environment on Half Moon Island was great. Therefore, he agreed to leave with Duanling Tian. However, if I leave, who's going to guard this canyon? Second Tiger isn't here either. Chapter 1350. Uncle Feng, you don't have to worry about that. Duanling Tian smiled. Under Feng Wu Dao's puzzled gaze, Duanling Tian, who was hovering in the air above the canyon, set up an inscription formation that covered the entire canyon. Currently, Duanling Tian was already at the 9th level Emperor Wu stage. His spiritual energy had also reached the 9th level Emperor Wu stage. An inscription formation that was set up with such spiritual energy was, naturally, extremely powerful. Most importantly, Duanling Tian placed 10 saint stones as the energy source of the inscription formation. Unless it's someone who's at the 7th level Emperor Wu stage or above,
It's impossible for anyone else to break this inscription formation. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after he finished setting up the inscription formation. What a joke! This was an inscription formation that he had set up with 10 saint stones. What was a saint stone? It was a good item that could help Emperor Wu powerhouses to raise their cultivation base rapidly. It was similar to origin stones, but it was not something that origin stones could compare to. The reason Duan Ling Tian was so generous was not because he was the island master of Half Moon Island, and would be able to obtain some saint stones from the supreme-grade origin stone mine on Half Moon Island every once in a while. It was because Xuan Ai had given him many saint stones. According to Xuan Ai, saint stones were very common in the Dao martial saint land. Although they were common, they were not that easy to obtain. For example, it was extremely difficult for some mortal stage martial and Dao cultivators who did not have any background to obtain a saint stone. Xuan Ai, on the other hand, had a powerful force behind her, so it was only natural that she had many saint stones in her hands. The saint stones that Xuan Ai had given him amounted to more than 1,000 pieces. The quality was much better than what he originally had. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not even bat an eyelid when he took out 10 saint stones to set up the inscription formation. According to the words of the earth in his past life, he was being willful because he was rich. After setting up the inscription formation, Duan Ling Tian and the others left the canyon. The group of 4 became a group of 5. After allowing the 4 of them to cultivate by themselves, Duan Ling Tian led them forward, and they quickly left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and entered the Darkstone Empire. They continued to head north and entered the Dark Han Dynasty. After arriving at the Dark Han Dynasty, Duan Ling Tian made a trip to the Imperial City. Originally, he wanted to ask Zhang Shouyong if he was interested in leaving with him. However, when he arrived at the Zhang clan in the Imperial City, he was told that Zhang Shouyong and his wife had already left the Imperial City last year. I wonder where big brother Zhang went. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. Towards Zhang Shouyong, he had always been grateful, not for anything else, but for saving his life back then. Even now, he didn't dare to forget that kindness. I can only wait until the next time I come back and see if I can see big brother Zhang. Right now, I'm going to the Blade Sect. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart and had a plan. The Blade Sect was a third-rate force in the southern area of the northern desert. It was also the sect that Duan Ling Tian's childhood friend, Su Li, had joined. He was going to the Blade Sect for Su Li. However, when he arrived at the Blade Sect, he found out that Su Li had followed Xianxia and left the Blade Sect as soon as he left. Why didn't they come looking for me? When he recalled the unhappiness in the Blade Sect and the promise he made to Su Li and his disciple before he left, Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly. Su Li and Xianxia were the same as Zhang Shouyong. He did not know where they went. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian could only bring the 4 of them back to the inner land of the Cloud Continent. I've spent 10 months in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Outside, it's been 5 months. Including the other time, it's been 6 months since I returned to the Cloud Continent. After returning to the inner land, Duan Ling Tian suddenly had a thought. 6 months. I wonder how they found the materials I asked for. The materials he asked for were the materials needed to repair the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After mobilizing more than half of the humans and demon beasts on the Cloud Continent to search for the materials, Duan Ling Tian really wanted to know how the results were after 6 months. With Duan Ling Tian's speed, he soon arrived at the Ling Tian sect's new residence even though he was only bringing 6 people with him. Originally, he brought 4 people with him. However, when he passed by the Ling Tian sect's original residence, he brought Xiongquan and the Gold Thug along. Xiongquan and the Gold Thug were unwilling to leave in the past because they wanted to wait for Duan Ling Tian to return. Now that Duan Ling Tian had returned, they were naturally willing to leave. When Duan Ling Tian and the group of 7 returned to the Ling Tian sect, regardless of whether it was Han Shu and I, Little Gold, Little Black, or Little White, all of them had already returned from outside. In 6 months, they had already completed the task that Duan Ling Tian had asked them to do. After returning to the Ling Tian sect again, Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted when he saw the new surroundings. After a long while, he could not help but sigh. There was a rich high-grade origin stone reserve buried under the Ling Tian sect's new residence. In the entire Cloud Continent, such a cultivation environment was considered pretty good. Apart from the 2 great ancient clans' residences on the Cloud Continent, There was no other place that could compare to this. Moreover, there was a supreme-grade origin stone reserve buried under the two great ancient clans' residences. Sect Leader. Not long after Duan Lingtian returned, Han Xuan'ai ordered all the 7-star sword sect senior officials and disciples who were guarding the residence to meet Duan Lingtian, the real sect leader of the Lingtian sect. She was only the acting sect leader. Now that Duan Lingtian had returned, she returned the Lingtian sect to Duan Lingtian. Zhang San Luo Ping, and all of you long time no see. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at the few familiar faces in front of him. Other than Zhang San and Luo Ping, the two former vice-sect leaders, there were also familiar faces like Chen Xiao Shuai, Lu Bai, the Nangong twins, and the others. Sect Leader. Zhang San and Luo Ping were slightly excited when they saw Duan Lingtian again. Chen Xiao Shuai, Lu Bai, and the others were no exception, and all of them were extremely excited. Although they had long since found out that Duan Lingtian was safe and sound from Nangong brothers, when they really saw Duan Lingtian safe and sound, they still could not help but feel slightly excited in their hearts. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that only a few familiar faces remained, because Xuan'ai had long since mentioned this matter to him. At that time, because the Han clan's Han Jing had arrived at the Lingtian sect, facing Han Jing's formidable strength, the Lingtian sect was on the verge of annihilation. At that time, besides these few familiar faces, everyone else had betrayed him. You're Li Si. Duan Lingtian looked at the unfamiliar face next to Zhang San. It was not difficult for him to guess his identity. Li Si was the only person who had just joined the Lingtian sect not long ago when the Lingtian sect was on the verge of annihilation but did not betray the sect. He was also Zhang San's friend. Sect Leader. When Li Si saw Duan Lingtian taking the initiative to greet him, a smile bloomed on his face. He felt that his choice back then was so wise. Sometimes, being unafraid of death was not necessarily a bad thing. After he gave the order and dismissed all the senior officials and disciples of the Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuan'ai and asked, Xuan'ai, how many of the materials that I wanted have been found? A lot. Han Xuan'ai said with a smile. At the same time, she handed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. The materials that were handed over are all in here. Now, no matter if it's humans or demons, they've practically turned the inner land of the Cloud Continent upside down just to help Brother Duan Lingtian look for the materials. There will be a lot of materials that will be delivered to your door later. Han Xuan'ai finished in one breath. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Just as Duan Lingtian had thought earlier, the demon beasts on the Cloud Continent who handed over the most materials and were the most diligent were the demon beasts on the Cloud Continent. In this aspect they had a natural advantage. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied with this. After sending the materials in his hand into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and into Hua Lao's hands, Duan Lingtian left the Lingtian sect and went to see Demon Emperor Man Wu. This is what you deserve. Duan Lingtian gave a saint stone to Demon Emperor Man Wu. As long as you're not a short-sighted person, and as long as the demon beasts collect more materials, I'll still give you the reward you deserve. Before Duan Lingtian left, he said to Demon Emperor Man Wu meaningfully. Demon Emperor Man Wu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He held the saint's stone tightly in his hand and began to issue orders to his direct disciples. They continued to mobilize the demon beasts on the inner land of the Cloud Continent to search for the various materials that Duan Lingtian needed. For this, he even made a promise. As long as the demon beasts handed over a lot of materials, regardless of their cultivation base, they would have a chance to become his disciple. Although they would only become the disciple with the lowest status under Demon Emperor Man Wu's command, countless demon beasts would still go crazy over it. Gradually, apart from the inner land, the demon beasts on the outer land also began to search for the materials that Duan Lingtian needed. Apart from the demon beasts who found a lot of materials, the human martial artists also found a lot of materials. For the next period of time, Duan Lingtian stayed in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and seriously comprehended the fused profundity. His fused profundity was improving every second. Kerr and Li Fei sat cross-legged on both sides of him, causing the atmosphere to become more peaceful. A few days ago, in order to improve the 2 girls' strength as soon as possible, he revealed the wonders of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to them. At the same time, he brought them into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The two girls were shocked by the wonders of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda for a long time. After a long time, they gradually calmed down. To them, the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was just too shocking. They could not compare to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had heard various versions of ancient myths and legends in his past life. He had long known about the existence of the celestial supreme treasure, the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Therefore, when he first heard about the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda's ability, he quickly calmed down. When Conqueror and Little Fayer's cultivation base has improved a little more, and when the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda is repaired, I'll bring them to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. This was also the reason he brought the two girls into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda to cultivate. Chapter 1351. Apart from comprehending the fused profundity in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and transporting materials into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, in the remaining time, Duan Lingtian began to move the Lingtian sect. The Lingtian sect was now the #1 sect on the Cloud Continent. Due to Han Shu and I, the Lingtian sect had a transcendent status on the Cloud Continent. Even the two great ancient clans did not dare to offend them. Therefore, the migration of the Lingtian sect went smoothly. Apart from Xianxia's Emperor Wu, Demon Emperor Man Wu, and a group of Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors who came to help, the two great ancient clans also sent powerhouses to help. At this moment, Xianxia's Emperor Wu, Demon Emperor Man Wu, and the rest of the famous Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors on the Cloud Continent finally realized that there were many existences that were more powerful than them in the two great ancient clans. These existences were so powerful that they could defeat or even kill them with just one blow. There were many people in the Lingtian sect. Even with the help of a group of Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors, they still had to make 2 trips to bring everyone to Half Moon Island. It's fortunate that there are so many people to help. Otherwise, with just me, Xuanai, Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black, I don't know how long it would take to move the people from the Lingtian sect to Half Moon Island. After most of the people from the Lingtian sect had been moved and were taken over by the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the Lingtian Peak and muttered to himself. The Lingtian Peak beneath his feet was the new residence of the Lingtian sect on the Cloud Continent. However, it had become an old residence now. Apart from Duan Lingtian and a few people around him, only some of the elders from the Lingtian sect had not left the Lingtian Peak. These elders from the Lingtian sect were in charge of receiving the materials sent from all over the Cloud Continent to repair the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. As time went by, the materials from all over the Cloud Continent decreased. In the end, there was nothing left. Even if a large number of human martial artists and demon beasts on Cloud Continent dug 3 feet into the ground to search, they still could not find the materials needed to repair the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Walao, how much more do you need? Without the materials, Duan Lingtian also felt a headache. He couldn't help but ask Walao. The second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda is already 50% repaired. If I have more materials, I'll be able to repair it completely. Walao said, once it's fully repaired, you'll be able to ascend to the second level and obtain the Jasper Celestial Sword. You'll also be able to cultivate on it. This Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda is really a bottomless pit. Even with so many materials, only half of the second level has been repaired. This was only the second level. There were still 5 more levels to go. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Currently, the materials needed to repair the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda could no longer be found on Cloud Continent. It can't be helped. The materials you sent in are the lowest grade of the materials I told you about. Naturally, I'll need a lot of these materials. Walao said, if it's the highest grade materials I told you about, you'll only need 1 of each to completely repair the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Walao, the materials you mentioned? Not only me, but even Xuanai has never heard of them. Where do you want me to find them for you? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Han Xuanai was the young miss of a powerful force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Her knowledge was not something he could compare to. However, even then, she had never heard of the materials Walao mentioned. If even Xuanai did not know about them, it was even more impossible for him to know about them. There aren't any of those materials on this planet? Hualao frowned. That shouldn't be the case. The materials I mentioned were based on the standards of planet Yanhuang in the past. Even the highest grade materials can be collected in the past on planet Yanhuang as long as one is willing. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Naturally, he knew. The planet Yanhuang of the past that Elder Hua mentioned was the Earth that only existed in ancient myths and legends a long time ago. At that time, humans had just been born. This planet might not have those materials. After all, it's impossible for Xuanai to know all the materials on this planet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, Duan Lingtian learned from Hualao. More than 80% of the materials collected on Cloud Continent to repair the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could not be used to repair the third level because those materials were too low grade. According to Hualao, Duan Lingtian divided the materials that Hualao mentioned into 5 levels. The 5 levels were elementary, intermediate, 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 advanced, and advanced. The best materials collected on Cloud Continent were intermediate, intermediate, and elementary materials. However, most of them were elementary materials. Elementary materials were useless in repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At the very least, intermediate and elementary materials were needed. At this rate, I'm afraid it'll take a long time before the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is completely repaired. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt powerless. After some time, Han Shu and I returned from the overseas Saint Island, Half Moon Island. At the same time, she brought back the materials that the 4 overseas Saint Islands had collected. Compared to the materials collected on Cloud Continent, the materials that Han Shu and I brought back could be said to be very little. However, since most of them were intermediate, and elementary materials, and a few intermediate materials, the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired by another 30% on top of the 50% that it had already repaired. Since then, the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was successfully repaired by 80%. I've turned the Cloud Continent and the 4 overseas Saint Islands upside down, but the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is only 80% repaired. Duan Lingtian had a wry smile on his face. If you can get the dragon pearl from the little devil dragon, you'll be able to repair the remaining 20% immediately. Hualao said to Duan Lingtian. Hualao, why didn't you say so earlier? Look at him now, he's gone. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Naturally, he knew the little devil dragon that Hualao mentioned was Di Yong. Di Yong's true form was a 5-clawed devil dragon, the top existence among the 5-clawed divine dragons. I'm afraid he won't be willing to give you the dragon pearl if he hasn't left. Hualao said. Why? Duan Lingtian asked. After Hualao's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood. As it turned out, every dragon only had 1 dragon pearl. A dragon's dragon pearl was equivalent to a demon beast's inner core. The only difference was the dragon pearl was innate. Once a dragon's dragon pearl was taken, it would die as well. Therefore, there was only one way to take a dragon's dragon pearl, and that was to kill it. Kill a 5-clawed devil dragon? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Indeed, just as Hualao said, even if Wang Ba possessed Di Yong, who was reborn, he would not be able to obtain the dragon pearl. Although he could use the devil seal tablet to kill Di Yong, he could not bring himself to do it. No matter what, Di Yong had saved his life before, even though he had his own motives. Although he had ulterior motives, it was an indisputable fact that Di Yong had saved his life. Previously, he had used the devil seal tablet for the 3rd time in Lost Stone Forest. If it was not for Di Yong, he would have been killed. However, Duan Lingtian was still surprised. A 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon pearl was actually comparable to the few high-grade materials that Hualao had mentioned. If that's the case, the few high-grade materials that Hualao mentioned are treasures on the same level as a 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon pearl? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought of this. Xuanai had told him about this before. Even among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were not many 5-clawed divine dragons. There were only 9 of them. In other words, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were at most 9 5-clawed divine dragons' dragon pearls at the same time. It seems like it'll be a long journey to repair the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I'm afraid I'll only be able to repair the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda after I arrive at the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Since he could no longer find the materials needed to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda on the Cloud Continent, Duan Lingtian was ready to leave. When the two girls woke up from their cultivation, Duan Lingtian brought them out of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Together with Han Shu and I, he brought the remaining elders from the Lingtian sect and left the Cloud Continent for the overseas Saint Island, Half Moon Island. Before the two girls woke up, Duan Lingtian visited the group of Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors one by one. Apart from the powerhouses from the two great ancient clans, he also gave out Saint Stones one by one. Duan Lingtian was never one to owe favors. As for the two great ancient clans, Duan Lingtian asked Han Shu and I to thank them on his behalf. After returning to Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian gathered all the people from the Lingtian sect in Half Moon Island. At the same time, he also officially allowed the senior officials and disciples of Half Moon Island led by the three Vice Island Masters to join the Lingtian sect. The three Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island who were previously intimidated by Duan Lingtian's powerful strength did not dare to have any objections. Since they did not dare to have any objections, their subordinates were even more so. From then on, the Lingtian sect settled down on Half Moon Island. Since the Lingtian sect had moved to Half Moon Island, the buildings in the central area of Half Moon Island naturally had to be changed. Under Duan Lingtian's order, all the old buildings were overturned and new buildings were erected one after another. The Lingtian sect's base on Half Moon Island was soon built. It only took half a year to complete all of this. Looking down at the majestic sect's base under his feet, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. If it was on Earth in my past life, such a huge project would have taken at least 8 to 10 years to complete. But in this place, it only took half a year to complete everything inside and out. Duan Lingtian's thoughts became active when the Lingtian sect's new base was completed. It's time to leave. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Leave Half Moon Island and head to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whether it was to return to Earth or to look for his parents, he had to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 1352. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave Half Moon Island with the two girls and Han Shu and I to the Dao Martial Saint Land after making all the arrangements, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke up. Scoundrel, I want to stay. Li Fei gritted her teeth and said to Duan Lingtian hesitantly. What's wrong? You don't want to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. There are many powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Let alone me, even if you go there, it'll be dangerous. I don't want to be a burden to you. Li Fei took a deep breath and said slowly. Moreover, the Lingtian sect can't be without a leader. I want to stay and help you take care of the Lingtian sect. She did not want to be separated from her man, not even for a second. However, she still tried her best to stay rational. That was why she was able to say those ambiguous words. Young master, I want to stay as well. Before Duan Lingtian could reply to Li Fei, Ker chimed in. Just like Li Fei, she did not want to be a burden to Duan Lingtian. She did not want to be a burden to Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Ker or Li Fei. At this moment, all of them recognized the fact that if they wanted to possess strength that surpassed Duan Lingtian and help him, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore they decided to stay on Half Moon Island and take care of the Lingtian sect for Duan Lingtian. This way, they could share the burden with their man. Sister Fei or Sister Ker. Actually, you don't have to do this. If you're worried about being a burden to Brother Lingtian, you can come to my house. It's very safe there. The moment Ker's words left her mouth, Han Shu and I said to the two girls. Xuanai, we know you mean well. However, what's the difference between staying at your house and staying at Half Moon Island? Moreover, I can help take care of the Lingtian sect if I stay on Half Moon Island. Li Fei said with a smile, but in the depths of her eyes, there was a glimmer of reluctance. That's right. Moreover, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White won't be leaving for the time being, so they can accompany us. Ker nodded. Both girls said that they wanted to stay, but Duan Lingtian was naturally unwilling. Ker, Little Fei,
Didn't you say that you would never be separated from me again? Scoundrel, the situation is different this time. Moreover, Kerr and I are on Half Moon Island. If you want to come back, you can visit us any time. Li Fei shook her head and said. Kerr nodded. In the end, Duan Ling Tian was truly unable to persuade the two stubborn little girls, so he could only compromise. However, before he left, he lingered with the two girls for a long time. During this process, Duan Ling Tian left a seed of love in each of their bodies at their request. After 10 months, it would blossom and bear fruit. When the children are born, I'll definitely rush back. When they parted, Duan Ling Tian promised the two girls. Scoundrel, you don't have to worry about Kerr and I when we reach the Dao Martial Saint Land. We'll take good care of ourselves. With little gold, little black, and little white around, we'll be very safe. Li Fei said. Young master, Sister Fei, and I will wait for your return. Kerr's autumn eyes gleamed as she said to Duan Ling Tian softly. Little gold, little black, little white. I'll leave your Sister Kerr and Sister Fei to you. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and reluctantly shifted his gaze from the two little girls to the three little fellows at the side as he spoke with a serious expression. Brother, don't worry. With me around, I'll definitely take good care of Sister Kerr and Sister Fei. The golden-clad little girl said confidently to Duan Ling Tian. That's right, brother. With little white and me around, we'll definitely not let anything happen to Sister Kerr and Sister Fei. Little Black said. I believe in all of you. Duan Ling Tian was not worried about the strength of the three little fellows. The current strength of the three little fellows was not inferior to the three Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, including Xiao Kuan. Under the reluctant gazes of the two little girls and three little fellows, Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai left side by side, and it didn't take long for them to disappear before their eyes. At this moment, 2 streaks of tears fell from Kerr and Li Fei's beautiful faces at the same time. When they were in front of Duan Ling Tian earlier, they tried their best to hold back their tears as they were afraid that he would see them. Now that Duan Ling Tian had left, they did not have to hold back anymore. Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai were flying side by side in the sky above the vast and boundless sea to the north of Half Moon Island. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian was feeling a little down in the beginning. Duan Ling Tian's mood gradually recovered after Han Xuanai tried to talk to him. However, there was still an indescribable excitement in his heart. It was an inexplicable excitement. In 10 months, my 2 children will be born. Duan Ling Tian was excited because of this. He would have children very soon. He would be a father very soon. No matter where I am, I'll definitely rush back in 10 months. I'll accompany Kerr and little Fei to witness the birth of 2 little lives. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind after taking a deep breath. Xuanai, isn't your father worried that you're leaving the Dao Martial Saint Land alone? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Han Xuanai who was standing next to him. Duan Ling Tian still remembered. When Han Xuanai was on Cloud Continent, she always had Qingnu by her side. However, this time, she came back alone with the 3 little fellows. Brother Ling Tian, actually, there's someone following me when I leave the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, I asked them to stay in the sea near the south of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Han Xuanai said, let alone Saint Stage powerhouses, even Saint Rudiment Stage and Mortal Shedding Stage powerhouses are rare when we leave the Dao Martial Saint Land. Therefore, we don't have to worry about any danger. Moreover, even if we really encounter danger, I'm not afraid of anything unless it's a Saint Stage powerhouse. The Dao Talisman can't kill them, but it can severely injure and imprison them. When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, her face was filled with confidence. Dao Talisman. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. I see. Only then did he remember that Han Xuanai still had Dao Talismans. Dao Talismans could only be drawn by Dao cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage. Xuanai, with our current speed, how long will it take to reach the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. About half a month. Han Xuanai replied. Half a month? That long? When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he could not help but feel shocked. In fact, with his current speed, it would only take him a few days to return to Cloud Continent from Half Moon Island. However, it would take him half a month to reach the Dao Martial Saint Land? Brother Ling Tian, when you parted ways with Sister Kerr and Sister Fei, you said you'd come back when the children are born. Don't tell me they're pregnant? Han Xuan'ai asked curiously as she blinked her mischievous eyes. That's right. They'll be born in 10 months. Duan Lingtian nodded as a blissful smile appeared on his face. 10 months. When Han Xuan'ai heard Duan Lingtian's words, she smiled and said, Brother Lingtian, who told you that your children will be born in 10 months? Isn't it always 10 months? It's common sense to be pregnant for 10 months. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly, Xuan'ai, you've never given birth before so you don't understand. I've never given birth before so I don't understand? Brother Lingtian, do you mean, you've given birth before so you understand? Han Xuan'ai's mischievous eyes turned as she sized Duan Lingtian up from head to toe as she teased. You little girl. Even if I've never eaten pork, I've seen pigs run before. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Big Brother Lingtian, based on what you said about Big Sister Kerr and Big Sister Fei, being pregnant for 10 months, it really shows that you've never seen a pig run before. When Han Xuan'ai heard Duan Lingtian's words, the smile on her face widened as she said matter-of-factly. Xuan'ai, what are you trying to say? Duan Lingtian frowned as he asked in bewilderment, and the smile on his face vanished. Brother Lingtian, the 10 months of pregnancy you spoke of is only for the union of people below the congenital stage. If a man and a woman are both existences at the congenital stage or above, then their child would take at least a year to be born. Han Xuan'ai explained, the child of a man and woman that have just broken through to the congenital stage, or in other words, a man and woman with a cultivation at the void-prying stage, would be born in a year. In the future, the higher the cultivation of a man and woman, the later the child they conceive would be born. But, the later the child is born, the more outstanding it is. Supposedly, the reason they're born later is because they have to absorb the congenital origin energy within their mother's body. The later the child is born, the higher its natural talent. Han Xuan'ai continued. With Brother Ling Tian's cultivation, Sister Kerr's, and Sister Fei's cultivation, it's impossible for your child to be born without 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years. Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck when he heard Han Xuan'ai's words. He'd only heard of 10 months of pregnancy, but never had he imagined that there would be 3 to 5 years of pregnancy. Was that still a human? Xuan'ai, how do you know all this? Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuan'ai with a strange gaze as he asked. He was truly unable to wrap his head around how this little girl even knew all this. Brother Lingtian, didn't you say earlier? Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run. Han Xuan'ai returned Duan Lingtian's words to him, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. In the end, he couldn't help but confirm. Xuan'ai, are you sure what you said is true? Bang! 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 Just as Han Xuan'ai was about to reply to Duan Lingtian again, a loud sound rang out and interrupted her. It was the calm surface of the sea beneath her and Duan Lingtian's feet that had exploded without any warning, causing seawater to splash up along with it. This scene was as though a huge rock had been thrown into the surface of the sea. Before Duan Lingtian and Han Xuan'ai could react, the turbulent surface of the sea suddenly twisted and formed an extremely powerful suction force. The suction force shot up into the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian and Han Xuan'ai in the blink of an eye. For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt an unparalleled force enveloping his body and dragging him into the sea. Chapter 1353. Brother Lingtian. Han Xuan'ai, who barely managed to stop herself from falling, was horrified when she saw Duan Lingtian being swallowed by the whirlpool on the surface of the sea. Without any hesitation, she swooped down and sent herself into the turbulent whirlpool. At the same time, a strange bead appeared in her hand out of thin air. She crushed the bead as soon as it was in her hand. A 7-colored beam shot up into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the 7-colored beam shot up into the sky and only disappeared after a long time. Boom! Han Xuan'ai charged into the whirlpool, but she was not affected by the whirlpool's suction. Her body was covered with a layer of transparent light shield that blocked the seawater around her. Although she was in the whirlpool, she could still control her body. In the whirlpool, the turbulent and twisting seawater slammed against the transparent light shield, causing the light shield to shake. However, Han Xuan'ai did not have the mood to care about this. Her face was grave as she moved faster and faster, following the whirlpool to the bottom of the sea. Soon after, she arrived at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, she also saw the source of the whirlpool. A gigantic creature was lying on the bottom of the sea with its mouth wide open. The energy in its mouth was twisting, causing the seawater to form a whirlpool. Some of the fish in the deep sea could not escape from the whirlpool and were swallowed by it. Sea-devouring beast. Why is there a sea-devouring beast here? Han Xuan'ai's expression changed as she exclaimed. It was obvious she recognized the gigantic creature in front of her. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were two types of beasts. One was Saint Beast. The other was Wild Beast. When Saint Beasts broke through to the innate stage, they would have basic intelligence. They could even speak human language and transform into human form. After they transformed into human form, they were no different from humans. They could also cultivate Saint-grade martial tactics and use Saint weapons. They were also divided into martial cultivators and Dao cultivators. Naturally, as Saint Beasts, their bodies were much stronger than ordinary humans. Some Saint Beast strength was limited when they were in human form. However, once they transformed into their true form, they could unleash their full strength. Wild beasts were different from Saint Beasts. If Saint Beasts were favored by the heavens, then savage beasts were abandoned by the heavens. Unlike Saint Beasts, even if they had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, Saint Rudiment stage, or even the Saint stage, wild beasts would not possess human intelligence, let alone breaking through to the innate stage. They could not speak the human language, nor could they transform into humans. They were similar to the uncivilized wild beasts and ferocious beasts of the mortal continent. They survived completely on instinct. They followed the law of nature, where the strong preyed on the weak and only the fittest survived. However, even though they did not possess sentience and were unable to morph into human form like the Saint Beasts, cultivate human cultivation techniques, martial arts, and use Saint artifacts, their cultivation speed was in no way inferior to the Saint Beasts. Not only that, but their bodies were also far stronger than the Saint Beasts. In a battle between a savage beast and a Saint Beast of the same cultivation realm, even if the Saint Beast were to transform into a human and utilize a Saint artifact or a Saint martial technique, it might not necessarily be a match for the savage beast. The body of a savage beast was too strong. Even the weakest one was comparable to the three-clawed divine dragon among dragons. The stronger ones were even comparable to the four-clawed divine dragon among dragons. To a savage beast, its body was its greatest advantage. Its battle instincts that were trained from hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of battles were its most powerful technique. It was in no way inferior to the Saint-grade martial tactic. At this moment, the savage beast that appeared in front of Han Xuan'ai was one of them. A sea-devouring beast. Han Xuan'ai could tell it was a sea-devouring beast at the early mortal shedding stage. You swallowed Brother Ling Tian? Han Xuan'ai's face turned grave as she looked at the gigantic creature in front of her. It was as though it was covered with a layer of frost. The mischievous look in her eyes was no longer there. It was replaced by a cold-killing intent. Young Mississippi, just when Han Xuan'ai was about to make her move, two respectful voices sounded in unison. At the same time, two tall figures appeared behind Han Xuan'ai and bowed respectfully. They were two tall middle-aged men. They stood there like two iron towers. Their appearances were ordinary, and they looked more like two ordinary people who couldn't be more ordinary. However, based on the fact that the turbulent seawater around them did not affect the transparent light shield on their bodies, their strength was far above Han Xuan'ai's. Kill it. Don't hurt Brother Ling Tian who was swallowed by it. Han Xuan'ai ordered coldly. The two middle-aged men were summoned by Han Xuan'ai's signal beam earlier. They were sent by her father to protect her. However, when she left the Dao Martial Saint Land, both of them were abandoned by her in the sea south of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Yes. The moment Han Xuan'ai's words left her mouth, one of the middle-aged men nodded solemnly and took a step forward at the same time. The moment he took a step forward, a ray of light shot out from under his feet and pierced through the sea-engulfing beast's head in just a blink of an eye, causing the sea-engulfing beast to fall with a loud bang. The moment the sea-engulfing beast died, the suction force from its bloody mouth disappeared as well. Just as its bloody mouth was about to close, The other middle-aged man disappeared into thin air. Even the seawater did not stir at all. It was extremely strange. When he appeared again, he was already in the sea engulfing beast's bloody mouth. He did not seem to have made any movements, but he easily opened the sea engulfing beast's bloody mouth. As he opened and closed his hands, the sea engulfing beast's body was forcefully torn apart from its bloody mouth. However, the bloody scene did not happen. This was because the sea engulfing beast's body and flesh had been frozen into ice sculptures. They fell like pieces of rocks. At the same time, the fish that were swallowed by the sea engulfing beast and had yet to be digested managed to escape and swam away. "Thank you for saving my life, sir." There was an old man in the sea engulfing beast's stomach. After the old man came out, he bowed respectfully and thanked the middle-aged man. He was a human transformed from a demon. He happened to be passing by and was unlucky enough to encounter the sea engulfing beast and was swallowed by it.
Initially, he thought he was going to die. He did not expect someone to save him.
"Where's Brother Ling Tian?"
At this moment, Han Xuanai had also arrived in front of the old man. She looked around carefully but did not see any trace of Duan Ling Tian. Horror dawned on her. "Young miss, there's a mark left behind by a demon cultivator on this sea engulfing beast's body. It must have been controlled by a demon cultivator to come here. Otherwise, by right, there shouldn't be a sea engulfing beast here." At this moment, the middle-aged man who killed the sea engulfing beast and froze its flesh and blood said to Han Xuanai respectfully after glancing at the sea engulfing beast's body, "Demon cultivator?" Han Xuanai's expression changed drastically when she heard this. She realized this might not be a coincidence. "Did you see a person when you were swallowed by the sea engulfing beast?" "A young man in purple." Han Xuanai took a deep breath and looked at the old man as she asked anxiously, "I saw him." The old man nodded. "The moment I was swallowed, I saw a young man who had fainted following behind me. He was almost swallowed as well. At that critical moment, I only saw a black shadow pass by, and the young man was gone." A demon cultivator controlled this sea engulfing beast and took Brother Ling Tian away? Han Xuanai's thoughts soon became clear. At the same time, she looked at the two middle-aged men next to her and ordered, "No matter what, we must find Brother Ling Tian." "Yes." When the two middle-aged men heard this, they immediately split into two directions and began to search in the vast deep sea. "Who's the person who took such great pains to take Brother Ling Tian away? Since he can control the sea engulfing beast at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage, it means he's at least a demon cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage." Han Xuanai's heart jolted as she thought, "With his ability, it won't be difficult for him to take Brother Ling Tian away on the surface of the sea. There's only one possibility for him to take such great pains. He's afraid of me." Han Xuanai gasped when she thought of this. If that's the case, that demon cultivator knows he won't be able to take Brother Ling Tian away with me around. That's why he controlled the sea engulfing beast to stall for time. Han Xuanai's thoughts became clearer. Di Yong. It must be Di Yong. After her thoughts became clear, Han Xuanai immediately thought of Wang Ba, who had occupied the five-clawed devil dragon's body in the past. He was also the current Di Yong. He left a long time ago. He must be after something for him to take such great pains. At this moment, Han Xuanai was almost certain the person who took Duan Ling Tian away was Di Yong. However, she could not figure out why Di Yong would do such a thing. If there's something on Brother Ling Tian's body that he's interested in, it's none other than the Devil Seal Tablet. However, would he dare to take the Devil Seal Tablet even if it was given to him? The Devil Seal Tablet could be said to be the nemesis of demon cultivators. The Devil Seal Tablet could be called a super saint weapon and was even listed in the 10 great saint weapons ranking because of this characteristic. Apart from that, it did not have any other advantages compared to other saint weapons. When Han Xuanai thought of this, she felt it was impossible. Could it be because of that pagoda? Soon after, Han Xuanai recalled the small pagoda. She and Di Yong could not come into contact with the small pagoda, but Duan Ling Tian could. With just a glance, she could tell the small pagoda was not an ordinary item. It was to the extent that she had a feeling. The small pagoda was not inferior to one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Clear Sky Pagoda. If that's really the case, Brother Ling Tian should be safe for now. When Han Shuanai thought of this, she heaved a sigh of relief. If I were him, I would definitely not let Brother Ling Tian come into contact with the Devil Seal tablet if I wanted to seize the pagoda and force it to reveal its secret. After all, he's a demon cultivator. Brother Ling Tian can kill him if he uses the Devil Seal tablet. In that case, the biggest possibility is that he first obtained Brother Ling Tian's spatial ring and used his spiritual energy to erase the ownership seal on it. Han Shuanai gradually calmed down and made a logical deduction. The ownership seal on the spatial ring on the mortal continent was weak. Chapter 1354. I'm not dead? Duan Ling Tian regained his consciousness without him noticing. All he felt was dizziness. I remember. I was sucked into a whirlpool that suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. The whirlpool's energy was very strong. Even though I'm almost invincible under the mortal shedding stage, I couldn't withstand it. That energy was above the mortal shedding stage. Later on, I think I was knocked out by the whirlpool's waves. Shaking his head, Duan Ling Tian recalled what happened before he fainted. What's this place? When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he sized up his surroundings and discovered he was on a small island. Not only was this small island desolate and uninhabited, but it was also very small. Looking around, all he could see was a vast ocean. Where's my spatial ring? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian realized his spatial ring was missing. Horror dawned on him immediately. Are you looking for it? Just when Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically, an indifferent voice resonated from the sky. Subsequently, a tall figure appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. This was a black-clothed middle-aged man. He was tall and sturdy, and he stood there like an iron tower. He was holding a spatial ring in his hand. Duan Ling Tian was very familiar with this spatial ring. It was his Grade 1 spirit weapon spatial ring. Bastard! Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown when he shifted his gaze from the spatial ring to the black-clad middle-aged man's face. Why are you here? Also, why is my spatial ring in your hands? The black-clad middle-aged man was none other than Di Yong, who had left the overseas Saint Islands Half Moon Island long ago. To be more precise, he was Di Yong who was possessed by Wang Ba's soul. As for Wang Ba, he was the devil cultivator's remnant soul that had lodged in Duan Ling Tian's body. He had once saved Duan Ling Tian's life in order to find a suitable body for himself. Kid, where is that pagoda? Di Yong did not answer Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. After he erased the master recognition seal on Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring with his spiritual energy at the mortal shedding stage, he claimed ownership of Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring. However, he did not find the exquisite little pagoda in there. At that moment, he realized that Duan Ling Tian had hidden the exquisite pagoda somewhere else. As for whether or not he was with Duan Ling Tian, he did not doubt it. Although he couldn't see where Duan Ling Tian had hidden the small pagoda, with the small pagoda's ability to change its size, it should have been hidden in an inconspicuous place by Duan Ling Tian. How did you remove the ownership of my storage ring? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the connection between him and the storage ring had been severed, and his expression changed drastically. Spiritual energy above the mortal shedding stage can easily erase the master recognition seal on a spatial ring below the saint weapon grade. Di Yong said nonchalantly, I know that pagoda must be with you. Tell me, where did you hide it? I can't believe I couldn't find it. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After a long while he looked at Di Yong and sneered. Looks like you've claimed ownership of the spatial ring. Why? The Devil Seal tablet didn't give you any trouble? At this moment, he felt a little regretful. If he had known this day would come, he would have upgraded the spatial ring to the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon grade. In that case, the spatial ring would have entered the threshold of a saint weapon, and he could avoid the master recognition seal on it by force. Humph! Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Di Yong's face turned grave. Naturally, the Devil Seal tablet had looked for trouble with him. When he claimed ownership of Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring, the Devil Seal tablet seemed to have sensed something and became restless. After carefully inspecting everything in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring and not discovering the existence of the pagoda, he immediately removed the master recognition seal on the spatial ring. He was really worried that the devil seal tablet would break out of its seal and suppress his soul again. Once bitten, twice shy. Where's Xuanai? After Duan Lingtian calmed down, he asked in a deep voice. Now, he knew why Di Yong appeared in front of him. It was because of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Come to think of it, Di Yong must have seen how extraordinary the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was that day, and that was why he coveted it. However, Di Yong was not in a hurry to make a move because he was worried about the devil seal tablet in his hand and Xuanai. He had only made his move today. When he was unconscious, he took off his spatial ring and forcefully removed the master recognition seal on the spatial ring so that he could not come into contact with the devil seal tablet. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. To Di Yong, without the devil seal tablet, he was equivalent to a toothless tiger. There was nothing to be afraid of. That little girl is probably bringing people to look for you now. Di Yong sneered and said confidently. However, it's impossible for them to find you. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Xuanai was fine. Before I fainted, the whirlpool that appeared on the surface of the sea was caused by you? After calming down, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to make a guess based on his current encounter. However, he still looked at Di Yong coldly and asked in a deep voice. He wanted to confirm it with Di Yong. That's right. Di Yong admitted without hesitation. That whirlpool was caused by the sea-engulfing beast. However, that sea-engulfing beast was given an enslavement seal by me. Under my control, it appeared in the sea that you passed by. For today, to avoid that little girl, and to take off your spatial ring. I've put in a lot of effort. In the end, God rewards those who persevere, and I've succeeded. A brilliant smile appeared on Di Yong's face when he reached the end of his sentence. I advise you to hand over that pagoda obediently. As long as you tell me how to not be rejected by it, I'll spare your life. Soon after, the smile on Di Yong's face disappeared as he said to Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. You mean, if I don't hand over the pagoda, you'll kill me? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, and his voice became even more solemn. I won't kill you. I'll torture you and make you tell me the location of that pagoda and the secret of that pagoda in endless pain. However, if I'm the one who tortures you to tell me everything, I'll still kill you in the end. A smile appeared on Di Yong's face again. It was a sinister smile. I'll kill you first. As soon as Di Yong's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed fiercely. At the same time, he shot up into the sky like a cannonball. A bow and an arrow appeared in his hand. Aerolite strike. After pulling the bowstring into a full moon, Duan Lingtian released the arrow in his hand and allowed it to shoot toward Di Yong like a bolt of lightning. Child's play. In the face of Duan Lingtian's sudden attack, Di Yong looked indifferent as he raised his hand slowly. Suddenly, a vast aura accompanied by an invisible force knocked away Duan Lingtian's arrow in the blink of an eye. However, it did not end there. At the same time, the air above Duan Lingtian's head vibrated. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian felt as though a gigantic palm had appeared above his head and forcefully pressed him down. During this process, his strength was suppressed. Bang! A deafening loud noise reverberated. Without the slightest suspense, Duan Lingtian's entire body was forcefully pressed down and fiercely came into close contact with the ground, and the collision caused him to feel dizzy. Is this the power of the immortal shedding stage? This was the only thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind when he felt intense pain all over his body. At this moment, he even had a feeling. In front of Di Yong, he was just like an ant. An ant that could be trampled on as he wished. Naturally, he knew this was because of the gap between his ability and the immortal shedding stage. Even if I've comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity and can be said to be invincible below the immortal shedding stage, I'll still be defeated if I encounter someone on the immortal shedding stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of this. Unfortunately, I've just comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity not long ago and haven't touched the threshold of the immortal shedding stage yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a passive situation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Boy, my patience is limited. If you're unwilling to tell me, I have many ways to make you tell me. Don't forget, I'm a devil cultivator. Moreover,
I used to be a saint-stage devil cultivator. Di Yong said impatiently. When he reached the end of his sentence, he threatened Duan Lingtian. Xuanai is right. A devil cultivator is a devil cultivator. None of them are easy to deal with. It's a pity that I didn't take her words to heart. Duan Lingtian said coldly. What I regret the most now is that I didn't use the devil seal tablet to suppress you back then to prevent future trouble. There's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Di Yong said calmly. I'll give you another 10 breaths of time. Either you hand over the pagoda and tell me its secret, or you slowly enjoy the big gift I've prepared for you. At that time, you won't have a chance anymore. I have at least 100 ways to force you to hand over the pagoda and tell me its secret. When Di Yong reached the end of his sentence, his tone became colder and colder as though it came from the depths of hell. It was chilling and creepy. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Di Yong's words. Hualao, do you have any ideas? After taking another deep breath, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to contact the 3-legged golden crow, Hualao, who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He knew that if it were not for his reminder, Hualao would not pay attention to the outside world. Although Hualao was powerful, he could not leave the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, even his strength could not be transmitted out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The only thing that could be transmitted out was his voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to contact Hualao not because he wanted Hualao to make a move. He only wanted to ask Hualao if there was any way to help him escape this calamity. Do as he says and give him the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, tell him the secret of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Chapter 1355. What? Duan Lingtian did not expect Hualao to ask him to give the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to Di Yong, and tell Di Yong the secret of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. No. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda did not seem to have any secrets, right? The reason the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda did not reject him and even acknowledged him as its master was because his soul belonged to the land of Yan Huang. Now, even if he wanted to give the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to someone else, he could not remove the connection between him and the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was as though the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was pestering him. Hualao, even if I give the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to him, I can't make the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda acknowledge him as its master. Do you have a way? Duan Lingtian asked. I'm not asking you to really give him the 7 Treasures Jewel Pagoda. I'm just asking you to give it to him temporarily to buy time. I'm just stalling for time, Hualao said. Duan Lingtian finally understood. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the spatial ring in Di Yong's hand. This spatial ring was his spatial ring. His Devil Seal tombstone was in there. As long as I can retrieve the Devil Seal tablet, it'll be easy to kill Di Yong. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, an idea flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. His eyes lit up as though he had thought of something. Hualao, I've thought of a way. When the time comes, you just have to cooperate with me. Duan Lingtian greeted Hualao. Boy, you still have 3 breaths of time. If you can't make up your mind, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Di Yong's cold voice resonated. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is in the spatial ring in your hand. Duan Lingtian looked at Di Yong and said calmly. Humph. This saint has already recognized your storage ring as its owner. That pagoda isn't inside. Kid, this saint advises you not to play any tricks. Di Yong snorted. The killing intent in his eyes soared as if he was about to devour someone. You've seen the wonders of that pagoda before. I can change its size with just a thought. I shrunk it to the size of a speck of dust before putting it into my storage ring. Duan Lingtian glanced at Di Yong indifferently before he said slowly. Let alone you. Even I wouldn't be able to find it in my spatial ring if it's not for the fact that I'm connected to it after it has acknowledged ownership. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Di Yong frowned. Back then, the pagoda that was as tall as an adult turned into a small pagoda and fell into Duan Lingtian's hands. He had seen it with his own eyes. Therefore, he did not doubt Duan Lingtian when he said that the pagoda could be big or small. With the wonders of the pagoda, it did not seem impossible for it to turn into the size of a speck of dust. I was almost fooled by you. Suddenly,
Di Yong's eyes turned as a plan formed in his mind.
He said coldly to Duan Lingtian, I believe that the pagoda can change its size to the size of a speck of dust.
However, it might not be in the storage ring. It might be in some corner of your body. As for why you said it's in the storage ring, it's because you want me to give it to you. At that time, you'll be able to use the Devil Seal tablet to suppress me or even kill me.
Do you think this saint will fall for it? When Di Yong reached the end of his sentence, he had an expression that said, I've seen through you.
I have to say, your imagination is really rich. Since that's the case, you can torture me as much as you want.
I'll only tell you the truth when I'm in a living hell.
Duan Lingtian glanced at Di Yong in disdain. However, I'm afraid the outcome will be the same in the end. From the beginning until the end, Di Yong had been staring at Duan Lingtian's eyes and the changes in his expression. He realized. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not seem guilty at all. He could not help but suspect this. Could it be that Duan Lingtian had really turned the pagoda into the size of a speck of dust and kept it in the spatial ring? The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was a possibility.
Now you can use your technique.
In any case, you'll never be able to obtain that pagoda in your lifetime. Duan Lingtian said calmly.
It was as though a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water.
When Duan Lingtian saw Di Yong's gaze on his dantian, a cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. He could guess Di Yong's thoughts and could not help but sneer. What? Do you think the Devil Seal tablet won't be able to suppress you after destroying my dantian? Don't forget. The power that activated the Devil Seal tombstone is what I injected into the tombstone. Even if you destroy my cultivation base, as long as I take out the Devil Seal tablet and activate it with the energy I've injected into it, it'll be easy for me to kill you.
You should know this better than anyone else. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes when he looked at Di Yong.
Di Yong's face turned grave immediately. He had really forgotten about this earlier because of the heat in his head. Oh right. There's one more thing I have to tell you. That pagoda is a rare treasure. It's closely related to the 10 Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint land. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Di Yong and lied without even blinking his eyes. When he saw the interest in Di Yong's eyes, he continued to lie. The 10 Super Saint weapons were all created by the pagoda spirit in the pagoda. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Di Yong's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. The 10 Super Saint weapons were all created by the pagoda spirit in the pagoda?
At this moment, his heart burned even more fervently.
He was even more eager to obtain that mysterious pagoda. However, he did not lose his mind because of this. Instead, he remained clear-headed. Do you think I'll believe you just because you said that? What proof do you have? Di Yong tried his best to suppress his excitement as he asked Duan Lingtian calmly. Proof? I'm afraid you'll have to wait until you obtain the pagoda before you'll know if I'm telling the truth. As long as I remove the ownership of the pagoda and hand it over to you, you'll naturally be able to contact the pagoda spirit in the pagoda. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. At that time, you'll naturally be able to find out if it's true or not. Moreover, with your cultivation base at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, don't tell me you're afraid of my tricks? Even if I want to harm you and take out the Devil Seal tablet, you'll still be able to kill me the moment you see the Devil Seal tablet before it suppresses you, right? Duan Lingtian said. Humph. Of course, I'll be able to kill you at that moment. However, at that time, I'll definitely die as well. Di Yong snorted coldly. If Duan Lingtian really took out the Devil Seal tablet, he would be able to kill Duan Lingtian before the tablet suppressed him. However, he would not be able to escape death as well. What? Do you think I'll perish together with you? Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. His eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he mocked Di Yong for thinking too highly of himself. Upon hearing this, Di Yong's eyes flickered for a moment before he nodded. I can return your spatial ring to you. However, I'll be fully focused on monitoring your every move. If you dare to take out the Devil Seal tablet, I'll kill you immediately. I can give you the pagoda if you want. However, you'll have to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that as long as you obtain the pagoda, you won't make things difficult for me, let alone kill me.
Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Otherwise, I won't do as you wish even if I die.
Sure. As long as you don't play any tricks and give the pagoda to me so it can acknowledge me as its master. I'm willing to swear. As soon as Di Yong finished speaking, he pricked his finger and began to swear the oath. Accompanied by 9 claps of thunder, the tribulation oath, the 9 heavenly tribulation, responded to Di Yong's oath. In Di Yong's opinion, as long as he could obtain the pagoda, it did not matter if he killed Duan Lingtian or not. Although Duan Lingtian's innate talent was not good, Di Yong did not think much of him. At this moment, Di Yong had also let down his guard. He could see Duan Lingtian's sincerity when he asked him to swear the oath. This made him feel much more at ease. Don't play any tricks and don't doubt my strength. After making the oath, Di Yong passed the spatial ring in his hand to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he extended his spiritual energy and locked onto Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian dared to take out the Devil Seal tablet, he would kill Duan Lingtian immediately. He had spent some time with Duan Lingtian, so he knew Duan Lingtian would not choose to die together with him. Therefore, he was not worried Duan Lingtian would take the risk out of desperation. After Duan Lingtian took the spatial ring, he performed the ownership claim on the spatial ring again and put it on his finger. At the same time, with just a thought, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his ear shrunk rapidly. After it became the size of a speck of dust, it floated out and landed on his hand that was wearing the spatial ring. I've already taken it out, Duan Lingtian said. When Di Yong heard this, he immediately looked at Duan Lingtian's hand. However, he did not see anything. He could not help but frown.
When he saw a small black dot appear in Duan Lingtian's hand, and the small black dot ceaselessly grew larger and transformed into an exquisite little pagoda, his eyes instantly lit up like the dazzling stars in the night sky.
What a wonderful treasure! Di Yong exclaimed. All right, I've already removed the ownership claim on it. Soon after, Duan Lingtian handed the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his hand to Di Yong. As long as you merge your spiritual energy into the pearl at the top of it, it'll recognize you as its master. Then, you won't be rejected by its energy anymore. Is this how you made it recognize you as its master? Di Yong asked as his eyes flashed. He still remembered. Back then, whether it was him or Han Shu and I, they had no way of touching this pagoda. However, Duan Lingtian had taken the pagoda in the blink of an eye. At that time, he did not even think of using his spiritual energy. Yes. Now, you'll recognize it as your master before you take it. Duan Lingtian nodded. When Di Yong heard this, he split a portion of his spiritual energy and merged it into the pearl at the top of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The rest of his spiritual energy was still used to monitor Duan Lingtian. He was worried that Duan Lingtian would plot against him at this time. You're quite careful. Chapter 1356. Almost as soon as Di Yong took the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, an old snort exploded in his mind. He was so shocked that his body could not help but tremble. Who are you? Di Yong's expression changed drastically. I'm the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, the 3-legged golden crow. The ancient voice spoke. Pagoda spirit. Di Yong's eyes lit up when he heard that. He stared at the exquisite pagoda in his hand. So it's called the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. When the cold voice exploded in Di Yong's mind, Di Yong's spiritual energy that was monitoring Duan Lingtian had already relaxed a little. Now that the 3-legged golden crow had spoken, Di Yong's attention was completely attracted by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Even he did not realize that the spiritual energy he used to monitor Duan Lingtian had already been withdrawn. Now! Just as Di Yong looked at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his hand, an ancient voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to snap back to reality. Whoosh! In an instant, a stone tablet appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a stone tablet with a chipped corner. It was the Devil Seal tablet. As soon as the Devil Seal tablet was in his hand, killing intent shot out from Duan Lingtian's eyes. He lifted it up and smashed it down on Di Yong's head. A rolling force surged out of the Devil Seal tablet. Oh no! Di Yong, who heard the sound of wind whistling in his ears, completely snapped back to reality. His expression changed drastically as he realized that he had made a huge mistake. He had actually been disturbed by the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, causing him to withdraw the spiritual energy that was monitoring Duan Ling Tian. Di Yong did not even have time to turn around before he was enveloped by the Devil Seal Tablet's energy, let alone attack. Bang! Duan Ling Tian raised the demon sealing tombstone in his hand and slammed it down on Di Yong's head. The raging black energy entered Di Yong's body as if it was nothing. No! In an instant, Di Yong let out a shrill scream. Then, his body trembled and he fell to the ground like a dead dog. His soul had been suppressed by the Devil Seal tombstone, and his soul had been destroyed. Idiot! After glancing coldly at Di Yong's corpse, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and retrieved the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. At the same time he said to the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, "Hua Lao, thanks." If it weren't for Hua Lao's cooperation, he would have been killed by Di Yong even if he had managed to retrieve the demon sealing tombstone. This stone tablet is not bad. Hua Lao praised the demon sealing tombstone before he changed the topic and said, "Take his dragon orb. With his dragon orb, we can completely repair the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hua Lao's words. That's right. I almost forgot. The dragon orb in the five-clawed devil dragon's body can repair the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at Di Yong, who had transformed into his true form after his death. A five-clawed devil dragon that was over 100 meters long lay there quietly without making a sound. It's better to bring his true form in. Although he's only a five-clawed divine dragon, his entire body is a treasure to you right now. After a while, Hua Lao spoke again. Duan Ling Tian nodded and brought the five-clawed devil dragon into the first level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Then, he took the dragon orb from its body and handed it to Hua Lao. After Hua Lao received the dragon orb, he went to work. This is a real divine dragon. His entire body is a treasure. That's right. Dragon tendon. Duan Ling Tian, who was studying the five-clawed devil dragon from top to bottom, had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He quickly pulled out the dragon tendon from the five-clawed devil dragon's body. This is a real divine dragon's dragon tendon. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the dragon tendon that was completely black and emitting a black glow. The dragon tendon of a worm dragon can't be compared to the dragon tendon of a five-clawed divine dragon. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian took out his royal-grade spirit bow and removed the worm dragon's dragon tendon from it. He replaced it with the dragon tendon that he had just pulled out from the five-clawed devil dragon. With the dragon tendon of a five-clawed devil dragon, the bow's power will definitely be stronger. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he stretched out his hand to pull the new bowstring. The bowstring was stiff in his hand, and he only managed to pull it a little when he exerted all his strength without holding back. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell that Duan Ling Tian had pulled the bowstring in an arc, as expected of the dragon tendon of a five-clawed divine dragon. I can't believe I can only pull it a little even after exerting all my strength. Duan Ling Tian was not disappointed in this situation. Instead, he was a little excited. This was because this meant the bow in his hand was not as simple as a royal-grade spirit weapon. Crack! Just when Duan Ling Tian was feeling excited about obtaining the dragon tendon of a five-clawed devil dragon, he felt his hands that were holding the bow and bowstring tremble. A crisp sound resonated in the air. When he returned to his senses, he was shocked to discover that the bow had been broken. The bow had been broken. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. The dragon tendon of a five-clawed devil dragon had broken the bow? In fact, his bow was a royal-grade spirit weapon. A royal-grade spirit weapon on Cloud Continent was equivalent to a human-rank mediocre saint weapon in the Dao martial saint land. A human-rank mediocre saint weapon was broken by the dragon tendon of a five-clawed divine dragon? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had a deeper understanding of how terrifying the dragon tendon of a five-clawed divine dragon was. It seems like I'll need a more powerful bow to use this dragon tendon as a bowstring. A human-rank mediocre saint weapon won't do. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Ling Tian was staring at the dragon tendon of the five-clawed divine dragon in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He felt a tremor under his feet. It was the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was as though an earthquake had occurred. The second level has been opened. At the same time, Hua Lao's voice resonated and woke Duan Lingtian up. Duan Lingtian turned his head to look in the distance.
Hua Lao, who was originally standing at the end of the stairs, greeted him and went up to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
It's repaired? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw this. He quickly followed after him. The dragon pearl of a five-clawed divine dragon. It's really extraordinary. Duan Lingtian, who followed behind Hua Lao and successfully went up to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, sighed emotionally. What a rich heaven and earth spirit energy! As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the second level, he could feel the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much richer than the first level. The two levels were not on the same level at all. This is the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The cultivation environment is better than the first level. The flow of time is slower. If we stay here for 3 days, only 1 day will pass outside. Hua Lao said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Hua Lao, where's the Jasper Celestial Sword? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian recalled the Celestial Supreme Treasure that Hua Lao had told him about. It was the Celestial Supreme Treasure that was hidden on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian sized up his surroundings. He noticed the environment on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much better than the first level. Not only were there flowers and trees, but there was also a spacious courtyard. There was a pond in the courtyard. The ground around the pond was covered with grass. Since no one usually maintained it, the grass on the ground looked messy. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian was just about to repair the grass when he realized Hua Lao had already made a move. Hua Lao did not even see how he moved, but a fiery red light blade swept out. After the light blade swept out, it continued to expand and swept through the entire courtyard, slashing the messy grass in the courtyard. In just an instant, the atmosphere of the courtyard changed completely. At the same time, a standalone stone table appeared in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. The stone table was blocked by the grass earlier, so Duan Lingtian did not notice it. That sword. Is that the Jasper Celestial Sword? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw 2 items placed on the stone table.
One of the items was a sheathed sword that lay there quietly. The hilt and scabbard of the sheathed sword looked very ordinary.
It was just like an ordinary sword. However, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that this was definitely not an ordinary sword. It might even be the Jasper Celestial Sword, the Celestial Supreme Treasure in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's the Jasper Celestial Sword. As soon as he flew to the stone table, Hua Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It made Duan Lingtian feel excited. A smile appeared on his face as his eyes shone brightly. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian reached for the Jasper Celestial Sword. This is a celestial sword. With this, I'm afraid even a person at the mortal shedding stage won't be able to block my sword, right? However, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face quickly froze. This was because he realized he could not pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword at all. The Jasper Celestial Sword lay quietly on the stone table as though it had taken root and sprouted. It did not move at all.
Hua Lao, what's going on?
Duan Lingtian tried for a while more, but the Jasper Celestial Sword still did not move. He could only ask Hua Lao, who was next to him. Your strength is too weak, so it's normal that you can't pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. Hua Lao replied. Hua Lao, you mean? This Jasper Celestial Sword is very heavy? Duan Lingtian asked with his eyes wide open. Yes. Hua Lao nodded. With a raise of his hand, he reached for the Jasper Celestial Sword as well. This time, the Jasper Celestial Sword moved. However, it only moved a little before it was placed back down by Hua Lao. Beads of sweat could be seen on Hua Lao's forehead. I've never been so weak in my entire life. Hua Lao heaved a long sigh. He was a 3-legged golden crow, a primitive species in the land of Yan Huang. The moment he was born, he possessed the strength to move mountains and overturn seas. With a flap of his wings, the divine sun fire would burn everything in the world. However, today,
He could not even pick up a celestial sword. Such a heavy sword. If I want to use it, how long will I have to wait? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. There was a celestial supreme treasure in front of him, but he could not use it. Duan Lingtian was the only one who knew how he felt at this moment. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's gaze reluctantly left the Jasper Celestial Sword and landed on another item beside the Jasper Celestial Sword. The moment he saw the item, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. A bow. The item that appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes was a bow. It looked very shabby. It did not have a bowstring, and there were 10 notches on the body of the bow. It looked like a tattered piece of trash. However, Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart. Chapter 1357. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian reached for the bow. Since he had learned his lesson, he used all his strength this time. However, even if he used all his strength, it was still strenuous. Although he had picked up the bow, he was still far from being able to use it freely. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I break through to the mortal shedding stage before I can use this bow freely. Duan Lingtian looked at the bow in his hand and muttered to himself. He took a deep breath and put the bow down again. He looked at Hua Lao and asked, Hua Lao, what's this bow without a bowstring? Duan Lingtian did not notice that Hua Lao's eyes flashed when he picked up the bow. The sun-shooting bow. Hua Lao answered as calmly as he could in the face of Duan Lingtian's question. However, even if he tried to remain calm, one could still hear the ripples in his voice. What? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Hua Lao's words. Hua Lao, why you're not joking, right? It's the sun-shooting bow? Looking at the rusty bow with 10 notches on the stone table, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Naturally, he had heard of the sun-shooting bow before. In the ancient myths and legends from his previous life, Hou-Yi had used the sun-shooting bow to shoot the sun, which was also the 9 golden crows. Hou-Yi had relied on the sun-shooting bow to kill the 9 golden crows. Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian looked at Hua Lao with a complicated gaze. Hua Lao was the 3-legged golden crow that had escaped from Hou-Yi's arrow. His other 9 brothers had died under Hou-Yi's sun-shooting bow. It's all in the past. Hua Lao sighed. When he saw Duan Lingtian's expression, he knew Duan Lingtian had heard of the sun-shooting bow and knew who the original owner of the sun-shooting bow was. Hua Lao, why is the sun-shooting bow here? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked. Back then, I killed Hou-Yi and avenged my 9 brothers. His sun-shooting bow was in my hands. However, the good times didn't last long. Conqueror, that old monk, came looking for me and suppressed me in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. This sun-shooting bow naturally followed me into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hua Lao said. You killed Hou-Yi? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes wide, and his face was filled with disbelief. Legend had it that 9 out of 10 golden crows were killed by Hou-Yi, leaving only one that fled in a sorry state. And it was that golden crow that fled in a sorry state that killed Hou-Yi? Hou-Yi was born with divine strength. With the body of a mortal, he used the sun-shooting bow to kill 10 of my brothers. At that time, because of the distance, he had the advantage. I could only flee. Hua Lao seemed to see Duan Lingtian's disbelief. He said slowly, Later, I found an opportunity to get close to him and killed him with a sneak attack. Duan Lingtian came to a realization. He was using a bow and arrow now, so he naturally knew the advantages and disadvantages of the bow and arrow. If someone got close to him, the bow and arrow would be useless. To think that the legendary sun-shooting bow is actually like this. How disappointing. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he looked at the sun-shooting bow on the stone table. So the sun-shooting bow wasn't like this. Back then, after I killed Hou-Yi, I vented my anger on this sun-shooting bow. Hua Lao said, most of the sun-shooting bow's strength comes from the 10 heavenly jewels on the bow. At that time, I used the sun god fire to forcefully temper the sun-shooting bow for 81 days before I finally removed the 10 heavenly jewels on it. Then, I removed the bowstring on the sun-shooting bow and threw it and the 10 heavenly jewels away. That's how the sun-shooting bow became like this. Hua Lao finished speaking in one breath. In that case, This sun-shooting bow is no longer the sun-shooting bow with unparalleled might from back then? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Walao, why did you have to do this back then? It's fine if you killed Ho Yi to avenge your brother. This sun-shooting bow is a treasure. How could you do this to it? If you didn't destroy this sun-shooting bow back then, I would have had a handy weapon. The wry smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more pronounced as he spoke. In his opinion, Hua Lao was too much of a prodigal. Although this sun-shooting bow is no longer as powerful as it was in the past, it was still a top celestial supreme treasure in the past. Even my divine sun fire can't do anything to it. Hua Lao said, wasn't your bow broken by the little devil dragon's dragon tendon earlier? It's perfect to match the little devil dragon's dragon tendon. Its power might not be as powerful as a celestial supreme treasure, but on this planet, it's still a first-class divine weapon. Hua Lao raised his hand and grabbed the broken sun-shooting bow before he passed it to Duan Lingtian. That's true. It's perfect to match the five-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon. Duan Lingtian nodded and took the bow, but he still looked a little disappointed. It would have been better if it was a complete sun-shooting bow. What a pity. If it was a complete sun-shooting bow, it would have been heavier than the Jasper Immortal Sword. Only 5 of the 10 heavenly jewels embedded in it would have been as heavy as the Jasper Immortal Sword. Hua Lao added. A complete sun-shooting bow is heavier than the Jasper Immortal Sword? And twice as heavy? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard this. If that was the case, what kind of freak was Ho Yi? He had killed 9 three-legged golden crows with the sun-shooting bow with his mortal body. Was he really human? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Hua Lao and voiced his doubts. Ho Yi's mortal body doesn't mean he's just an ordinary person. It's just that he can't produce celestial origin energy in his body. He mainly cultivates his body. Even if he's bare-handed, ordinary celestials are no match for him. Hua Lao explained. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. He was wondering how an ordinary person could lift a complete sun-shooting bow that was twice as heavy as the Jasper Immortal Sword. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He asked, Hua Lao, the Jasper Immortal Sword and the sun-shooting bow are both celestial supreme treasures. Why isn't the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda heavy? The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda isn't heavy. It's only for its owner. If the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda didn't acknowledge you as its owner, you wouldn't be able to lift it either. Hua Lao said. But didn't the sea monster carry the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda around? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. As it turned out, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was in the hands of the sea monster in the depths of the ocean not far from Half Moon Island. According to the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, it was often carried around by the sea monster. That's because I didn't want to stay in the same place with the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, so I controlled its weight. Hua Lao explained, I'm the pagoda spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda after all. Although I can't affect its acknowledgement of its owner, I can still control its weight. I see. Duan Lingtian's doubts disappeared after listening to Hua Lao's explanation. If that's the case, this incomplete sun-shooting bow is the most suitable for me right now. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly as he looked at the rusty sun-shooting bow in his hand. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and hung the 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon on the sun-shooting bow. Just as Hua Lao had said, the body of the sun-shooting bow was indeed tough. No matter how hard he tried to pull the bowstring, the sun-shooting bow did not move at all. Hua Lao, what's the original bowstring of the sun-shooting bow made of? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this and could not help but ask. It's also a dragon tendon. Hua Lao replied. Dragon tendon? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. Isn't the sun-shooting bow a top celestial supreme treasure? Even the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon isn't qualified to be its bowstring, right? The dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon isn't even qualified to be the bowstring of an ordinary celestial bow, let alone be the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow. The bowstring of the sun-shooting bow is the dragon tendon of a 9-clawed winged dragon. Hua Lao explained. 9-clawed winged dragon? Duan Lingtian could not help but be puzzled when he heard this. What's that? A divine dragon too? The nine-clawed winged dragon is also known as the nine-clawed divine dragon. Hualao explained patiently. Nine-clawed divine dragon. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. There's actually a nine-clawed divine dragon in this world? I thought the five-clawed divine dragon was the top existence among dragons. I didn't expect there to be a nine-clawed divine dragon as well. The five-clawed divine dragon is only considered to be the top on planets like planet Yan Huang and this planet. Hualao said, when you have the strength to leave this planet in the future, you'll realize that there are not only nine-clawed divine dragons in this world, but there are also six-clawed divine dragons, seven-clawed divine dragons, and eight-clawed divine dragons as well. Duan Lingtian nodded. His biggest goal now was to return to Earth. If he wanted to return to Earth, he would have to leave the planet he was currently on. Therefore, his goal was to leave this planet as well. With my current strength, I'm still far from being able to wield the sun-shooting bow freely. I should be able to do it when I break through to the mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the sun-shooting bow in his hand. At this moment, he was even more eager to break through to the mortal shedding stage. I wonder when I'll be able to integrate my profundity into my body to help me open up saint veins. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation about how many saint veins he would be able to open up after he broke through to the mortal shedding stage. With the help of the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity and 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity, he was confident the number of saint veins he would open in his body would not be any less than Xuanai. However, I can't cultivate for the time being. Xuanai must still be looking for me. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he bade farewell to Hualao and left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. With a lift of his hand, Duan Lingtian held the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda that was the size of a speck of dust in his hand. It's a pity that the space inside the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda is unstable before the 4th level is repaired. Otherwise, I can hide inside even if I encounter a powerful enemy. Chapter 1358. That's not right. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. He could not help but ask the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Hualao, didn't you say that the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda is a top immortal supreme treasure and has a terrifying weight? If I hide inside and it shrinks to hide, it shouldn't be flipped over, right? That way, I won't be blasted out. Duan Lingtian thought of this in a flash. Before the 4th level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda is repaired, even if a gust of wind blows, the space inside will be unstable. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Hualao explained, apart from me, anything with life will be blasted out at that time. You, the master, are no exception. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's thoughts that had just become active quieted down again. He knew that he was overthinking things. I don't know where this place is. Xuanai must still be looking for me. Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and left the small island beneath his feet. He stood in the air and kept looking at his surroundings. All he could see was the boundless sea. He could not find his direction at all. At this time, it would be great if I had a compass like I did on Earth in my previous life. No, even if the sun here is the same as the sun on Earth in my previous life, I would still be able to identify the direction. The problem is, there's not only one sun here. In this season, there are 2 other suns rising from different directions. Duan Lingtian sighed and asked Hualao. Hualao could not help him either. At this time, he could only search around on his own. I'll go in this direction. After choosing a direction, Duan Lingtian quickly flew out. However, after traveling at full speed for a month, he still did not see any land. He did not even see a slightly larger island. Moreover, along the way, he had encountered many ferocious wild beasts. There were a few times when he almost lost his life. At this moment, Duan Lingtian flew above the sea. He did not dare to get too close to the sea for fear of being killed. This feeling made Duan Lingtian feel very aggrieved. With my strength, I can be considered as the best on Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. However, it's only ordinary here. If I'm not mistaken, this place should be close to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and guessed to himself. Moreover, The gravity here is obviously much stronger than Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. According to Xuanai, the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Saint Islands can't be compared to the continent and the Saint Islands. Just like how I can only fly. If I'm here on Cloud Continent and the Saint Island, I can't. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and continued to fly forward. There's an island in front. After another half a month, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw an island. It was a small island that was isolated in the vast sea. After observing his surroundings for a while and making sure it was safe, Duan Ling Tian stepped on the air and landed on the small island. The small island was barren. There was no sign of life at all. I should cultivate here until I reach the mortal shedding stage before I leave. Otherwise, with my current strength, I might die in the vast sea. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his heart jolted. If he really died in the vast sea without even making it to the Dao Martial Saint Land, it would be the biggest joke in the world. Duan Ling Tian found a secluded place and dug a cave for himself. He cultivated inside. The cave was very calm. There was no wind or rain, but it was slightly dark. Soon after, the cave was illuminated by the luminous pearl Duan Ling Tian took out. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The tiny 7 treasures exquisite pagoda landed in the corner of the cave. Young master should already know that we're not going to give birth so soon. Otherwise, he'd definitely be back. The pretty girl who looked like a pretty girl also caressed her abdomen and said with a smile, "That should be the case. I wish he didn't know about this. If that's the case, I'd be able to see him sooner. It's been a year since he left. I really miss him." The lady who exuded an enchanting charm was one of Duan Lingtian's fiancées, Li Fei. The other woman's identity was obvious as well. She was none other than Kua. Sister Kerr, Sister Fei, A pleasant voice that sounded like an oriole's resonated. In just a blink of an eye, a white figure appeared in front of the two ladies. It was a little girl dressed in white who looked like she was carved out of jade. "Little White, why didn't you play with Little Gold and Little Black?" Li Fei asked with a smile when she saw the little girl. "They're not fun at all. I still like to chat with my 2 sisters and my 2 little nephews." The little girl in white was Little White, the little white python in the past. "Little White, you've always been like this. When your 2 little nephews are born in the future, I'm afraid they won't be willing to call you Aunt when they grow up." Kerr looked at Little White from head to toe and teased her. "It's all right. When I break through to the mortal shedding stage, I'll be able to transform for the 2nd time. At that time, I'll transform into a beauty like Sister Kerr and Sister Fei. Little White said nonchalantly. "Speaking of the mortal shedding stage, is it really that difficult?" Li Fei asked. "It's very difficult." Little White nodded. "Even in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the mortal shedding stage is a hurdle. If I want to break through, it'll take me 1 or 2 years at the fastest. However, I'm not in a hurry. If it's possible, I'd rather wait another 8 to 10 years before I break through. That way, my foundation will be more stable. Once I break through to the mortal shedding stage, I'll be able to open up more saint veins," Little White said. Little White said. "We're still a long way from that step," Li Fei sighed. "Little White, when do you think our child with young master will be born?" Kerr asked. "Sister Kerr, you and Sister Fei only got pregnant after you broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. At that time, brother was already at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage." Little White pondered for a while and said, "If we don't consider the premature birth, the child will only be born after 3 to 5 years. I just hope the scoundrel can make it back in time," Li Fei said softly. A hint of longing appeared on her beautiful and enchanting face. "Young master will definitely make it back in time," Kerr said with certainty. She believed Duan Ling Tian would make it back to accompany her and welcome the arrival of a new life before her child was born. Touching her belly that was beginning to swell, Kerr's face was filled with a blissful smile. North of Half Moon Island, in the vast ocean, 3 silhouettes came from 3 different directions and quickly gathered together. "Still can't find it?" The girl in yellow was travel-worn. Her childish face was almost gone, and she looked pale. "Miss, it's been a year. If we could find it, we would have found it long ago. One of the other two tall middle-aged men sighed. That's right, Mississippi. The other middle-aged man nodded. He looked at the girl in yellow carefully. Brother Ling Tian must still be alive. He must still be alive. The yellow-clad girl was none other than Han Xuanai. Chapter 1359. Miss, if he's still alive. He might have returned to Half Moon Island to wait for you. One of the middle-aged men said. I'll return to Half Moon Island to take a look. Han Xuanai's eyes flashed. She turned around and shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Half Moon Island. However, Han Xuanai found out when she arrived at Half Moon Island. Duan Lingtian had not returned for more than a year. Standing above Half Moon Island, Han Xuanai's face was filled with self-blame. It's all because of me. If I hadn't been stubborn and didn't bring Jiao and Shi with me, Brother Lingtian wouldn't be in trouble. Han Xuanai only snapped back to reality after taking a deep breath. It's better if I don't show myself for now. I don't want Sister Kerr, Sister Fei and Xiao Bai to worry. In the end, Han Xuanai did not show herself. Jiao Usher. Let's go home. Han Xuanai turned around and looked at the two tall middle-aged men who followed her like shadows. She said in a deep voice, I'm going to look for father. I'll find Brother Ling Tian no matter if he's dead or alive. She wanted to see him if he was alive or dead. Moreover, I have a strong instinct. Brother Ling Tian shouldn't be dead. Han Xuanai sighed in relief as she thought about it. A moment later, Han Xuanai headed north while being escorted by Jiao and Shi. She was so fast that she created waves on the surface of the sea. It had only been a year outside, but 3 years had passed on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After 3 years, Duan Lingtian's 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity was 99% compatible with the origin energy in his body. According to Xuanai, I'll be able to open up the hidden saint vein in my body and break through to the early mortal shedding stage in one go after the fused profundity and origin energy are completely compatible. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat and he cultivated even harder. The immortal realm was close at hand. Currently, there was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to break through to the mortal shedding stage. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, in the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, a strong wind wreaked havoc, emitting a deafening sound. Immediately after, a series of dragon roars rang out. Even the 3-legged golden crow, Hualao, who was on the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, noticed the commotion on the second level and immediately ascended to the second level. After ascending to the second level, Hualao discovered that the wooden house he had built was already in pieces. Within the wooden house, the purple figure sat cross-legged in midair. Waves of terrifying aura were emitted from his body. Of course, this wasn't enough to attract attention. The most eye-catching thing was the illusory image of 9 divine dragons above the purple figure's head. All of them are 9-clawed divine dragons? Seeing the phantom of the 9 divine dragons, Hualao's heart skipped a beat. What happened to him? How did he resonate with the 9 divine dragons? Moreover, all of them are 9-clawed divine dragons. Even though Hualao had lived for a long time, this was his first time witnessing such a scene. In fact, he had never heard of it before. However, although he had never seen or heard of it before, he could tell that this was an extraordinary heaven and earth phenomenon. For such a heaven and earth phenomenon to appear on a person, this person was definitely not someone ordinary. Soon after, Hualao discovered that after the phantom of the 9 divine dragons let out a few dragon roars, they transformed into 9 rays of light that shot into Duan Lingtian's body and disappeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. A rolling wave of air, with him as the center, wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Ha 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 ha. I've broken through. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian, who opened his eyes, laughed heartily. 15 saint veins. It's actually 15 saint veins. Compared to Xuanai, I have 5 more. The moment Duan Lingtian broke through to the mortal shedding stage, he discovered that he had opened 15 saint veins. Wait a minute. Suddenly,
Duan Lingtian realized a problem. Aren't there only 81 saint veins? I'm only at the early mortal shedding stage now, but I've already opened 15 saint veins. Logically speaking, I should have opened at least 16 saint veins when I was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. At the mastery mortal shedding stage, at least 17 saint veins. At the perfection mortal shedding stage, at least 18 saint veins. And at the paramount mortal shedding stage, at least 19 saint veins. If I had all of them up, I think it's 85 saint veins? 85 saint veins? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. Did they not say that there were only 81 hidden saint veins in a person's body? Even in the long history of the Dao martial saint land, there were only 3 people who had opened 81 saint veins. These 3 people had all become powerhouses who stood at the peak of the Dao martial saint land and looked down on the world. Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao curiously. Saint veins? It seemed like it was Hua Lao's first time hearing about saint veins. The saint veins you mentioned are called earth veins in the Yan Huang planet. There are more than 81 hidden saint veins in any living being's body. However, it's indeed considered a top talent to be able to open 81 saint veins. Such a person would have great achievements. Hua Lao continued to say, actually, there are a total of 99 hidden saint veins in a person's body. The other 18 are hidden very well. It's impossible to open them unless one is blessed by nature. 99? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted when he heard Hua Lao's words. There were as many as 99 hidden saint veins in a person's body? The other 18 saint veins are mainly connected to the eyes, nose, and ears. Once all of them are opened, whether it's vision, smell, or hearing, it'll reach an extremely terrifying level. Those with strong vision can cultivate clairvoyance, and those with strong hearing can cultivate clairvoyance. Hua Lao explained. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, I've never heard of anyone opening 99 saint veins. Even that old monk, Tathagata, is rumored to have only opened 95 saint veins. The horse protector should be the one who opened the most saint veins after him. He opened 93 saint veins. Hua Lao said. The Gautama Buddha had opened up 95 holy meridians? Sun Wukong opened 93 saint veins? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that saint veins was just a name on this planet. It was not called saint veins on other planets and places. Hua Lao, what's the Jade Emperor Heaven you just mentioned? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he recovered from his shock. Knowing this now will only add to your worries. You'll naturally know when you have the ability to leave this planet. Hua Lao said evasively. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, he had a few guesses in his heart. The Jade Emperor Heaven that Hua Lao mentioned must be related to the Jade Emperor in the ancient myths and legends in his previous life. Whether it was Hua Lao, Gautama Buddha, or even Sun Wukong, they should all be in the Jade Emperor Heaven. You're really talented to be able to open 15 saint veins now. With your talent, you'll be able to open at least 85 saint veins in the future. Even in the entire Jade Emperor Heaven, there won't be more than 10 people with your talent. Hua Lao sighed emotionally. Hua Lao, how many saint veins did you open in the past? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. 87. Hua Lao said. 87? When Duan Lingtian heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. The smugness that had just risen in his heart vanished in an instant. So what if he could open 85 saint veins? Hua Lao, the 3-legged golden crow standing in front of him, had only opened 89 saint veins. However, in the end, he was still imprisoned in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and became a pagoda spirit. Duan Lingtian seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water. He was completely sober now. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Hua Lao in confusion and asked, Hua Lao, Yan Huang planet can produce so many talented powerhouses. Why did this planet only produce 3 people who opened 81 saint veins in such a long time? Yan Huang planet is the secular planet closest to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Many of the legends that people like you have heard of in the future may not be true. Although the horse protector and I were born on Yan Huang planet, we are not natives of Yan Huang planet. I'm a 3-legged golden crow, transformed from the divine sun fire that fell from the Jade Emperor Heaven to Yan Huang planet.
The horse protector was transformed from the five-colored stone of the ancient goddess Nuwa. The five-colored stone was originally an object of the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the future, you'll know that many of the legendary figures you know are not natives of Yanhuang planet.
Hualao said. What about Li Jing?
Duan Lingtian asked again. Li Jing is a native of Yanhuang planet. It's because of this that he was recognized by the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The earliest owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the old monk Dipankara, was also from Yanhuang planet. The old monk Dipankara can be considered the most outstanding person from Yanhuang planet.
Hualao said slowly. How many Saint Meridians did he open?
Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up.
85.
Hualao said.
Only 85?
Duan Lingtian was stunned. Even he could open at least 85 Saint Meridians in the future.
Only?
Hualao shook his head. As a native of a secular planet, the old monk Dipankara can open 85 Saint Meridians, which is amazing. At least, before Li Jing was killed, I have never heard of a second native of Yanhuang planet who opened more than 82 Saint Meridians. Even Li Jing only opened 80 Saint Meridians. His son Neza is stronger than him and opened 81 Saint Meridians.
Hualao continued.
Moreover, the number of Saint Meridians only affects the speed of power leaving the body to a certain extent, as well as the explosive power produced in an instant.
You can't judge a person's strength by the number of Saint Meridians. Chapter 1360.
Hualao was the best example. Although Hualao had opened 87 Saint Veins, he was still no match for Burning Lamp who had opened 85 Saint Veins. His talent might be better than Burning Lamp, but his overall strength was much weaker. Otherwise, he would not have been imprisoned in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and become the pagoda spirit. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Hualao's words. He had heard about this from Xuanai before. Apart from Saint Veins, there were many other factors that could affect one's strength. So, most of the characters in the ancient myths and legends from my previous life are not natives of Earth. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized this. He could only believe half of the ancient myths and legends from his previous life. The other half was made up by later generations. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice that Hualao's gaze was very different from before. There was one thing that Hualao did not tell Duan Lingtian. Even Burning Lamp Buddha, who had opened 85 Saint Veins back then, had only opened 13 Saint Veins when he first opened his Saint Veins. He was not as good as Duan Lingtian now. He did not say this because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would become complacent because of this. Soon, Hualao returned to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian also closed his eyes again. However, he did not cultivate. Instead, he began to look at the 15 Saint Veins in his body. 15 Saint Veins were huge compared to the other meridians. The 15 Saint Veins hovered in Duan Lingtian's body like 15 divine dragons. As for the other meridians, they were like inconspicuous little snakes. My dantian is gone. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized that the dantian in his lower abdomen had disappeared and was replaced by numerous crisscrossing Saint Veins. All 15 Saint Veins were directed at the space between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows. In between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows, there was a sea of qi, which could only be seen when one used their spiritual power to touch it. Right now, his sea of qi was only the size of a pigeon egg. There was only a sliver of zhenqi inside, and it was not abundant. This strand of true qi was the transformation of Duan Lingtian's original origin energy. Even though it didn't look like much, in terms of power, it wasn't something that Duan Lingtian's original origin energy could compare to. True qi was a completely different level of power. The circulation route of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique has indeed been passively changed. This shouldn't be considered the divine dragon transformation, right? Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered something. Just as Xuanai had said, his cultivation method had changed. Xuanai had told him before. Once a martial cultivator or Dao cultivator had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, their cultivation method would more or less change. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to circulate his cultivation method. At once, the heaven and earth spirit energy on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda surged into his body continuously. It flowed through his 15 saint veins and circulated according to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques cultivation method. After circulating one qi cycle, the heaven and earth spirit energy transformed into true qi and merged with his sea of qi. The true qi in his sea of qi had grown a little stronger, but it was almost negligible. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry. He continued to cultivate and continuously absorbed the true qi on the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He merged it with his body and refined it into true qi for his own use. According to Xuan I, I'll only be able to break through to the next level when the true qi in my sea of qi is full. Because of Han Xuan I, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the mortal shedding stage. After experiencing the power of the true qi, Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. Although the wall was not damaged at all, Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all. What a joke! This was the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, a top-tier celestial supreme treasure. It would be strange if he could leave a mark on it with just one punch. The origin energy in my body is gone. I can't sense the profundity as well. Now, I only have true qi left. However, I still have my spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian was gradually getting used to his current situation. Now, I should be able to use the sun-shooting bow freely. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. With a raise of his hand, a bow appeared in his hand. It was a tattered bow. Only the bowstring could be seen on the bow. There were 10 notches on the bow that were extremely ugly. The bowstring was completely black. It was shimmering with a black halo that emitted a terrifying aura. It was the 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon. After I've broken through to the mortal shedding stage, my body seems to have become a lot stronger. When Duan Lingtian held the sun-shooting bow in his hand, he did not feel any pressure at all even before he circulated his true energy. In fact, before he made a breakthrough, he could feel immense pressure when he held the sun-shooting bow with just his brute strength, origin energy, and profundity. However, now, he could use the sun-shooting bow freely without using his true qi and with just his physical strength. In other words, his physical strength was more powerful than all the strength he had before he had broken through. Ha! Duan Lingtian shouted as he was seized by a sudden impulse. The muscles on his body bulged as he threw a punch that tore through the sky. An invisible energy swept out instantly and swept across the sky, creating a series of deafening explosions. In the end, the invisible energy landed on the wall and set off a vast shockwave. It's so powerful? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He realized his physical strength was not much weaker than the power of his true qi. If I add my true qi to it, when Duan Lingtian thought of this, the true qi in his qi sea surged out through the 15 saint veins again. Accompanied by his physical strength, he threw another punch without holding back. This time, Duan Lingtian only heard a whistling sound in his ears, followed by an explosion. His true qi surged out with his physical strength at a speed so fast that it was difficult for him to catch it with his naked eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, a powerful gust of wind rebounded from the wall, causing Duan Lingtian's robe to flutter. It's too powerful. With my current strength, I might even be able to fight a martial or Dao cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After experiencing the new energy in his body, Duan Lingtian was a little excited. At this moment, he could not wait to find 7 or 8 martial or Dao cultivators at the early or intermediate mortal shedding stage to fight. After breaking through, I finally have some strength to protect myself. I can't stay here forever. It's time to leave. With this thought, Duan Lingtian left the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and returned to the cave. Walao, how long have I been cultivating? Duan Lingtian asked as he put the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away. 3 years. Walao replied. What? 3 years? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as shock filled his face. 3 years have passed. I don't even know if my 2 children have been born yet. No, I have to go back. I have to go back to Half Moon Island. He did not want to break his promise. Since he had said he would go back when the 2 girls were about to give birth, he had to go back. Nobody could stop him. 3 years have passed on the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's only been a year outside. Chapter 1361. As he moved forward, Duan Lingtian could feel the gravity was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head abruptly and looked to his right. He saw a small black dot outside the vast ocean. It's so far away. I can still see it. It's either a large island or a piece of land. Duan Lingtian was a little excited when he saw the small black dot. Whether it was a large island or a piece of land, there could be people. The thought of meeting someone and asking where he was made Duan Lingtian fly toward the small black in the distance without any hesitation. His speed was getting faster and faster. It's a large island. After he got closer, Duan Lingtian finally saw clearly that it was a large island. There must be people on such a large island. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. Boom! A loud sound came and interrupted Duan Lingtian's excitement. Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately. This was because he saw a gigantic creature breaking out of the ocean in front of him. It rose into the air and blocked his way as it stirred up raging waves. It was a wild beast that was completely black with scales all over its body. Its pair of oily green eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian as black saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth. The wild beast looked a little like a pangolin. However, it was much bigger than a pangolin. It stood there like a small hill. I was just looking for someone to practice with. You've saved me a lot of effort by delivering yourself to me. Duan Lingtian's expression quickly calmed down and he squinted his eyes. He could see it. The speed that the pangolin displayed earlier proved its strength to a certain extent. Its speed was on par with his speed when he did not use his true energy. It's a wild beast on the early mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian could see it. He had learned a little about wild beasts from Han Xuanai previously. Therefore, he was not surprised when he encountered wild beasts along the way. Yua! The savage beast stared at Duan Lingtian for a while. Then, its green eyes flashed. It turned the corner and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. Good timing. Facing a savage beast, Duan Lingtian showed no fear. Taking a step forward, he faced it head-on. However, Xianxia was only using his Xianxia to maintain his flight. He didn't intend to use his Xianxia to deal with the savage beast. Facing the savage beast, the muscles all over his body bulged, and an explosive force gushed into his fists. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the savage beast was right in front of him. Duan Lingtian threw a punch at its head. Following a loud bang, he borrowed the force of the impact to retreat. On the other hand, the savage beast was sent flying for more than 10 meters before it came to a stop. What a strong defense. Could it be that Xuanai said that the defense of a savage beast is comparable to half of the dragons? Duan Lingtian sighed. But it's a pity that you met me. My body has been tempered by the energy of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It's even stronger than the body of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Facing the savage beast that was pouncing toward him again, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He shot out like a cannonball. Whoosh! The cannonball shot out and met the savage beast head-on. Bang! 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 Facing the continuous waves of Xianxia coming out of the savage beast's mouth, Duan Lingtian threw punch after punch, shattering all of the waves of Xianxia. Every time he shattered the waves of Xianxia, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Yua! The savage beast let out a strange cry. Compared to before, there were some changes in its voice. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly uneasy when he heard its strange cry. Soon after, Duan Lingtian found out why he felt uneasy. It was because the savage beast was calling for its companions. The surrounding sea began to churn as raging waves rose continuously. Each time it rose, it was accompanied by a gigantic black shadow that shot out and arrived in the sky in just a blink of an eye. Boom! 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 Along with the loud noise that came from the sea, hundreds of identical savage beasts appeared around Duan Lingtian. These savage beasts looked exactly like the pangolin savage beast. After looking around, Duan Lingtian saw hundreds of pairs of ghostly green eyes. All of them are early mortal shedding stage savage beasts. Good heavens! You can't defeat me, so you called for so many helpers? Duan Lingtian looked at the savage beast that he had suppressed earlier and scolded jokingly. However, the savage beast without intelligence obviously did not understand Duan Lingtian's words. It nodded at the hundreds of savage beasts, causing them to nod in unison. Duan Lingtian was not afraid of 8 to 10 of such savage beasts. However, Duan Lingtian had to be cautious when facing hundreds of them. For this reason, he immediately took out his sun's shooting bow and the arrows that he carried with him. The hundreds of savage beasts surrounded Duan Lingtian like dumplings. Nobody knew when, but 3 figures appeared above Duan Lingtian and the group of savage beasts. They were a middle-aged man, a young man, and a young woman. It's rare to see such a scene. The middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar and had a silk headband on his head and a feather fan in his hand looked down and smiled. That's right. Usually, those who have the ability to make the pangolin beasts seek help from their tribe usually have the ability to kill the pangolin beasts in a short time. However, he actually attracted the pangolin beasts' tribe. The young woman nodded in agreement. He's seeking death. The young man snorted and said, I don't think so. The middle-aged scholar shook his head and looked at the purple figure who was surrounded by hundreds of pangolin beasts with interest. This young man doesn't seem old. 35 years old. At this moment, the young man next to him stared at the purple figure with a strange gleam in his eyes as he continued to speak. Ye man, don't you know it's impolite to check someone's age like this? The young woman frowned. The young man smiled nonchalantly. When he looked at the purple figure, there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. It was a look of condescension. Who's that? Duan Lingtian was initially on guard against the hundreds of savage beasts in the surroundings when he suddenly felt a wave of spiritual energy sweeping toward him. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded his entire body before it retreated. He immediately lifted his head and looked up into the sky. His gaze immediately locked onto one of the 3 people in the sky. It was the young man who was looking at him with contempt. He's the one who used his spiritual energy to spy on me? Duan Lingtian's face darkened. He did not expect to meet such a rude person when he first met him overseas. Wah! Wah! At this moment, the green eyes of the hundreds of wild beasts surrounding Duan Lingtian flashed as they made their move one after another. They charged toward Duan Lingtian like a swarm of locusts. Senior Lin, should we help him? The young woman looked at the middle-aged scholar and asked. Why should we care about him? Let him fend for himself. Before the middle-aged scholar could speak, the young man said nonchalantly. The way the purple-clad young man looked at him made him very unhappy. If the middle-aged scholar was not present, he would have cooperated with the savage beasts to kill the purple-clad young man. Now that the young woman wanted to save the purple-clad young man, he was naturally unhappy. There's no hurry. Let's wait and see. The middle-aged scholar said nonchalantly. At the same time, he looked at the young man calmly, causing the young man's expression to change slightly. He lowered his head in fear. Good timing. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian shouted as he faced the hundreds of savage beasts that were charging toward him. He leaped into the air and shot up into the sky like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. In just a blink of an eye, he had already reached the sky and occupied the highest point. Naturally, the hundreds of savage beasts followed closely behind him. Whoosh! In the face of the hundreds of savage beasts, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand and placed an arrow on the sun-shooting bow. Although his strength had increased tremendously, he could only pull the bowstring slightly. He could only see that the bowstring was pulled back in a shallow arc. He can't even pull the bowstring properly. How dare he fight with hundreds of pangolin beasts? He's really overestimating himself. The young man Yi Man said disdainfully in the sky. This bow. The young woman frowned slightly in confusion. However, the middle-aged scholar's eyes lit up when he saw the sun-shooting bow in Duan Lingtian's hand. Clang! As the sound of a muffled thunder reverberated in the air, the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand flew out and shot up into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the arrow fell and transformed into arrow rays that filled the sky. It was like a meteor shower as it rained down and enveloped the hundreds of savage beasts in just a blink of an eye. Aerolite shower. The arrow that Duan Lingtian cast was the aerolite shower from the colossal aerolite arrow. Compared to the aerolite strike, the aerolite shower was much weaker.
It was still at the first stage of the Saint-grade martial tactic, the elementary glimpse stage. However, in such a situation, the aerolite shower was much more effective than the aerolite strike. Moreover, apart from unleashing all of his physical strength, Duan Lingtian's true energy in his sea of qi was released without reservation. This was his first time unleashing his full strength in a battle since he had broken through to the early mortal shedding stage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword rays that filled the sky rained down like a meteor shower. The savage beasts were also enveloped by the meteor shower. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with a series of soft sounds, more than half of the hundreds of savage beasts' scales were penetrated and died immediately. One arrow killed almost 100 savage beasts. Although there was still a small half of them left, Duan Lingtian was already very satisfied with the situation. A smile appeared on his face. How powerful! In the sky, the young woman's autumn eyes flashed in shock. The way she looked at Duan Lingtian was completely different now. That's right. The middle-aged scholar nodded and smiled. When Yi Man saw how Duan Lingtian was in the limelight, his expression turned grave as though his parents had died. After almost 100 savage beasts were killed, they fell into the ocean and set off waves again. Soon after, the entire ocean was dyed red with blood. Chapter 1362. Ha! My arrow! Duan Lingtian frowned. He realized he could not retrieve the arrow that he had shot out. The inscription formation seemed to have lost its effect. Could it be because of the gravity here? Duan Lingtian could only think of this possibility at this moment. Previously, he had heard from Xuan'ai that due to the extraordinary gravity and magnetic field in the Dao Martial Saint Land, many inscription formations on Cloud Continent would lose their effect. If I'd known earlier, I would have chased after them and retrieved the arrow. The speed of the arrow shot out by the aerolite shower is far slower than my body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian felt a little regretful. It's your turn now. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly shifted to the remaining 30 over wild beasts. A devilish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After Duan Lingtian cast the aerolite shower again, the remaining 30 fishes that escaped the net were all killed. Not a single one of them survived. Body and arrow synchronization. As the arrow rain whistled down, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and shot out another arrow. This arrow was condensed from his true qi. After the arrow was shot out, he stepped on it and chased after it. When he was close to the surface of the sea, he successfully caught the arrow that he had shot out and put it away. Dong, 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 dong. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave after retrieving the arrow, a series of strange noises resonated from the sea beneath his feet. In the next instant, the sea that had just calmed down began to stir again. Let's go! It's the pangolin's blood that attracted the other wild beasts. Right at this moment, a pleasing voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears and reminded him of something. Duan Lingtian raised his head instinctively and saw the young lady among the 3 people in the sky was reminding him. Without any hesitation, he stomped his feet and rose into the air. However, he was still too late. Boom, 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 boom. A series of loud noises reverberated in the air as the surface of the sea was torn apart. Terrifying waves surged as gigantic figures appeared around Duan Lingtian one after another. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He looked around and realized that he was surrounded by all kinds of savage beasts. The first 3 savage beasts that appeared gave him a sense of helplessness. This was because the 3 wild beasts were ridiculously fast. Their speed was almost twice his speed. They were at least on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Shit! We've kicked an iron plate. Duan Lingtian's expression was ugly. With the sun shooting bow, he was confident he could kill a fierce beast at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, the difference between a fierce beast at the mastery mortal shedding stage was too great. Even the sun shooting bow would not be able to bridge such a large gap. However, Duan Lingtian was not a person who would sit still and wait for death. In the face of the 3 savage beasts at the mastery mortal shedding stage that charged at him,
He stared at one of them coldly. At the same time, the true energy in his chi swept out through the 15 saint veins and arrived in his hand in just a blink of an eye.
With a lift of his hand, Duan Lingtian unleashed all of his physical strength. Along with the true energy, he pulled the sun shooting bow a little and released the arrow. Aerolite strike. At once, the arrow shot out and disappeared in the air.
When it reappeared, it had already pierced one of the eyes of the savage beast that Duan Lingtian was staring at, blinding it.
Roar! The savage beast that was blinded by Duan Lingtian's arrow roared furiously. Its speed increased and soon, it arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. *T. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. His arrow was stuck in the savage beast's eye. There was no way he could retrieve it. At this moment, he could only consolidate his true energy into an arrow and cast the body and arrow synchronization in an attempt to dodge the savage beast's frontal attack. However, he had underestimated the savage beast. Roar! Almost at the instant when Duan Lingtian stepped on the arrow and flew out, a deafening roar exploded in his ears. Accompanying the roar was a black shadow that blotted out the sky. Sound of death. When Duan Lingtian discovered that he was being closed in on, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately cast the only close-range offensive technique in the colossal aerolite arrow, the sound of death. The bowstring of the sun shooting bow and the dragon tendon of the 5-clawed devil dragon trembled as true energy light blades swept out toward the savage beast. However, when the true energy light blades landed on the savage beast's body, it only left a shallow mark. Moreover, it made the savage beast even more furious. It looked as though it would not stop until it had killed Duan Lingtian. Don't tell me that I, Duan Lingtian, am going to die here without even going to the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian's expression was grave. Enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At this moment, Hua Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Hua Lao, who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, was also observing Duan Lingtian's situation outside due to the violent turbulence in the space inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When he saw that Duan Lingtian was about to be killed, he quickly reminded him. Enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Before the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, the space inside is unstable and will blast me out, right? Duan Lingtian was stunned by Hua Lao's words. However, he did not think too much about it. With just a thought, he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The moment he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he felt a force shrouding his body and pushing him out. Boom! As soon as Duan Lingtian came out, he was sent flying by the savage beast with a slap. He was severely injured. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian managed to hide in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by now. Although he only managed to hide for a moment in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he managed to avoid the savage beast's sure kill attack. The force that landed on his body was the remnant force of the savage beast's attack. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda can be used like this? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he caught the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that almost fell into the sea in his hand. At that moment, he thought he was definitely going to die. Roar! The savage beast that was blinded by Duan Lingtian became even more furious when it saw that Duan Lingtian was still alive. It charged toward Duan Lingtian again. The other 2 savage beasts at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage followed suit. This situation. Even if I hide in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and avoid the sure kill attack from one of the savage beasts, I'm afraid I'll be killed by the other savage beast when I'm blasted out. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He had completely given up on the thought of entering the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He might be able to avoid the first attack, but he would not be able to avoid it forever. Whoosh! Just when Duan Lingtian thought he was going to die and had a bitter expression on his face, a gust of wind blew past and a person appeared next to him. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the person who appeared in front of him. He recognized the person. It was one of the 3 people who were watching him from the sky. It was the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar and had a silk headband on his head and a feather fan in his hand. Scram! After the middle-aged scholar appeared, he spat out a word that was neither fast nor slow. The moment the middle-aged scholar's words left his mouth, the feather fan in his hand flew out of his hand and disappeared into the air. At the very least, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, His folding fan had disappeared. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see that the 3 savage beasts at the mastery mortal shedding stage that were closest to him were slashed into 2. Their upper and lower bodies were separated as they fell one after another with their eyes wide open. As soon as the 3 savage beasts at the mastery mortal shedding stage died, the remaining savage beasts stopped moving one after another. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the middle-aged scholar. Although savage beasts did not have the intelligence of humans, they were still creatures that followed the law of the jungle after all. They hesitated when they saw the savage beasts that were more powerful than them being killed. As soon as the feather fan returned to the middle-aged scholar's hand, the surrounding savage beasts scattered and fell into the sea one after another, disappearing without a trace. "Thank you, senior." Duan Lingtian, who was lucky enough to escape with his life, took a deep breath before he regained his senses. He quickly thanked the middle-aged scholar. At the same time, he was shocked by the man's strength. The middle-aged scholar looked at Duan Lingtian quietly without saying a word. The scene earlier could not help but appear in his mind. In fact, he had already planned to make a move when the purple-clad young man was almost killed by the mastery mortal shedding stage savage beast. However, he did not expect that the purple-clad young man would vanish into thin air when he was about to make a move. Initially, he thought the purple-clad young man had concealed his strength and displayed a speed that even he could not see through. However, he did not expect the purple-clad young man to appear again in the next moment. Although he had dodged the mastery mortal shedding stage savage beast's killing blow, he was injured by the aftershock. At that time, he realized that the purple-clad young man had concealed his strength. The purple-robed young man didn't conceal his strength. Instead, he had executed some kind of unique means to vanish for an instant, allowing him to dodge the savage beast's killing blow. "Senior." When Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged scholar staring at him without saying a word, he felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that this man who looked like a human had that kind of special hobby? At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have disguised himself. Sometimes, it was not a good thing to be too handsome. Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. If this guy really wanted to use force, he would rather die than surrender. Chapter 1363. Why you're not from the Tao Martial Saint Land? The young woman could not help but reveal a surprised expression when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, and she cried out in surprise. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He did not know why the young woman was so surprised. One had to admit that the young woman was beautiful. Although she was not as beautiful as his 2 fiancés, she was still a beauty. Due to her warning, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of her. "Don't tell me you're from the mortal continent?" The young woman stared at Duan Lingtian as though she had seen a ghost. "Yes, I'm from the mortal continent." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time he asked in confusion, "But, do you have to be so surprised?" "Wait, let me confirm. Are you a native of the mortal continent? Or are you from the Tao Martial Saint Land? Did you go to the mortal continent halfway?" The young woman asked again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that no matter if it was the middle-aged scholar or the young man who had just descended and probed him with his spiritual energy, both of them were staring at him with interest. "I'm a native of the mortal continent." Although Duan Lingtian did not know why they were so interested, he still told them the truth. "Oh my God! Why you're a monster!" the young woman exclaimed as she covered her mouth. Although the middle-aged scholar did not lose his composure, his eyes were shining brightly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. On the other hand, the young man's face turned gloomier. His eyes were filled with jealousy when he looked at Duan Lingtian, a 35-year-old native from the mortal continent who killed hundreds of early mortal shedding stage wild beasts, the pangolin, on his own. "Don't you think you're a monster?" the young woman said when she saw the confusion on Duan Lingtian's face. "So those wild beasts are called the pangolin? No. How do you know my age?" Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Then, he recalled that the young woman had mentioned his age. He couldn't help but exclaim. He was indeed 35 years old this year. Even on the Cloud Continent, besides the few people close to him and the people from the Darkhan dynasty, not many people knew his true age. Duan Lingtian was naturally shocked when a stranger pointed out his true age. Just now, Yiman used secret spirit technique to check your age. The young woman said. There's a secret spirit technique that can detect age? Duan Lingtian turned pale with fright. Now, he finally understood why the young man had used his spiritual force to probe him. It turned out that he was checking his age. The spiritual secret tactic that detects one's age is not rare in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The young woman said. Right. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Gua Li, and I'm from the Gua family on Fuyu Island. Soon, the young woman looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced herself. My name is Duan Lingtian, and I'm from the Cloud Continent on the Mortal Continent. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. He's a disciple from the Ye family on Fuyu Island. His name is Yiman. I apologize for his reckless behavior earlier. Then, Guali introduced the young man next to Duan Lingtian to Yiman. Guali, don't you think you're being too nosy? What do you mean you're apologizing for me? Yiman snorted. Yiman, am not someone who's willing to befriend anyone. Lowly people from the mortal continent aren't qualified to befriend me. Lowly people. The moment Yiman's words left his mouth, not only did Duan Lingtian's expression turn grave, but even Guali and the middle-aged scholar had a grave expression on their faces. Does this mean you think you're a lowly person? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he narrowed his eyes and studied Yiman with interest. I don't dare to speak about other people, but I, Yiman, am naturally a lowly person in front of you. Yiman raised his head and snorted as he spoke to Duan Lingtian in a condescending tone. I'll let you off for Guali's sake. Let alone the fact that an impolite lowly person like you doesn't want to befriend me. Even if you're willing to befriend me, I might not be willing to do so. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart before he mocked. You! Yiman's expression changed drastically. He was about to make a move when he noticed the middle-aged scholar looking at him. He could only suppress the anger in his heart. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm Lin Qingrong. After the middle-aged scholar glanced at Yiman, he looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile on his face. Senior Lin. Duan Lingtian bowed like a junior again in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Duan Lingtian, I came to Fuyu Island this time to recruit young genius martial cultivators and Dao cultivators on behalf of Mound Hill City. Guali is the genius martial cultivator I recruited from Fuyu Island. She's only 27 years old, but she's already at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Lin Qingrong told Duan Lingtian. 27 years old and she's already at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian was shocked as he looked at Guali. It did not cross his mind that this good-looking young lady was actually at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Most importantly, she was only 27 years old. She was 8 years younger than him. She's really a genius. Duan Lingtian praised. He felt that he could already be considered as a top genius on Cloud Continent. But when he came here, he realized that there was always someone better than him. He was only at the early mortal shedding stage when he was 35 years old. Guali, on the other hand, was already at the intermediate mortal shedding stage when she was 27 years old. The gap was just too big. Duan Lingtian, don't make fun of me. I'm nothing compared to you. Guali smiled wryly. You're the one who's making fun of me, aren't you? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as well. I'm 8 years older than you, but my cultivation base is so weak. I really want to dig a hole and hide in front of you. Duan Lingtian's words made Guali laugh. Duan Lingtian, do you really not know or are you just pretending? What? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The cultivation environment on your mortal continent can't be compared to our Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, the cultivation resources are far from being comparable to our Dao Martial Saint Land. Guali said, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there are countless 27-year-old martial cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage like me. In the mortal continent where you're from, there shouldn't be many people like you, right?
Guali asked when she reached the end of her sentence. Countless martial cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage like you? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Although he had heard from Xuanai that the cultivation speed of martial and Dao cultivators in the Dao martial Saint Land was very fast, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. 27-year-old martial cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage were everywhere? Guali is too humble. There are indeed many martial cultivators like her in the Dao martial Saint Land. However, how big is the Dao martial Saint Land? She's already a rare genius martial cultivator in our Mound Hill city's territory. Lin Qingrong said. At the same time, he looked at Yiman and said, Guali is the strongest person among the younger generation in Fuyu Island. Yiman is ranked second. Duan Lingtian nodded. It seemed like Lin Qingrong had taken away the two strongest people among the younger generation in Fuyu Island. Yiman is also a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. He's 29 years old, Guali said. He's 29 years old. Although Duan Lingtian did not like Yiman's character, he was still a little surprised by Yiman's martial Dao innate talent. A 29-year-old martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage was quite amazing. When he thought about the cloud continent he came from, almost none of the people with the same cultivation base were younger than him, let alone those with a higher cultivation base than him. However, he had already met two people who had a higher cultivation base than him and were younger than him before he even entered the Dao martial Saint Land. He could not help but sigh. Duan Lingtian, I'm sure you don't have a place to stay since this is your first time in the Dao martial Saint Land. Why don't you follow me back to Mound Hill City? Our Mound Hill City welcomes genius martial cultivators like you the most. Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian and took the initiative to invite him. Guali was taken aback by Lin Qingrong's invitation to Duan Lingtian. However, she soon understood. Lin Qingrong was the right-hand man of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Naturally, he would not miss out on a genius martial cultivator like Duan Lingtian. He came from the mortal continent and killed hundreds of obsidian-armored beasts on his own. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian must be a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage like her. Although Duan Lingtian was already 35 years old, he was still from the mortal continent after all. He was born and raised in the mortal continent. In the Dao martial Saint Land, people with innate talent like her were not common, but there were still many of them. However, people like Duan Lingtian were extremely rare. At the very least, she had never heard of anyone like him. Yiman's expression changed drastically when he heard Lin Qingrong inviting Duan Lingtian. His gaze turned colder when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Senior Lin, I can accept your invitation. However, I'll have to go home in 2 years. I wonder if I have the freedom to do so after joining Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian asked after pondering for a moment. No matter what, he must go home in 2 years. At that time, his two fiancées would have given birth to their children. Don't worry about that. After joining Mound Hill City, you can go home to visit your family anytime. However, you'll have to inform me first. Although it's still far away from 2 years, I'll grant your request. Lin Qingrong said with a smile. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian alone was more valuable than Guali and Yiman combined. Although Duan Lingtian was only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage when he was 35 years old, he was from the mortal continent. The fact that he had such a cultivation base at such a young age meant that he was definitely a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. He was not someone Guali and Yiman could compare to. It was apparent that Lin Qingrong also thought Duan Lingtian was a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After all, the combat strength that Duan Lingtian demonstrated earlier was too shocking. It was not something an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator could do. Thank you, Senior Lin. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Chapter 1364. Moreover, this Senior Lin had saved his life before. Whether it was reason or emotion, there was no reason for him to reject Senior Lin's invitation. Guali took the initiative to congratulate Duan Lingtian. Joining the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is equivalent to having a foundation in the Dao Martial Saint land. With this foundation, it'll be much easier for you in the future.
Thank you.
Duan Lingtian quickly thanked Gua Li when she congratulated him.
Humph.
Yi Man snorted. It was obvious he was displeased that Duan Lingtian had joined the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City.
Yi Man.
At this moment, Lin Qingrong looked at Yi Man, Senior Lin. Yi Man bowed and groveled in front of Lin Qingrong. It was as though he was a completely different person from before.
You can go back now.
Lin Qingrong said calmly.
What?
It was obvious Yi Man did not understand Lin Qingrong's words.
I want you to go back to Fuyu Island.
I only have 2 spots to recruit genius martial and Dao cultivators this time. This time, Lin Qingrong made it clear.
Only 2 spots?
Gua Li was shocked. It was obvious she had just learned about this. This time, Yi Man finally heard it clearly. The meaning of Lin Qingrong's words was obvious. I only have 2 spots. Initially, I gave them to you and Gua Li. However, now that Duan Lingtian has joined us, and you're weaker than Gua Li, I don't need you anymore.
You can go back now. Why?
Yi Man's expression was grave. After glancing at Lin Qingrong, he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said in a deep voice, Gua Li is stronger than me, so I accept that she has 1 spot. However, why does this Duan Lingtian deserve it? Although his performance earlier was not bad, I can do what he did as well. Why is he given the other spot and not me? When Yi Man reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with resentment.
What?
You still want to fight with Duan Lingtian? Lin Qingrong asked with interest as he narrowed his eyes that gleamed brightly.
That's right.
Unless he defeats me, I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Yi Man's words sounded like he was roaring. Duan Lingtian, are you willing to compete with him? If he was willing, he would fight with him. If he wasn't willing, he would just ignore him. I, Lin Qingrong, have the final say on the quota in my hands. Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. When facing Duan Lingtian, the smile on his face had never disappeared. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was a treasure that he had picked up. He had just arrived at the Dao Martial Saint land, and his cultivation base was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Moreover, he was only 35 years old. Such a genius could be compared to the favorite disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Hearing Lin Qingrong's words, Yi Man's face darkened. Lin Qingrong was undoubtedly telling him that regardless of whether Duan Lingtian agreed to his challenge or not, he would not bring him to Mound Hill City. Immediately, Yi Man was filled with rage. Duan Lingtian, you're a coward if you don't accept my challenge. You're trash. Trash. Enraged, Yi Man roared at Duan Lingtian like a madman. You're really a mad dog. The moment Yi Man's words left his mouth, a cold gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. At the same time, he stepped into the air. Since you want to challenge me, there's no reason for me to reject you.
Good. Good.
Seeing that Duan Lingtian had accepted the challenge, Yi Man stepped into the air excitedly and stood opposite to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll use my strength to tell Senior Lin that you're inferior to me. Suddenly, a saber appeared in Yi Man's hand. It was a crescent-shaped saber that emitted a terrifying aura. It gave Duan Lingtian a strange yet familiar feeling. Royal-grade spirit weapon? No, I should say it's a human-rank mediocre saint weapon. Seeing that Yi Man had taken out a saint weapon, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. He immediately took out his sun's shooting bow. No matter what, he was only a martial cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage. Yi Man, on the other hand, was a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. What a pity. I've lost all my arrows. When Duan Lingtian recalled that his last arrow had fallen into the boundless ocean along with the wild beast that Lin Qingrong had killed, he sighed inwardly. However, even if I don't use my arrows, it's more than enough to defeat Yi Man, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, Yi Man is a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage who has opened 13 saint veins. When he reaches the paramount mortal shedding stage in the future, he'll be able to open at least 40 saint veins.
Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears and reminded him, he has the potential to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. 13 Saint Veins? At least 40 Saint Veins? Had the potential to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage? When Duan Lingtian heard Guali's true energy voice transmission, he almost burst out laughing. A martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage who had opened 13 Saint Veins? In fact, he had already opened 15 Saint Veins when he was only at the early mortal shedding stage. However, since the chi-si of a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage was bigger than his, he was no match for Yi Man in terms of true energy. As the second strongest person among the younger generation in Dao Martial Saint Lan's Fuyu Island, the Saint-grade martial tactic that Yi Man cultivated would not be weak. At the very least, it would be more powerful than his. After all, he had only learned about the Saint-grade martial tactic in the past 2 to 3 years. His confidence came from the sun-shooting bow in his hand and his powerful body. Earlier, he did not use his true energy, sun-shooting bow, or Saint-grade martial tactic when he fought the pangolin beast. Just this alone was enough to show how powerful his body was. His current body was even more powerful than a 5-clawed divine dragon at the early mortal shedding stage. I'll deal with you. I only need to swing my saber once to send you on your way. Yi Man glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain. The moment his words left his mouth, he disappeared from his spot. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. His speed was so fast that he was only slightly slower than Duan Lingtian, who was traveling at full speed. The true energy of a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage is really amazing. Duan Lingtian praised inwardly when he saw Yi Man appearing in front of him. The speed that Yi Man displayed was not much slower than him when he cast the body and arrow synchronization. Die! When Yi Man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to be scared out of his wits and had no intention of dodging at all. Yi Man had a mocking smile on his face as he shouted and swung the saber in his hand. As soon as the saber was swung, a crescent-shaped ray shot out, emitting waves of cold aura. The speed of the saber was much faster than Yi Man's speed. What a fast saber! In the face of Yi Man's swift saber, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He was certain this was a Saint-grade martial tactic saber technique because it was impossible for an ordinary saber technique to be so fast. Duan Lingtian's face tensed up. His hand quickly moved to the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow. Duan Lingtian. Guali's expression changed drastically when she saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging Yi Man's saber when he swung it out. In fact, even she did not dare to be so careless when faced with Yi Man's saber. On the other hand, Lin Qingrong looked at the scene before him calmly as though he was not worried at all. In fact, when Duan Lingtian had blinded the mastery mortal shedding stage wild beast, he had already seen how powerful Duan Lingtian was. Not only was he more powerful than Yi Man, but he was even more powerful than Guali. Due to this reason, he was not worried at all when Yi Man challenged Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Accompanied by a loud and unpleasant sound, the moment Duan Lingtian let go of the sun-shooting bow's bowstring, a true energy light blade shot out and collided with the saber that Yi Man wielded. Compared to the solid true energy on the saber in Yi Man's hand, this true energy light blade was inconspicuous. It did not seem like the true energy of an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, this inconspicuous true energy light blade was faster than the saber in Yi Man's hand. Moreover, it seemed to contain a lot of energy. This was because when it came into contact with Yi Man's saber was sent flying. Not only that, but Yi Man himself was also sent flying. He only managed to stabilize himself after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Upperclassmen, you've lost. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Man indifferently and said calmly. Duan Lingtian's words infuriated Yi Man so much that he spat out another mouthful of blood. If Duan Lingtian had lost and told him, "Upperclassman, you've won," he would definitely be very proud of himself. However, the problem was that he had lost and was now in the hands of the person he thought was an upperclassman. Let's go. Lin Qingrong did not look at Yi Man again. After calling out to Duan Lingtian and Guali, he took the lead and leaped into the air and flew away. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Man mockingly before he turned around and followed Lin Qingrong. Yi Man, you should go back. The city governor's mansion of Mound Hill City only recruits once every 5 years.
You're still young. You still have a chance. Guali looked at Yiman and advised him since she had known him for a while. However, Yiman did not seem to hear her. He stood where he was and stared blankly at Duan Lingtian's back. It was as if he had not recovered from the trauma of being defeated by Duan Lingtian. Guali sighed when she saw that. Then, she turned around and followed Duan Lingtian and Lin Qingrong. Duan Lingtian, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Yiman snapped back to his senses after Duan Lingtian and the other two had flown a distance away. His eyes shone like a venomous snake. It was ruthless and cold. Mound Hill City. Lin Qingrong. I'll make all of you regret this. I'll make all of you regret this. No matter how hysterical Yiman was, Duan Lingtian and the other two could not see it. Duan Lingtian, you didn't seem to use much true energy when you defeated Yiman earlier. Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian on the way. I tried my best. Duan Lingtian forced a smile on his face. At that moment, he realized Lin Qingrong might have mistaken him for a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. To a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he had indeed held back when he unleashed his true energy. However, the problem was, he was a martial cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage. His chi-si was only the size of a pigeon's egg. However, it was said that a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage had a chi-si as big as a chicken egg. How could the same true energy with different capacities be compared? Moreover, the true energy in his pigeon's egg-shaped chi-si was not full yet. However, the day his true energy was full would be the day he broke through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Tried my best. Chapter 1365. Duan Lingtian learned a little about Mound Hill City along the way. Mound Hill City was a big city in the west overlooking Sea of the Tao Martial Saint Land. It belonged to a powerful sect. The area around Mound Hill City was governed by Mound Hill City. This included Fuyu Town, which was also Guali's hometown, Fuyu Island. Duan Lingtian, is the mortal continent fun? Guali asked Duan Lingtian about the mortal continent excitedly along the way. After learning that Duan Lingtian's strength was the best in the entire mortal continent, she was eager to go to the mortal continent. The mortal continent is much more fun than our Tao Martial Saint Land. Take me for example, I've never left the area around Mound Hill City before, Guali said in disappointment. She was a little disappointed. There were many powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Mortal shedding stage cultivators were everywhere while Saint Rudiment stage cultivators were as common as dogs. Due to this reason, a mere mortal shedding stage cultivator did not dare to wander around recklessly. If they were unlucky, they would be killed. If they died, they would lose everything. Everyone has their own strengths. Duan Lingtian smiled. Take me for example. I've never seen anyone younger than me on Cloud Continent who has the same strength as me. You're only 27 years old, but you're already an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. This is unimaginable on Cloud Continent. That's because the cultivation environment is different. I heard there's no Saint Stone Reserve in the mortal continent? Guali asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's right. Do you know that even our Fuyu town has 3 Saint Stone Reserves? Our Gua clan occupies one of them. The Ye family where Yiman is from occupies another one. And there's another clan who occupies one as well. Guali said, the 3 great clans in our Fuyu town are barely considered as a ranked force in the Tao Martial Saint Land. A 9th-rated force. 9th-rated force? Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard that. Such a weak force had a Saint Stone Reserve? Nobody snatched your clan's Saint Stone Reserve? Duan Lingtian asked. There's nothing to fight for. The 3 Saint Stone mines in Fuyu Town are only 9th-grade Saint Stone mines. We usually produce 9th-grade Saint Stones, and we'll only find 8th-grade Saint Stones if we're lucky. Guali said. Duan Lingtian had heard Xuan mention the different grades of holy stones before. Saint Stones were divided into 9 grades. Rank 9 was the lowest and rank 1 the highest. 1 1st-grade Saint Stone was equivalent to 10 2nd-grade Saint Stones, 100 3rd-grade Saint Stones, 1,000 4th grade saint stones, and so on. 9th grade saint stones were the worst saint stones. For example, the saint stones that appeared in the 2 ancient clans' supreme grade origin stone reserves on Cloud Continent, and the 4 overseas Saint Islands supreme grade origin stone reserves were only 9th grade saint stones. On the other hand, what Xuan gave him were all higher grade saint stones. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian learned about the situation in the Dao Martial Saint Land from Guali. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, forces that did not have a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse were considered mediocre forces. The 3 major clans in Fuyu town where Guali was from each had a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse. However, since they did not have a saint rudiment stage powerhouse, they were only considered mediocre forces. There's no saint rudiment stage powerhouse in the 3 major clans? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. Very rarely, Guali said. Although Yiman and I have the potential to break through to the saint rudiment stage, we might not even be able to break through to the saint rudiment stage successfully. Put everything else aside, the 3 major clans in Fuyu town won't allow any saint rudiment stage powerhouses to appear in our clans. I'm 27 years old, and I've been assassinated by the other 2 major clans no less than 100 times. Guali sighed when she reached this part of her sentence. She seemed a little tired. Yiman is the same as me. That's why both Yiman and I couldn't wait to join the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City when we found out we had the opportunity. However, it's a pity. Guali did not finish her sentence, but Duan Lingtian knew she wanted to say it was a pity for Yiman. In some ways, Guali and Yiman appreciated each other's talents. Now that you've joined Mound Hill City, you should be able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage successfully. Duan Lingtian smiled. However, Guali shook her head. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there are many people who have the talent to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. However, it's already not bad if 1/10 of them can successfully break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Put aside the fact that it's extremely difficult for those who have the talent to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, the dangers they encounter in the process are enough to cause many people to die prematurely. Guali's words were filled with sorrow. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he realized how cruel the Dao Martial Saint Land was. If you want to survive in the Dao Martial Saint Land, you'll have to have a strong fist. At this moment, Lin Qingrong said to Duan Lingtian. The stronger one's fist was the most important thing. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the strong ones were revered. The law of the jungle was even worse than on the mortal continent. Hualao, do you have a spiritual secret tactic that can detect other people's age? Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled how Hualao had detected his age. He could not help but ask Hualao who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In his opinion, since Hualao had lived for so long, he should have such a secret tactic. A spiritual secret tactic that detects other people's age is just a low-level trick. If you want to learn it, I'll teach you a high-grade secret tactic right away. As long as you don't detect someone whose cultivation base is 1 stage higher than yours, you won't be discovered. Hualao said. A secret tactic that won't be discovered as long as you don't detect someone whose cultivation base is 1 stage higher than yours? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hualao's words. His face was filled with anticipation. Hualao, quickly teach it to me. The secret tactic that I'll teach you is called the Divine Eye. In the future, when you open the saint veins that connect your eyes, it'll become even more powerful. As soon as Hualao's voice sounded, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was a lot of information about the Divine Eye in his mind. The Divine Eye was an assistive secret tactic. Its main function was to detect other people's cultivation base and age. As long as one could project their spiritual energy, it would be easy for them to master it. It only took Duan Lingtian half an hour to master the Divine Eye. After mastering it, it was only natural that he wanted to test it out. His first target was Guali. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Guali. His spiritual energy silently extended from his eyes and appeared around Guali's body in just a blink of an eye. However, it did not touch her. At this moment, something flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. After he decided to check Guali's age, he discovered that there were rings of veins on Guali's body. Come here. Why are there veins on her body? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. Trees have growth rings, and so do humans.
What you're looking at now is a human's growth ring. Hualao replied. A human's growth ring? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian began to count the growth rings on Guali's body. Soon after, he discovered that there were a total of 27 rings on Guali's body. Guali was 27 years old. How magical! Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim inwardly. From the beginning until the end, Guali did not notice anything. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian probed Guali's cultivation base. Second level mortal shedding stage. I wonder if Senior Lin is at the Saint Rudiment stage or not. If he is, he'll definitely notice if I probe him recklessly. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lin Qingrong, feeling a little conflicted. I don't care anymore. In the end, Duan Lingtian could no longer suppress his curiosity and began to probe Lin Qingrong. The first thing he probed was his cultivation base. Paramount mortal shedding stage? After probing Lin Qingrong's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, he was not at the Saint Rudiment stage. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. Senior Lin's age. Subsequently, he began to probe Lin Qingrong's age. A total of 58 rings. Senior Lin is 58 years old this year. Soon after, Duan Lingtian also probed Lin Qingrong's age. The Dao Martial Saint land is right in front. Lin Qingrong suddenly reminded him. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian looked ahead and saw a vast piece of land behind the sea in the distance. This is the Dao Martial Saint land? Duan Lingtian was a little excited as they were about to step foot on the Dao Martial Saint land. Once we enter the Dao Martial Saint land, we'll reach Mound Hill City in another half an hour, Lin Qingrong continued. We'll reach there soon, Lin Qingrong continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, the three of them entered the Dao Martial Saint land. In the vast Dao Martial Saint land, the area near the sea was filled with lush greenery and the air was fresh. Half an hour later, a small black dot appeared in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. Mound Hill City is right in front. Upon hearing Guali's reminder, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the black dot in the distance continued to expand in his field of vision. Soon after, it became a vast city. The city was ridiculously huge. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had never seen such a huge city on Cloud Continent before. Mound Hill City. From afar, Mound Hill City looked like a gigantic beast with its mouth wide open, swallowing cars and pedestrians. It gave off a strong sense of oppression when one looked at it from afar. Why isn't anyone flying in? Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed the problem. There's a flight prohibiting formation that covers the entire city above Mound Hill City. It's a Dao formation that was set up by a powerful Dao cultivator. As soon as the formation is activated, martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint Rudiment stage won't be able to fly in the city. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lin Qingrong explained patiently. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Soon after, the three of them landed outside Mound Hill City. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to enter the city, he saw Lin Qingrong lifting his hand and taking out a car. At that moment, Guali even had the urge to turn around and leave. However, she dismissed the thought when she realized that she might be assassinated by the other two families if she gave up this opportunity and returned to Fuyu town. Duan Lingtian was still observing the environment before him. He noticed that apart from the dilapidated wooden houses on the wasteland and the brand new wooden houses on the high platform, there was a towering pavilion on the side of the high platform. Haha! Qingrong, you're back too? Accompanied by a wave of hearty laughter, Duan Lingtian saw an old man walking over from the other side. Behind him were two young men. The two young men frowned. They were pinching their noses. It was obvious that they were disgusted by the environment here. Elder Lu. Lin Qingrong greeted the old man with a smile when he saw him. They seemed to be familiar with each other. What? Are these two the geniuses you brought back from Fuyu town? Soon after, the old man's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian and Guali. He narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. The old man's gaze seemed casual. However, when it landed on Duan Lingtian, he felt a prickling sensation on his back. He could not help but activate his divine eye. He discovered that the old man was at the paramount mortal shedding stage just like Lin Qingrong. He was the second person at the paramount mortal shedding stage that Duan Lingtian had seen since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. His strength was not inferior to Lin Qingrong's. Guali, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. What kind of force is it? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Guali through true energy voice transmission. At this moment, Guali had also recovered a little. When she heard Duan Lingtian's question, she replied through true energy voice transmission. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is considered an 8th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. 8th-rate forces usually have a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. For example, the Lord City Governor of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Senior Lin is at the paramount mortal shedding stage, Guali said. On top of that, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City owns an 8th-grade Saint Stone Reserve. Her name is Guali. She's a genius I brought back from Fuyu Town's Gua clan. Although she's just a girl, she's ranked first among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. Lin Qingrong smiled as he introduced Guali to the old man. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and the smile on his face widened. As for him, I met him on the way here. His name is Duan Lingtian. He's from the Mortal Continent. Mortal Continent. Upon hearing Lin Qingrong's words, the old man could not help but be shocked. Even the two young men behind him took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian. Qingrong, someone you brought back from the Mortal Continent? He must be extraordinary, right? It seems like he'll be rewarded by Lord City Governor this time. The old man said enviously. Then, he began to introduce the two young men behind him. First, he introduced the young man in blue. His name is Wuxia. He's a genius I brought back from Wind Rain Town. He's 28 years old this year, and his cultivation base is at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. The other one is Zhu Lang. He's also a genius from Wind Rain Town. He's 29 years old this year, and his cultivation base is also at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Soon after, the old man looked at the other young man in green. When the old man introduced the two young men, his face was filled with pride. Not only did he report their ages, but he even reported their cultivation base as well. They were not even 30 years old, but they were already at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Such people were considered top-notch geniuses even in the area around Mound Hill City. Of course, most of them had their eyes on Guali, Wuxia, and Zhu Lang, who had a frown on their faces. Guali, in particular, attracted a lot of burning gazes. Guali was naturally beautiful and elegant. She was like a crane in a flock of chickens among the young women here. Due to this reason, she was the center of attention just by standing there. Nobody could take their eyes off her. What a beauty! At once, many people's eyes lit up. Many people exclaimed as they walked out of the dilapidated wooden house. The moment they came out, they looked at Guali fearlessly. Their gazes were like male wolves in heat. It caused Guali's expression to turn grave. Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed Guali's grave expression. He slowed down his footsteps and allowed Guali to follow closely behind him. He used his body to block many people's gazes. Thank you. Guali thanked Duan Lingtian softly when she saw his intention. Wuxia and Zhu Lang, who were standing at the side, saw how Duan Lingtian's careless action earned him the gratitude of a beauty. They looked at each other and followed suit. They quickened their steps and walked side by side with Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the three of them blocked all the gazes that were looking at Guali. Instantly, the burning gazes changed and turned into hatred. The gazes of hatred that gnashed their teeth seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to drag Duan Lingtian's group of three out and give them a beating. Humph! Geniuses from all around Mound Hill City. Is this all you've got? Hu Jie snorted and said in disdain. The people who came to the latent dragon camp were all people who wanted to change their fate. They were either supported by ninth-rate forces or mediocre forces in the area around Mound Hill City. If they did not go through the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, they would never be able to rise up. They might even be killed one day. The city governor of Mound Hill City's city governor's estate loved cultivating talents. He built the latent dragon camp to add new blood to the city governor's estate and also paved the way for many people to rise up. Here, they could change their fate and soar up to the sky. Are we really going to stay here? Hu Jie's expression was grave as he approached a dilapidated wooden house. However, when he saw the young men walking out of the wooden house, he knew he had no choice but to stay here. Guo Li and Zhu Lang's expressions were grave as well. The wooden houses outside are all occupied? Only the wooden houses near the septic tank can be chosen? Soon, Duan Lingtian realized that the people who came earlier than them had occupied the wooden houses near the outer area. Although the environment was the same, the stench outside was definitely fainter. F***CK. There's not a single wooden house outside? When Zhu Lang realized this, he couldn't help but curse. If you want the wooden houses outside, you can defeat the owners of the wooden houses and throw them out. That's like a turtle dove taking over a magpie's nest. A young man reminded them when he heard Zhu Lang's words. You can do that? Duan Lingtian and the other three were stunned. You can fight in the latent dragon camp? Fighting is prohibited in the latent dragon camp. As long as you don't kill or cripple someone, you won't be punished. Someone explained when he saw the confusion on Duan Lingtian and the other three's faces. Is that so? Before Guo Li and the other two regained their senses, Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself as he walked to the wooden house near the outer area. He looked at the owner of the wooden house. 23 years old and on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. This was the cultivation base of the wooden house owner. Although he was on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage, it was obvious his ability was not weak since he was able to occupy the wooden house near the outer area. When he saw Duan Lingtian approaching him, he smiled faintly. What? Are you trying to take my wooden house? Let's try. Duan Lingtian nodded. Subsequently, the young man on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian under everyone's watchful eyes. Although his attack was fierce, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian in just one move. Intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage? After being defeated, the young man inhaled sharply. After glancing at Duan Lingtian, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked for a wooden house near the septic tank and went in to recuperate. Only after he had recuperated would he have the opportunity to challenge the people outside the wooden houses and occupy the wooden houses outside. Duan Lingtian, good job. Zhu Lang could not help but give Duan Lingtian a thumbs up when he saw how quickly Duan Lingtian had occupied a wooden house near the outer area. At the same time, he looked around and found the owner of the wooden house outside. Fight. Zhu Lang was quite lucky as well. He found a young man on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. He defeated him in just 2 to 3 moves and occupied a wooden house near the outer area. Hu Jie, it's up to you now. After Zhu Lang successfully occupied the wooden house, he looked at Hu Jie with a smile. Both of them were from Wind Rain Town. They often competed with each other in the past. Naturally, it was inevitable now. Humph! Hu Jie snorted softly and found an opponent as well. His opponent was also on the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, in the end, he defeated him in one move. How dare you try to snatch my wooden house with such little ability? You're seeking death. The young man who defeated Hu Jie glared at him coldly. If we're not in the latent dragon camp, I'll cripple you even if I don't kill you. Scram. Hu Jie's expression was grave. However, he was no match for the young man. He could only endure the humiliation and retreat. What? Beauty, you also want this young master's wooden house? The young man who defeated Hu Jie soon noticed Guo Li looking at him. His eyes were filled with lust. As long as you come in and spend a night with me, I'll give the wooden house to you and find another one. What do you think? The young man's words were brazen. Gua Li's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Was there anyone in the latent dragon camp who had such qualities?
Whoosh! As the mocking gazes landed on Gua Li, she had already leaped out of the ground and charged towards the young man who had defeated Wuxia.
She used her own actions to respond to his taunts. Gua Li's speed became faster and faster.
When she arrived in front of the young man, his expression turned solemn. This was because he realized the beauty whom he had teased with words earlier seemed to be more powerful than Wuxia. The young man no longer looked down on her.
When Gua Li was close to him, he took the initiative to attack. However, he soon realized there was a huge gap between his ability and Gua Li's. Gua Li defeated him in just 3 moves.
Is this all you've got?
Perhaps, women were petty creatures. After defeating the young man, Gua Li stepped on his chest and said coldly. The young man's expression was grave. He felt extremely humiliated. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only blame himself for not being a match for her.
Amazing!
Chapter 1368. Many young men, including Wuxia and Zhu Lang, looked at Gua Li differently now. They no longer dared to look down on her just because she was a woman. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. Gua Li was a woman, and she was the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Fuyu Town at the age of 27. She even defeated Yi Man, who was also on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It was clear how powerful she was. Wuxia, who was looking for another target, had a slight change of expression when he saw the young man who stood up from Gua Li's feet looking at him. He noticed that the young man's gaze was vicious. It was obvious that he thought he was Gua Li's companion. And Gua Li's actions just now were naturally seen as helping him. Wuxia immediately dismissed the idea of occupying a wooden house near the outer area. He pinched his nose and looked for a wooden house near the septic tank to stay in. Although it was a little smelly, he endured it. What a heroine! Beauty, you're very powerful. Why don't you try challenging the 13 gangsters? Just when Duan Lingtian was about to enter the wooden house, a young man looked at Gua Li, who was about to enter the wooden house, and grinned. As long as you can defeat any one of the 13 gangsters, you'll be able to occupy the wooden house that he's staying in. The young man pointed at the high platform behind the septic tank as he spoke. There were 13 brand new wooden houses on it. You won't be able to smell the stench if you stay there. That's because there's a small wind attribute formation on the side of the high platform that blows the stench of the septic tank toward us. The young man continued to persuade. Moreover, if you become one of the 13 gangsters, even if you're the last one, you'll receive 100 8th grade Saint Stones every month. Meanwhile, people like us can only comprehend 10 8th grade Saint Stones every month. 13 gangsters? Upon hearing the young man's words, apart from Gua Li, even Duan Lingtian, Hu Dong, and Zhu Lang looked at the 13 brand new wooden houses on the high platform. Are those the 13 gangsters that Senior Lin mentioned earlier staying there? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Gua Li and the other two finally realized what was going on. F***CK. We only get 10 8th grade Saint Stones every month, but they get at least 100 8th grade Saint Stones every month. It's not fair, it's not fair. Zhu Lang shouted loudly. How's the cultivation of the 13 Grand Guardians? Gua Liqiu's eyes lit up. She was also interested in the position of the 13 Grand Guardians. However, she was very calm and did not rush up impulsively. Apart from the people in the top 5 who are at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, the others are at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Upon hearing Gua Li's question, many people scrambled to answer for her. There are 13 wooden houses on the high platform. From left to right, that's the ranking of the 13 Grand Guardians. The one who lives in the wooden house on the far left is the number 1 of the 13 gangsters. The one on the far right is the weakest one among the 13 gangsters. Many people opened their mouths to explain. Even more people's eyes lit up as they waited to watch the show. They wanted nothing more than to see the world in chaos. There are markings on it. At this time, the sharp-eyed Duan Lingtian also noticed that the 13 wooden houses on the high platform were all engraved with symbols.
From left to right, the symbols were 1 to 13, respectively. Among the 13 Grand Guardians, the top 3 have the opportunity to be summoned by the city lord himself and receive guidance. Someone added fuel to the fire. I, Zhu Lang, will definitely be one of the 13 Grand Guardians. Zhu Lang exclaimed loudly. Since there was a flight-prohibiting formation in the city, he could only run to the side of the septic tank and jump onto the high platform where the 13 Grand Guardians were. Haha, this is going to be a good show. I wonder if he'll be able to make the 13 Grand Guardians change their blood. I think it'll be difficult. Let's not talk about the top 5 who are at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage among the 13 Grand Guardians. Even the bottom 8 who are at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage are the best among the Mortal Shedding stage. Their strength is extraordinary. That's right. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the 13 Grand Guardians. Many young men lifted their heads to look at the high platform with anticipation on their faces. He's going to challenge the 13 Grand Guardians as soon as he arrived at the latent dragon camp? At this moment, many young men and women walked out of the dilapidated wooden houses. They were attracted by Zhu Lang. After they came out, all of them looked at the high platform with interest. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrow. With his heavenly eye, he could easily see that these people were at the early or intermediate mortal shedding stage. It made sense. If they were at the mastery mortal shedding stage, they would have been one of the 13 Grand Guardians. They would not stay here and smell the stench in the septic tank. Other than receiving 108th grade saint stones every month, the 13 Grand Guardians could live in a place where they could not smell the stench of the septic tank. Their preferential treatment was obvious. Who would not want to be one of the 13 Grand Guardians if they had some strength? Of course, there were some masochists who liked the smell below. However, Duan Lingtian knew that he was not such a masochist. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to challenge the 13 Grand Guardians and become one of them. Soon, Zhu Lang arrived at the last wooden house among the 13 brand new wooden houses. Perhaps Zhu Lang was a little hot-headed just now, but after he got onto the high platform, he calmed down and chose the weakest one among the 13 Grand Guardians. The owner of wooden house number 13. As one of the 13 Grand Guardians, the closer the wooden house was to the front, the better the treatment. There was a huge difference in their strength. For example, the top 5 were all geniuses on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Although the bottom 8 were all on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage, there was still a difference in their strength. The owner of wooden house number 13 was undoubtedly the weakest among them. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if he was the weakest, it was only in comparison to the other 12 of the 13 Grand Guardians. The air here is much fresher. Standing in front of log cabin number 13, Zhu Lang took a deep breath and said somewhat intoxicatedly. In here, he couldn't smell even the slightest bit of stench. Compared to the area below the high platform, it was like a completely different world. Hey, the guy in wooden house number 13, come out. Your master Zhu has taken a liking to your doghouse. Soon, Zhu Lang shouted at wooden house number 13. Doghouse. Upon hearing Zhu Lang's words, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian and Guali, had a strange expression on their faces. Did this guy just say that wooden house number 13 was a doghouse? Did that mean that he wanted to fight for the doghouse? Ha! Who's there? How dare you challenge me, Ho Lin? Almost as soon as Zhu Lang's words left his mouth, a loud laughter resonated from the wooden house. The laughter was wild and unbridled. Just by the voice alone, one could tell that it was an arrogant person. Soon after, the door was opened, and a tall and muscular young man with a ferocious expression walked out. He stood there like an iron tower that was intimidating. This young man was close to 2 meters tall. He was the person who ranked 13th among the latent dragon camp's 13 Grand Guardians. His cultivation base was on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. He was one of the best among the martial and Dao cultivators on the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp. At this moment, the young man was glaring at Zhu Lang fiercely. Shorty, you're the one who wants to challenge me, Ho Lin? Shorty? Upon hearing Ho Lin's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch. No matter what, Zhu Lang was at least one. 7 meters tall. However, Ho Lin had called him a shorty. However, compared to Ho Lin's height that was close to 2 meters, Zhu Lang was indeed a little short. Then, let's see how a big guy like you is going to defeat a shorty like me. Upon hearing Ho Lin's sarcasm, Zhu Lang's face turned grave. His eyes were bloodshot. He stomped his feet and his body suddenly spun like a tornado. What a powerful movement technique! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Zhu Lang's movement technique was so fast that he was even faster than Yi Man from the Ye family in Fuyu town. Of course, there was still a gap between them. You're quite fast. However, you won't be able to defeat me with just speed. Faced with Zhu Lang, who seemed to have transformed into a tornado, Ho Lin's face turned a little ferocious. The muscles on his body bulged, causing his clothes to bulge. If it was not for the fact that his clothes were spacious to begin with, his clothes would have been torn apart. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Zhu Lang was close to Ho Lin, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The sword moved like a swimming dragon, creating sword flowers that were dazzling and eye-catching. Every time the sword moved, it seemed as though it was drawing a sword flower in the air. Zhu Lang's sword is faster than Yi Man's saber. His overall strength is much stronger than Yi Man's. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Yi Man, whom he had fought before, the martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Yi Man was the first martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage whom he had fought since he came to the Dao martial saint land. Although Yi Man was strong, he was far from being a match for him. In just one move, he was defeated by him. Ho Lin's expression turned grave as he faced the sword flowers that accompanied Zhu Lang's tornado-like figure. A metal rod appeared in his hand. Naturally, it was not an ordinary iron rod. It was a human-rank mediocre saint weapon. Ha! Suddenly, Ho Lin shouted. The iron rod in his hand trembled and began to spin. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a windmill that spun rapidly in front of him. Is this an offensive technique or a defensive technique? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked when he saw Ho Lin swinging the iron rod and causing the air to tremble. Perhaps it was because of the strong gravity in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian noticed that Ho Lin's technique that could cause shockwaves in the cloud continent only caused waves of rolling airwaves here. At this moment, Zhu Lang also arrived in front of Ho Lin. Along with the sword flowers that he shot out, he pointed at Ho Lin. Clang, 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 clang. Along with the sound of metal clashing, Zhu Lang's body began to tremble. In the end, the hand that was holding the sword trembled, and the web between his thumb and index finger was torn, dripping with blood. At the same time, the sword in his hand was sent flying by the iron rod in Ho Lin's hand and fell to the ground with a clang. This was because he knew his speed was not as fast as Guoli's and could not dodge her attack at all. Moreover, if he hastily dodged when he knew his speed was not as fast as his opponent, he would only be more passive. Therefore, Ho Lin cleverly chose to stay where he was and wait for Guoli to come forward. However, the metal rod in his hand had already begun to move. A gust of wind blew around the metal rod, causing waves of air to wreak havoc. It was just like when he was fighting with Zhu Lang earlier. It's this move again. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Of course. This move is Ho Lin's trump card. It's said that it's a move that has both offense and defense in the Saint-grade martial tactic that Ho Lin cultivated. It's called airtight. Airtight? It really lives up to its name. When he swings his metal rod, even the wind can't penetrate it. Not only does this move have a shocking defense, but its offensive power is also not weak at all. The whispers of the crowd clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. A move that has both offense and defense? Quick look! Ho Lin has taken the initiative to make a move. All of a sudden, an exclamation entered Duan Lingtian's ears and pulled Duan Lingtian back from his daze.
At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at the high platform again. He saw Ho Lin swinging his metal rod at Gua Li, who was swinging her black whip like a spirit snake. It seemed like he wanted to use the same move again to sweep away Gua Li's weapon. Humph! A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Gua Li's mouth when she saw Ho Lin, who seemed to be dragging a windmill. When she lifted her hand, the long black whip shook and instantly became taut. It could be seen that around the long black whip, wisps of faint real chi were flickering, like tiny lightning bolts jumping around, emitting bursts of terrifying aura. Whip like a sword. As Gua Li's red lips parted slightly, she spat out 3 words. In the next moment, the long whip in her hand seemed to have transformed into a sword as it pierced toward Ho Lin. Whoosh! At this moment, Gua Li no longer seemed to be holding a long whip but a long and narrow sword. Sword. The disdain on Ho Lin's face increased when he saw this. He swung the metal rod in his hand to meet the black whip that had transformed into a sword in Gua Li's hand. In his opinion, the black whip in Gua Li's hand would be swept away immediately. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air. The black whip in Gua Li's hand that seemed to have transformed into a sword pierced Ho Lin's metal rod, causing dazzling sparks to splatter. Just as Ho Lin revealed a smug smile on his face and continued to swing the metal rod like a windmill in his hand forward, Gua Li's wrist made a subtle movement. Fight strength with strength. When your opponent is at the peak of his strength, you'll instantly turn soft and defeat strength with softness. Almost everyone in the crowd, including Ho Lin, did not notice Gua Li's little movement. The reason he said it was almost was because Duan Ling Tian saw Gua Li's movement and guessed she wanted to change her move when Ho Lin was about to fight her head-on. Unknowingly, the smile on Ho Lin's face froze. Meanwhile, the people in the crowd could clearly see Gua Li's taut long black whip suddenly softened. Subsequently, it coiled around the metal rod like a spirit snake and danced with the metal rod. After a while, the metal rod's dancing slowed down. T. When Ho Lin realized the metal rod in his hand was coiled by the long black whip and he could not break free, horror dawned on his face. At this moment, Ho Lin felt a huge force surging from the metal rod in his hand. It was Gua Li's whip that shook and brought Ho Lin and his metal rod closer. Chapter 1370. Bam! Without any suspense, Ho Lin was injured by Gua Li's attack. He fell onto the ground with his staff and rolled a few times before he stopped. He was in a mess. He was one of the 13 gangsters who was so majestic just now, but now, he was defeated by a woman. You've lost. Gua Li shook the black whip in her hand and straightened it again. She pointed it at Ho Lin and said calmly, "Creak." Before Ho Lin and the onlookers could react to the situation, the door of the wooden house number 12 where the 13 gangsters stayed was opened. Then, a person walked out of the cabin. This was a young man who was about the same height as Duan Ling Tian. He was about 1.8 meters tall. Compared to Ho Lin, he was slightly slimmer. However, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. One look and one could tell that he was not a kind person. Ho Lin, you've really embarrassed the 13 gangsters. You've been defeated by a little girl. From this moment onwards, you've been removed from the 13 gangsters. The cold young man looked at Ho Lin, who struggled to stand up, and sneered. Li Han. Ho Lin glanced at the cold young man coldly. Without saying anything, he jumped off the high platform. Just like what Li Han had said. From this moment onwards, he was no longer one of the 13 gangsters. If one of the 13 gangsters was defeated, he would only drop 1 rank and would not be removed from the 13 gangsters. However, the problem was that he was ranked 13th. There was no place for him to drop. Gua Li, right? 3 months at most. I, Ho Lin, will take back what you've taken away from me today. After Ho Lin jumped off the high platform, he looked at Gua Li and said word by word. After saying that, without waiting for Gua Li's response, he turned into a gust of wind and flew to a dilapidated wooden cabin. He kicked the person in front of the cabin away and went into the cabin. Who did I offend? The unlucky young man who was kicked away and had his cabin taken away smiled bitterly. There were so many people in this row of cabins. Why did Ho Lin choose him? Of course, although Ho Lin had taken his cabin, he did not dare to take it back. What a joke! If he could snatch the wooden house from Ho Lin,
he would have replaced Ho Lin and become one of the 13 gangsters. I didn't expect there to be a female in the 13 gangsters. Standing in front of log cabin number 12, Li Han looked at Gua Li and smiled. However, Gua Li did not pay attention to him. Instead, she looked below the stage. Immediately, Li Han's face could not help but sink. Following that, he followed Gua Li's gaze and saw a young man in purple standing where Gua Li's gaze was directed at. For a moment, hostility rose in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, my position is quite awkward. Gua Li looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. When they heard Gua Li's words, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone else, including Li Han, did not understand what she meant. Who asked you to choose number 13 from the start? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He naturally guessed what Gua Li meant. When Gua Li said that her position was awkward, she was referring to her awkward ranking among the 13 gangsters. Number 13, the last one. At this moment, no matter who Duan Lingtian defeated, she would be eliminated. Then, I'll have to fight again. Gua Li shrugged and said helplessly. At the same time, her eyes fell on Li Han, revealing a strong fighting intent. At this moment, everyone, including Li Han, realized what she meant. At this moment they finally understood what Gua Li meant. She was not willing to be ranked number 13 among the 13 gangsters. She felt that this position was awkward. This position was indeed awkward. No matter who was defeated, she would be eliminated. Just like Ho Lin, who was previously ranked number 13 among the 13 gangsters, he was willing to be ranked last because he had fought with everyone other than the top 5. 7 battles. 7 defeats. Therefore, he could only be ranked last. As for the top 5 among the 13 gangsters, they were all on the mastery mortal shedding stage. He knew his place very well. Not to mention challenging them, he did not even dare to think about it. It seems like Gua Li wants to challenge Li Han, the number 12 among the 13 gangsters. Many people exclaimed softly. If I can defeat Ho Lin, I'll definitely challenge those who are ranked higher. You know, the higher the ranking of the 13 gangsters is, the more benefits you'll get. Someone said so. Many people agreed with what he said. If there was a chance, who would not want to take a step forward? Therefore, it was understandable for Gua Li to do this. I wonder if she can defeat Ho Lin. She should be able to. Even Ho Lin was defeated by her in a head-on battle. Li Han's ability is not much stronger than Ho Lin. He defeated Ho Lin in almost 20 moves. The group of young people below the high platform discussed among themselves. They were more optimistic about Gua Li. The young man who had his wooden house snatched by Gua Li earlier and was lectured by Gua Li for speaking rudely now had a fearful expression on his face when he looked at Gua Li. If he still had the thought of taking revenge before this, but now, the thought of revenge had been completely dispelled by him. You want to challenge me? Li Han looked at Gua Li as if he wanted to confirm. Make your move. Gua Li nodded faintly. She shook the black whip in her hand and it danced like a poisonous snake. It gave people a creepy feeling. It was similar to the feeling they had when they looked at Li Han. Good, very good. Li Han's face turned green and white. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Although he was not confident that he could defeat the lady in front of him, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. If he did not accept the challenge, it would mean that he admitted defeat. That would be even more embarrassing. Moreover, he would not accept it. Thank you. Li Han quickly spat out those 3 words. Before Gua Li was ready, he had already shot out like a bolt of lightning. Wherever he passed, there would be a gust of cold wind. In just a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Gua Li. How shameless! Many people cursed secretly when they saw Li Han attacking Gua Li. Of course, they only dared to curse secretly. They did not dare to provoke Li Han. Li Han was the person who ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters. Among the dozens of martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp, he was ranked 7th. This was enough to prove his ability was not something an ordinary martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage could compare to. However, Gua Li's expression remained unchanged in the face of Li Han's sudden attack. When Li Han appeared in front of her, A steel claw appeared in each of his hands, revealing an eerie cold air as he clawed at her. The black whip in her hand suddenly trembled, and began to spin in front of her. At once, the place where the long whip touched turned into a black light shield that enveloped her entire body. It was the defensive technique of the Saint-grade martial tactic that Guali cultivated. A defensive move appeared, blocking Li Han's attack. Li Han's steel claws left a series of sparks on the shield, but it did not break. Li Han's expression turned grave. He had no choice but to retreat. The sudden attack ended in failure. After Li Han retreated, Guali made her move and dashed toward him. Li Han moved as well, but his speed was slightly slower than Guali. Naturally, he was much faster than Ho Lin, who was defeated by Guali earlier. This Li Han is going to lose. Actually, when Li Han's attack was blocked by Guali's defensive move, Duan Lingtian already knew that he would lose without a doubt. Although the defensive move was barely able to block Li Han's attack, it was still blocked. Being able to block one's opponent's attack was equivalent to being in an invincible position. Moreover, not only was Guali's defense strong, but her movement and attack were also very strong as well. She was a martial cultivator with a strong overall strength. It was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. In less than 10 moves, Guali sent Li Han flying with her whip and defeated him. Li Han was only lightly injured. At the very least, his injuries were lighter than Ho Lin's. Guali seemed to have held back when she defeated Li Han. Otherwise, it's impossible for Li Han's injuries to be so light. Many people could see the clues. She's a woman after all. Perhaps she was soft-hearted in the end. Someone said, after consuming the innate medicinal pill, your injuries should be able to heal in 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, you should be able to recover to your prime. When many people were whispering, Guali looked at Li Han and said nonchalantly. Li Han was stunned. He did not know why Guali revealed his injuries. As Guali said, his injuries would be healed after consuming the innate medicinal pill and recuperating for 15 minutes. The innate medicinal pill that Guali mentioned was equivalent to the royal-grade medicinal pill on Cloud Continent. Above the innate medicinal pill was the saint-grade medicinal pill. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from Xuan Ai. Li Han's minor injuries need 15 minutes to heal after consuming the innate medicinal pill that's equivalent to the royal-grade medicinal pill. Is it because of the Dao martial Saint Lan's environment, or is it because the medicinal efficacy of the innate medicinal pill is difficult to integrate into a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator's body? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. Just like what Guali said, Li Han's complexion recovered 15 minutes after consuming the innate medicinal pill. He was full of energy again. He walked to cottage number 13 behind Guali with a solemn expression. I think you don't have to go in anymore. Guali said. What do you mean? Li Han's face darkened. This little girl still wanted to humiliate him after defeating him? What she means is, you're going to be eliminated soon. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from below the high platform. When it entered Li Han's ears, a third person appeared on the high platform. Duan Lingtian stood on the high platform and took a deep breath. He could not help but look intoxicated. Although he could adapt to the environment below the high platform, he still preferred the high platform when he could no longer smell the stench when he was on the high platform. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar when they saw Duan Lingtian had also ascended the high platform. Does he mean he wants to challenge Li Han? At this moment, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was watching the duel on the high platform quietly. Even if Li Han was in a frenzy and disregarded the rules of the latent dragon camp, he had no intention of attacking. It was not that he did not care about the rules of the latent dragon camp, but he could see that Li Han could not hurt the purple-clad young man. Li Han will definitely lose after 3 moves, the Heavenly Harm Guardian mumbled to himself. The Heavenly Harm Guardian muttered. However, in the next moment, his pupils abruptly constricted, because the scene before his eyes was completely out of his expectations. Facing Li Han, who was charging at him menacingly, the purple-clad young man did not retreat as Li Han had expected. Instead, he used his bow and arrow to attack him from afar. The purple-clad young man stood still on the spot. However, His hand was placed on the bowstring. Seeing that Li Han was so close to him, his hand moved. He pulled the bowstring and released it. Then, he did the same thing and kept plucking the bowstring. Clang, 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 clang. A series of muffled sounds resounded, sounding like a series of unpleasant musical notes. Every time a musical note rose up, a Xianxia light blade swept out. At this moment, the true energy light blades shot up into the sky and collided with the claw shadows that filled the sky. Without any suspense, the claw shadows that filled the sky were destroyed by the true energy light blades in the blink of an eye and turned into nothing. The true energy light blades did not slow down at all. They shot up into the sky and disappeared. At this moment, Li Han was the only one who was left with his final attack. Li Han was like a ferocious goshawk that swooped down from the sky. His red eyes resembled the fierce eyes of a goshawk. The steel claws in his hands were the sharp claws of a goshawk. The sharp claws tore through the air and were about to crush Duan Lingtian's head. Clang! Just as the sharp claws were about to land, another dull noise reverberated in the air. As soon as the dull noise reverberated in the air, an arrow condensed from true energy shot out from the sun-shooting bow and collided with Li Han's steel claws. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air as the arrow condensed from true energy exploded. On the other hand, the steel claw in Li Han's hand had been blasted into the sky, and Li Han's hand was now a bloody mess. If it was not for the protection of the steel claws, his hand would have been crippled. "You've lost," Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at Li Han, who had landed on the ground in a wretched state. His tone was as calm as usual. There was no emotion in it at all. "I've lost." When Li Han heard this, he looked dejected. He leaped down from the high platform in a daze and walked to a wooden house near the outside. When the original owner of the wooden house saw Li Han walking over, he dodged as though he had seen a ghost. He tactfully gave his wooden house to Li Han. "Li Han, stop acting like a fool. I can't believe you're in this situation." At this moment, Ho Lin did not forget how Li Han had kicked him when he was down. He returned everything that Li Han had given him. When Li Han heard Ho Lin's words, his body trembled. He increased his speed and entered the wooden house directly. Ho Lin's gaze soon landed on the high platform. "Both of you can be smug. I'll definitely break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage in 3 months at most. At that time, I'll defeat both of you one by one to avenge my humiliation." Looking at the two high-spirited people on the high platform, Ho Lin turned around and returned to the wooden house to cultivate. On the high platform, Duan Lingtian and Gua Li looked at each other and smiled. Both of them were geniuses invited by Lin Qingrong. Now that both of them had become members of the 13 gangsters, it was obvious that they were fated to be together. "Gua Li, did you go the wrong way?" When Duan Lingtian was about to return to the number 13 wooden house, he realized Gua Li had already entered it. He could not help but be stunned. "I didn't go the wrong way. This is where I should be staying." After Gua Li entered the wooden house, she turned around and smiled at Duan Lingtian before closing the door. What does Gua Li mean by that? The onlookers were puzzled. What else could it mean? Gua Li must have admitted that she's not as strong as Duan Lingtian. That's why she voluntarily became the number 13 of the 13 gangsters and gave the number 12 position to Duan Lingtian. Many people began to realize what was going on. This Duan Lingtian is really powerful. Li Han fought with him with all his might just now, but he still defeated him. Defeating Li Han is one thing. Most importantly, when facing Li Han, who is fighting with his life on the line, not only can he not kill Li Han, he can also not cripple Li Han. Amidst the praises, Duan Lingtian turned around and walked into the number 12 wooden house. This would be his residence for the time being. They seemed to be brought back by the Heavenly Hero Guardian. In the pavilion, the Heavenly Harm Guardian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. The Heavenly Hero Guardian he was talking about was Lin Qingrong. Lin Qingrong was also one of the 36 guardians under the city governor of Mound Hill City. He was ranked number 9 among the 36 guardians. Among the 36 guardians under the city governor of Mound Hill City, only the first 10 guardians had 2 names. The other one had a normal name that belonged to him. The remaining 26 guardians only had one name, which was the 36 heavenly spirits. The entire latent dragon camp did not quiet down because of Duan Lingtian and Gua Li's departure. Instead,
It was bustling with activity. In just one day, 2 of the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp had been replaced. This day was destined to be remembered by many people. Crack. In an independent mansion in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, a middle-aged scholar who was sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard crushed the teacup in his hand after listening to the servant's report. The servant outside the pavilion was so shocked that his body trembled. Ha! Great, 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 great. After crushing the teacup, the middle-aged scholar laughed heartily. His laughter was unrestrained and carefree. As expected, I didn't pick the wrong person. Duan Lingtian, Guali, well done. He could not help but feel excited. Apart from the 36 guardians, many people had gone to the city governor's estate to recruit geniuses this time. Even the revered elders of the city governor's estate had gone out to look for and invite geniuses. Lin Qingrong, the heavenly hero guardian who was ranked number 9 among the 36 guardians, had brought back 2 geniuses who had become part of the 13 gangsters on their first day in the latent dragon camp. He could almost foresee it. Soon, he would be summoned by the city governor and be rewarded handsomely. Duan Lingtian and Gua Li have really made me proud this time. The more Lin Qingrong thought about it, the happier he was. He was so happy that he could not stop smiling. Although he was one of the 10 guardians who were most valued by the city governor's estate, there were still 8 other guardians in front of him. Therefore, he felt especially proud today. Putting everything else aside this time, he had been selected for the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Before she found him, she would definitely not spread the news of his disappearance to Half Moon Island. This was because she was afraid that his 2 fiancés and the 3 little fellows would be worried. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not plan to go back for the time being. Of course, apart from this reason, there was another reason why he did not plan to go back for the time being. He was scared. That was right, he was scared. When he came here, he had experienced many life and death situations because he was lost. It made him realize how terrifying the wild beasts in the boundless ocean were. He also realized how precious life was. Previously, in order to protect himself, he even went into closed-door cultivation on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 3 years. He successfully opened 15 Saint Veins and broke through to the early mortal shedding stage. However, even with his cultivation base at the early mortal shedding stage, he was almost killed by a few wild beasts at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Fortunately, Lin Qingrong was there and saved him. Therefore, he did not plan to go back to Cloud Continent for the time being before he was strong enough to protect himself. Strength. My current strength is still too weak. After sighing, Duan Lingtian stood up and closed the door of the wooden house. At this moment, the noise outside became so weak that it could be ignored. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian took out the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and placed it in the wooden house. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao, remind me 2.5 months later. After informing Hualao, Duan Lingtian went up to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Naturally, the 2.5 months Duan Lingtian mentioned was 2.5 months on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 2.5 months on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to almost a month outside. At that time, it would be the day for the latent dragon camp members to collect their saint stones. He was ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters, so he would be able to collect 200 8th-grade saint stones. Although 200 saint stones were nothing compared to the thousands of high-grade saint stones that Xuan'ai had given him, it was still meat no matter how small a mosquito was. After arriving at the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he began to sort out his current strength. With my current strength and the sun shooting bow, I don't think I'll meet many opponents among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Naturally, he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to defeat all the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators.
He might not necessarily be a match for those at the intermediate mortal shedding stage who had cultivated their saint-grade martial tactics and saint-grade Dao methods to an extremely high stage. Compared to the other intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators, apart from having a body that's even more powerful than a five-clawed divine dragon, my current advantage is the sun-shooting bow. Although I can't unleash the full power of the sun-shooting bow with my current strength, the power I can unleash with the sun-shooting bow far surpasses the power of a human-rank mediocre saint weapon in the hands of someone at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian had witnessed Gua Li, Ho Lin, and Li Han using their human-rank mediocre saint weapons with his own eyes. Therefore, he was certain of this. As for the advantage of my saint bloodline, it's only more obvious when compared to martial and Dao cultivators at the same level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After all, he had only opened his saint bloodline once as a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, this is because the true energy in my Qi Si is limited. If I can break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, I'm confident I can easily defeat martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage without relying on my brute strength and the sun-shooting bow. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. At that time, the number of saint bloodlines in his body could not be compared to other intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators at that time. If he fought with martial and Dao cultivators at the same level, his true energy would be completely channeled through the ridiculous number of saint bloodlines before his opponent's Qi Si could release much of their true energy. As long as he struck first, his opponent would usually be defeated before they could even channel their true energy. Intermediate mortal shedding stage. I wonder how long it'll take for me to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation as he prepared to cultivate. At this moment, he took out the saint stone that Han Xuanai had given him. It was a 5th-grade saint stone. This was his first time using the saint stone that Han Xuanai had given him to cultivate. Previously, when he broke through to the early mortal shedding stage from the peak of Emperor Wu to the early mortal shedding stage, he had been using 9th-grade saint stones to cultivate for 3 whole years. In 3 years, he had almost used up all of his 9th-grade saint stones. Those 9th-grade saint stones were half Moon Island stock. Duan Lingtian did not want to waste them, so he decided to use up the low-grade saint stones that he had. Now that he had used up all of his 9th-grade saint stones, he had broken through to the early mortal shedding stage. He only had the high-grade saint stones that Han Xuanai had given him to cultivate with. Among the thousands of saint stones that Han Xuanai had given him, 90% of them were 5th-grade saint stones while the remaining 10% were 4th-grade saint stones. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. 9 Dragons Form. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes as he held the 5th-grade saint stone. At the same time, he began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City was very rich, it was only equivalent to the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 1st level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The heaven and earth spirit energy on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much more powerful than the one in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. While absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he also absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy accumulated in the 5th-grade saint stone. After a great qi circulation, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes without warning. The cultivation speed of absorbing the 5th-grade saint stone is not much faster than the 9th-grade saint stone. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in it is indeed much more than the 9th-grade saint stone. Duan Lingtian looked at the 5th-grade saint stone in his hand. He could see the heaven and earth spirit energy that was flowing into his body from the 5th-grade saint stone was almost substantial. According to Xuanai, this 5th-grade saint stone is much more durable than the 9th-grade saint stone. With my current cultivation speed, I can finish 1 9th-grade saint stone in a day. Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was too exaggerated. Duan Lingtian had 15 saint veins to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. His cultivation speed was even faster than most martial cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After all, the number of saint veins was the key to the speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. Due to this reason, the more saint veins a person had, the faster their cultivation speed would be. If an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage were to compare their cultivation speed to Duan Lingtian, they would definitely cry until they fainted. An ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage would need a few days to finish 1 9th grade Saint Stone. If you change your Saint Stones frequently during your cultivation, it will affect your cultivation speed to a certain extent. Therefore, it's best to use high-grade Saint Stones when you're cultivating if the conditions allow it. You can keep it for a long time. Chapter 1373. Xuanai even gave me a 4th grade Saint Stone. The durability of a 4th grade Saint Stone is equivalent to 10 5th grade Saint Stones according to the conversion ratio between different grades of Saint Stones in the Dao martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With my current cultivation base and cultivation speed, I'll still have a lot of leftovers after breaking through to the early mortal shedding stage with 1 5th grade Saint Stone. Soon after, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes again and began to cultivate seriously. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the 5th grade Saint Stone continued to surge into his body. The 9th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. The 9 dragons form mental cultivation method transformed into 9 dragons that carried the heaven and earth spirit energy along the 15 saint veins and circulated the great circulatory cycle before transforming it into true energy that merged with the qi si in between Duan Lingtian's brows. The true energy continued to increase in the qi si that was the size of a pigeon's egg. Although it only increased a little each time, as the saying went, a little makes a mickle, it would be full sooner or later. When it was full, it would be the time for Duan Lingtian to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It's much easier to cultivate from the early mortal shedding stage to the intermediate mortal shedding stage compared to Emperor Wu breaking through from the peak mortal shedding stage to the early mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. After all, the latter required one to merge the profundity with the origin energy and transform it into true energy. Apart from that, one also had to open the saint veins. It was extremely tedious. However, the former was much simpler. Once the qi si was filled with true energy, he would break through and open the saint veins. That was it. Cultivation knew no time. 2.5 months passed very quickly. Duan Lingtian, who was woken up by Hua Lao, left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and returned to cottage number 12. After putting away the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian had just opened the door when Guali stood in front of his door. Duan Lingtian, it's time for us to collect our saint stones. Guali said to Duan Lingtian. Is it today? Duan Lingtian asked. From today onwards, you can receive the holy stones within 3 days. The place to receive the holy stones is very close. It's the pavilion next to the wooden house where we, the 13 Grand Guardians, live. Guali said. That pavilion? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He remembered that pavilion. He had seen it when he first arrived at the latent dragon camp. At that time, he was still wondering what that place was. From the looks of it, it should be the residence of the powerhouse from the city governor's mansion. That powerhouse was usually in charge of guarding the members of the latent dragon camp. After all, there were rules in the latent dragon camp. As for rules and regulations, there had to be someone to supervise them in order to be effective. Let's go. Duan Lingtian walked out of the room and walked towards the pavilion with Guali. Along the way, the two of them attracted the gazes of many people. Are they Duan Lingtian and Guali? That's right. A month ago, they had just entered the ranks of the 13 Grand Guardians. What a perfect match. Are they a couple? Many people saw Duan Lingtian and Guali and chatted along the way. Some of them even thought they were a couple. Upon hearing these comments, Duan Lingtian did not mind at all. He merely smiled and brushed it off. However, it was different for Guali. Her beautiful face had a hint of redness. Hi, Duan Lingtian. As soon as they arrived near the pavilion, Duan Lingtian saw someone greeting him. Therefore, they obediently gave half of the saint stones they received to Zhang Jilong every month. Brat, don't think that you're so great just because you defeated Li Han a month ago. In front of me, Li Han can't even last half a move. Zhang Jilong looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. Although his tone was calm, anyone who was sensitive would be able to sense the hidden anger in it. If Zhang Jilong was compared to a volcano, then he was on the verge of erupting. In his eyes, whether it was Li Han or Duan Lingtian, they were insignificant characters that were not worth mentioning. However, today, such a small character actually dared to disobey him. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. It was a blatant challenge. So what? Duan Lingtian still had a sneer on his face. If you want the saint stones in my hands, you can come and get them yourself. If you don't dare to, disappear from my sight immediately. No. There's no need to disappear. I almost forgot you. You're ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? Chapter 1374. When Duan Lingtian's first words left his mouth, the spectators were already dumbfounded. This Duan Lingtian is too tough. How dare he challenge Zhang Jilong? That's not all. What did he mean by that? Why did he ask if Zhang Jilong was ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? Could it be that he wants to? The crowd did not dare to think further. They felt goosebumps on their scalps as they thought Duan Lingtian was crazy. He was really crazy. The latent dragon camp gathered the top geniuses around Mound Hill City. Since Zhang Jilong was the strongest person in the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp, he could be considered as the strongest person in the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage around Mound Hill City to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian actually dared to provoke such an existence? Did he think he could defeat Zhang Jilong? Where did his confidence come from? Now, even Guali, who was confident in Duan Lingtian, could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian. She said to him through true energy voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, why don't you give him 208th grade saint stones? I still have 108th grade saint stones with me. I can give you 50 of them. It's enough for you to cultivate. Guali advised. That's right. I'm ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp. Why? Do you want to challenge me? Zhang Jilong laughed out of anger when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could not suppress his anger. Looks like you're not an ordinary idiot. Isn't it obvious what I said? Everyone else can see it, but you can't? Why do you have to ask me? Duan Lingtian sneered in disdain. You're asking for it. Zhang Jilong was not a good-tempered person to begin with. After being challenged by Duan Lingtian, he could no longer hold it in. Bang! With a stomp of his legs, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that shot out explosively towards Duan Lingtian. I should have attacked earlier. Duan Lingtian snorted when he saw Zhang Jilong charging toward him. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the sun-shooting bow. Not only that, but there was also an arrow condensed out of qi in his right hand. Body and arrow synchronization. Seeing that Zhang Jilong was only a few meters away from him, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pulled the sun-shooting bow back a little. Of course, he used his full strength. Thus, just by drawing the sun-shooting bow slightly, the arrow that was shot out was already ridiculously fast. Duan Lingtian stepped on the arrows and brushed past Zhang Jilong, who was coming straight at him. He almost brushed past Zhang Jilong. The speed he displayed was on par with Zhang Jilong. This Zhang Jilong does have some skills. His speed is actually on par with mine. Duan Lingtian, who had swapped places with Zhang Jilong after the arrow was fired, turned around and looked at Zhang Jilong, who had also turned around, with a surprised expression on his face. Zhang Jilong did have some skills since he was able to become the strongest person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp. While Duan Lingtian was surprised, so was Zhang Jilong. This brat's speed is actually on par with mine? Zhang Jilong was shocked. He was completely shocked. Ever since he had broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, apart from those who were above the mastery mortal shedding stage, he had never met anyone who could match his speed among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. As the saying went, speed was the only unbeatable martial skill in the world. The reason why Zhang Jilong could be called a supremacy among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators was mainly because of his speed. His speed was equivalent to being invincible. Coupled with his powerful attack technique, he had never met a match among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators. His speed can actually match Zhang Jilung's? Currently, the pavilion that distributed the Saint Stones had been closed. Behind the balcony of the pavilion, one of the 36 heavenly guards of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, the heavenly harm guardian, looked at the two people who were confronting each other in shock. Did you guys see that? The other 13 gangsters who were on the intermediate mortal shedding stage looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. All of them had been defeated by Zhang Jilung before. They had fought Zhang Jilung before, so naturally, they knew that the reason why Zhang Jilung could defeat them was because of his terrifying speed. Now, there was actually a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage who could match Zhang Jilung's speed. How could they not be shocked? Another Zhang Jilung has been born? They had a complicated feeling. When they saw the speed that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier, they knew that they would most likely be defeated even if they were to fight him. The Duan Lingtian was just too fast. He was so fast that he could be compared to Zhang Jilung. What a fast speed! This Duan Lingtian defeated Li Han a month ago, and he's still holding back. If he displayed such speed a month ago, I think Li Han would have been defeated by him before he even had the chance to attack. Oh my god! His speed is actually on par with Zhang Jilung's. The group of young men and women below the high platform was boiling with excitement as they stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. What a fast speed! Li Han stood in the corner of the crowd with a grave expression on his face. It seems like I won't have the chance to avenge myself unless I break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. I must break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage before he breaks through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. The moment Li Han thought of this, he returned to the wooden house and began to cultivate with the Saint Stone in his hand. If he knew that Duan Lingtian was only a martial cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage, it was unknown what kind of expression he would have. 2 months. I'll definitely defeat you in 2 months at the most. Although Ho Lin was shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed, he was still full of confidence. This was because he was confident that he could break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage in 2 months. At that time, he would not only have to defeat Guo Li to avenge himself. He would also have to defeat Duan Lingtian to prove to everyone in the latent dragon camp that he, Ho Lin, was powerful. No wonder you're so arrogant. You have the right to be arrogant. However, do you think you can defeat me just because you're as fast as me? Zhang Jilung said coldly. We'll only know if I can defeat you after I try. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. All right. I'll play with you then. The moment Zhang Jilung's words left his mouth, he shot out. His legs swept toward Duan Lingtian like a tornado. Wherever he passed, a tornado seemed to be formed as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had long noticed that Zhang Jilung's saint weapon was the pair of boots on his feet. Whether it was his speed or his attack, he relied on his feet. Just like Duan Lingtian, whether it was his speed or his attack, he relied on the arrows in his hands. Faced with the tornado that was formed by Zhang Jilung's legs, Duan Lingtian shot up. He knocked an arrow on his bow and locked his gaze on Zhang Jilung before he released the bowstring. Clang! The arrow that was formed by true energy instantly shot out, leaving an arrow mark in the air as it charged toward Zhang Jilung. Humph! Zhang Jilung snorted coldly. His legs moved faster, and the tornado became even more ferocious as it swept toward Duan Lingtian's arrow formed by true energy. Finally, the tornado and the arrow collided, making a loud noise. Boom! A vast wave of air swept out. After a while, the tornado slowed down, and the arrow disappeared. Zhang Jilung's body shook, and he was sent flying backward. He was affected by the wave of air. At the same time, Zhang Jilung, who was barely able to stand, felt something sweet in his throat. His face was slightly pale, but he forcefully swallowed the blood. His pride did not allow him to spit out blood at this time. Once he spat out blood, it would undoubtedly be a declaration to the others. He, Zhang Jilung, was not as good as Duan Lingtian. What a prideful person. Duan Lingtian, who had landed steadily, was not injured at all. He looked at Zhang Jilung from afar. The others did not know the power of his arrow, but he did. Although it was offset by Zhang Jilung's move, the wave of air from the collision was enough to injure Zhang Jilung. At that time, if he was nearby,
he would definitely be injured like Zhang Jilong. However, he was using an arrow, a long-range attack. It was destined that he would not be affected by the wave of air. In this aspect he had the upper hand. Whether it was in terms of attack or speed, he was almost on par with Zhang Jilong. However, since he was using a bow, he was destined to be better than Zhang Jilong in actual combat. Zhang Jilong's injury was hidden so well that even the 13 gangsters who were at the intermediate mortal shedding stage did not notice that he was injured. If these people did not notice, it was even more so for those below the high platform and behind the septic tank. Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong faced each other. He asked calmly, "Zhang Jilong, right? Do you want to continue?" Barf. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhang Jilong was so angry that he spat out the blood he swallowed. The blood stained the ground like a dazzling red rose. Whoosh! Upon seeing this, the entire place fell silent. Zhang Jilong is injured? Everyone was shocked. They really did not notice it earlier. If it was said that there was someone who wasn't surprised now, it was none other than Duan Lingtian and the person in the pavilion, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. Ha! Suddenly, the Heavenly Harm Guardian on the pavilion raised his eyebrows as though he had noticed something. He looked into the distance. In the distant sky, a silhouette was flying toward him. It was so fast that even he could only catch a glimpse of it. In just a blink of an eye, the person was already standing next to him. The person who appeared next to the Heavenly Harm Guardian was a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. He had a medium build but was well built. Just by standing there, he gave off an invisible pressure. 14. Finally, the green-robed middle-aged man spoke. He looked at the Heavenly Harm Guardian and smiled. "Big brother." The Heavenly Harm Guardian took a deep breath and bowed respectfully at the green-robed middle-aged man. He did not dare to be negligent at all. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. This was his big brother, the leader of the 36 Guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian. At the same time, his big brother was also one of the few Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses among the 36 Guardians. Ha! Who's that? He actually defeated Zhang Jilong? The Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at the purple figure in the distance. He was slightly surprised. "I don't think I've seen him before. Is he new?" "He's someone ninth brother brought back." The Heavenly Harm Guardian replied. "Someone ninth brother brought back?" It's your fault for not working hard on your cultivation. Otherwise, you could have become one of the 13 gangsters and meet Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian together. Just as the latent dragon camp members were discussing, Duan Lingtian and Gua Li arrived at the meeting hall of the Castellan's mansion. When they entered, they found that there were already 10 people standing there. Among the 10 people, apart from 4 new faces, Duan Lingtian had an impression of the other 6. They were the other intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators among the 13 gangsters. He had seen them before in the latent dragon camp's campsite. New faces? At this moment, a young man with a brawny build and a stocky build looked at Duan Lingtian and Guali in surprise. "Both of you are the new members of the 13 gangsters? Xianghu, it seems like you've been working behind closed doors for the past month." Both of them are the new members of the latent dragon camp who replaced Ho Lin and Li Han a month ago. Next to the brawny young man, a seemingly frivolous young man in brocade clothes said with a smile. "Not bad, not bad." Xionghu glanced at Duan Lingtian and Guali before nodding. "He's the person who's ranked second among the 13 gangsters?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xionghu. He could tell that the person who came out of Wooden House number 2 had the same voice as this person. It was apparent that they were the same person. "Hello, I'm Jin Yuan Bao. I'm ranked third among the 13 gangsters. I'm only below that freak and this big guy." The young man in brocade clothes introduced himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian while waving his folding fan. Guali, ranked 13th among the 13 gangsters. Seeing that the person ranked third among the 13 gangsters had taken the initiative to introduce himself,
Guali immediately responded. She did not dare to be arrogant. Duan Ling Tian, ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters. Duan Ling Tian introduced himself after Guali. He had a good impression of this friendly Jin Yuan Bao. This kind of person was always more open. Ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? Jin Yuan Bao was stunned when he heard that. Isn't Zhang Jilong ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? He looked at Zhang Jilong and asked in shock. Zhang Jilong, you were defeated by a newbie? Although he was unwilling, Zhang Jilong had to nod and admit it. At the same time, he did not forget to explain. If he didn't use a bow and arrow, he would have tied with me at most. Naturally, Zhang Jilong knew why he was defeated in the battle with Duan Ling Tian. It was also because of this that he was unwilling to admit defeat. Humph. A defeat is a defeat. Why are you looking for so many excuses? Don't tell me that you're going to come back from the dead and seek revenge after being killed? An ordinary-looking young man in a plain long robe who was standing at the side snorted and said in disdain. Haha. Sun Gu, Zhang Jilong is already in a bad mood after being defeated. Why do you have to bully him? The young man who had his eyes fixed on Gua Li since she entered the door looked at the young man in the plain robe and laughed out loud. Zheng Jian, you're such a busybody. Sun Gu snorted. Ranked 4th among the 13 gangsters, Sun Gu. Ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, Zhang Jian. Is he also Hu Jie's distant cousin? Duan Ling Tian still remembered Sun Ji's figure and Zhang Jian's figure. They were the people who came out from cottage number 4 and cottage number 5 earlier. Sister Gua. Zhang Jian appeared in front of Gua Li and greeted her passionately. He did not have the bearing of a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator at all. However, one could tell he was not a kind person from the lustful gleam in the depth of his eyes. Naturally, Gua Li noticed this as well. She said coldly, I don't know you. You don't know me, but I know you. Zhang Jian smiled. You're the eldest miss of Fuyu Town's Gua clan. You're also the strongest person among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. I was fortunate enough to visit your place with my father. So what? Gua Li's reaction was as calm as before. Sister Gua, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Jian, the eldest young master of New South Town's Zhang clan. I'm ranked 5th among the latent Dragon Camp's 13 gangsters. Zhang Jian introduced himself patiently. This time, Gua Li ignored him. No matter how eloquent Zhang Jian was, she just ignored him. In the end, Zhang Jian's expression turned extremely grave. Bitch, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. There was a hint of coldness in Zhang Jian's eyes as he cursed in his heart. Haha. Zhang Jian, I realize you're really a bitch. Can't you see that Miss Gua Li is ignoring you? I can't believe you're still able to say so much. I'm really impressed. Jin Yuan Bao laughed out loud and made fun of Zhang Jian without restraint. Jin Yuan Bao, don't go too far. The moment Jin Yuan Bao's words left his mouth, Zhang Jian was so angry that he glared at him. His expression was extremely grave. Don't go too far? Yes, I'm going too far. What can you do about it? I'll give you a chance. Challenge me. What do you think? Jin Yuan Bao smiled when he heard Zhang Jian's words. His smile was extremely bright. With just one sentence, Zhang Jian was so angry that his body trembled. His face was flushed and his eyes were bloodshot. It was as though he would explode at any time. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind blew into the assembly hall, causing the robes of the 12 people present to flutter. After a while, it slowly fell to the ground. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the assembly hall. It was an ordinary-looking young man in green who carried a sheathed long sword on his back. He stood there quietly, not making a single sound. He's the leader of the 13 gangsters? When the young man in green entered, Duan Lingtian did not notice him at all. Even when the gust of wind blew past, he did not realize it was a person. He thought it was really just a gust of wind. At that moment, his heart was filled with shock. Heaven's eye! Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in green. His eyes narrowed. 30 years old. Perfection mortal shedding stage.
Duan Lingtian was shocked when he probed the young man's age and cultivation base. A 30-year-old perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator? Where did this freak come from? Freak, you're finally here. I thought you were going to disobey Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian's order. Jin Yuan Bao, who was very friendly, squinted at the young man in green and smiled. I'm not a freak. The young man in green had a rare reaction. His voice was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze water. Freak. Hearing Jin Yuan Bao's greeting to the young man in green, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall what Jin Yuan Bao said earlier. Hello, I'm Jin Yuan Bao. I'm ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters. I'm just below that freak and this big guy. The big guy in this sentence was Xianxia, who was ranked 2nd among the 13 gangsters. He's the leader of the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun. Chapter 1376. Didn't they say that the top 5 in the 13 gangsters are all martial cultivators on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? Duan Lingtian gasped. Could it be that Ling Yun has just broken through recently? Duan Lingtian could only come up with such a conclusion in the end. Duan Lingtian realized. As soon as Ling Yun appeared, other than Jin Yuan Bao, everyone else, including Xianxia who was ranked 2nd among the 13 gangsters, looked at him with fear in their eyes. Very good, everyone's here. A voice came out of nowhere in the meeting hall, scaring Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was not the only one. Apart from Ling Yun, everyone else was shocked as well. Ling Yun was the only one who stood there like a statue. He was as still as a mountain. Ling Yun's composure is really terrifying. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As soon as the voice came out of nowhere, a green figure appeared at the head of the meeting hall. It was a green-clad middle-aged man. As soon as the green-clad middle-aged man appeared, he emitted an extremely powerful aura that made everything around him pale in comparison. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. At once, everyone, including Ling Yun, bowed at the green-clad middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian and Guali bowed as well. If only the two of them were present, they would not recognize this person at all. He's the Heavenly Leader Guardian? One of the 36 guardians under the command of the city governor of Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. After he lifted his head, he began to size up the green-clad middle-aged man. He was the leader of the 36 guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian. I've gathered all of you here to announce something. The Heavenly Leader Guardian went straight to the point. 3 months later, Lord City Governor will come out of his closed-door cultivation. By then, he'll pick 2 to 3 disciples from the 13 of you. Lord City Governor was going to pick disciples. As soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian finished speaking, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes lit up, including Ling Yun. The city governor of Mound Hill City was a powerful Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. He was the strongest powerhouse in the surrounding area of Mound Hill City. If they could become his disciple, it would be easy for them to rise to the top. Apart from that, it was also equivalent to obtaining a powerful protection. The disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City could do whatever he wanted in the area around Mound Hill City. The sound of heavy breathing echoed throughout the meeting hall. Among the people present on the scene, apart from Duan Lingtian who had an indifferent expression, only Ling Yun was calm. However, a hint of desire could be seen in Ling Yun's eyes. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. He wasn't trying to act cool. It was because he really didn't feel anything at all. Duan Lingtian's vision was different from the vision of the other young geniuses present. In the eyes of these young geniuses, the city governor of Mound Hill City who was on the Saint Rudiment stage was someone they had to look up to and respect. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the city governor of Mound Hill City was just an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. The Heavenly Leader Guardian saw Duan Lingtian's calmness and could not help but praise him secretly. This little fella from the mortal continent that ninth brother found is pretty good. He hasn't seen much of the world, but he's still so calm after hearing that the city governor wants to take in a disciple. One could imagine. If Duan Lingtian knew what the Heavenly Leader Guardian was thinking,
Perhaps he would take out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and make it bigger before slamming it on the heavenly leader guardian's head. Did this fella just say that he hadn't seen much of the world? Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, may I ask how the city governor will choose his disciple among us? Zhang Jilong asked excitedly. After 3 months, the city governor will come out of closed-door cultivation and test all of you. Of course, I don't know what the test is about, the Heavenly Leader Guardian said. The Heavenly Leader Guardian said, I called all of you here to remind all of you to work as hard as you can in these 3 months and raise your strength. After 3 months, if anyone is eliminated from the 13 gangsters, he won't be able to become the city governor's disciple. After the Heavenly Leader Guardian finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, All right, all of you can go back now. As soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian finished speaking, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun, the remaining 11 people flew out of the meeting hall in the blink of an eye and headed straight to the latent dragon camp. They were rushing back to cultivate. Ling Yun glanced at Duan Lingtian in surprise and flew out as well. Guali too. Even if she wants to improve her strength, she shouldn't be in such a hurry, right? Duan Lingtian forced a smile and walked out of the meeting hall slowly. He was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, so naturally, he was not in a hurry to go back to cultivate. Wait. Duan Lingtian heard a voice coming from behind him just as he was about to cross the threshold of the meeting hall. It was the Heavenly Leader Guardian's voice. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, you called for me? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the Heavenly Leader Guardian. To be honest, he was very curious about the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the leader of the 36 guardians under the command of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Earlier, there were a few times when he wanted to use his divine eye to probe him. However, when he thought about how Senior Lin, who was ranked 9th among the 36 guardians, was at the paramount mortal shedding stage, Duan Lingtian dismissed the thought. Duan Lingtian even suspected that the leader of the 36 guardians might be at the Saint Rudiment stage like the city governor of Mound Hill City. Naturally, this was only his speculation. I heard you're from the mortal continent? The Heavenly Leader Guardian asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that the Heavenly Leader Guardian knew about his origin. After all, he had told Senior Lin about his origin and that he was from the mortal continent. Which mortal continent are you from? As far as I know, there's a total of 3 mortal continents outside of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, only 2 mortal continents have martial cultivators. I'm from the mortal continent that only has martial cultivators. Duan Lingtian replied honestly. I've heard of that mortal continent. It's called the Cloud Continent. The Heavenly Leader Guardian nodded. It seems like you're not from the same mortal continent as the city governor's disciple. If you're from the same continent, you might know each other. The city governor's disciple? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He's from the mortal continent as well? Yes. The Heavenly Leader Guardian nodded and smiled. Not only is he from the mortal continent, but he's also a rare martial Dao prodigy. You'll have a chance to meet him in the future. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. The Heavenly Leader Guardian nodded. Do you know there's a clan with the surname Han in the 5th-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian asked. A 5th-rate force. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression changed. A 5th-rate force. To him, it was something he could only look up to. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he saw the Heavenly Leader Guardian's strange expression. He did not know why the Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression changed. Was there something wrong? This was because the Saint Stones that Xuanai gave him were mostly 5th-grade Saint Stones. A small portion of them were 4th-grade Saint Stones. Due to this reason, he guessed the force behind Xuanai was a 5th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, this was also due to Gua Li's reminder. According to Gua Li, the Gua clan in Fuyu Town was a 9th-rate force that owned a 9th-grade Saint Stone reserve. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was an 8th-rate force that owned an 8th-grade Saint Stone reserve. A 9th-grade Saint Stone reserve could produce a small portion of 8th-grade Saint Stones. An 8th-grade Saint Stone reserve could produce a small portion of 7th-grade Saint Stones. That was his speculation. The force that Xuanai belonged to should be a 5th-rate force in the Dao martial Saint land.
Duan Lingtian, why are you asking about this?
The heavenly leader guardian asked after he took a deep breath to calm himself down. When I was in the mortal continent, I heard from my grandfather that he met someone when he was young. That person's surname was Han, and he claimed to be from a 5th-rate force in the Dao martial Saint land. Duan Lingtian casually came up with a reason. He did not dare to directly say that he knew someone with the surname Han who was suspected to be from a 5th-rate force in the Dao martial Saint land. He did not want to create unnecessary trouble. Moreover, if he said he knew someone from a 5th-rate force, he would be dead meat if they thought he had received some benefits from the 5th-rate force and became greedy. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, coupled with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes of memories, Duan Lingtian could be said to have experienced 4 lifetimes. Naturally, his thoughts were thorough. So that's how it is. The heavenly leader guardian sighed in relief when he heard that. Indeed, many people from the Dao martial Saint land went to the mortal continent in the past. However, I heard from them that the conditions there were terrible. They felt uncomfortable staying there for a while. Upon hearing the heavenly gift guardian's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Compared to the Dao martial Saint land, the conditions on the mortal continent were naturally worse. Putting everything else aside, just the Gua clan that Gua Li was from, the 9th-rate force in the Dao martial Saint land in Fuyu town, had a better cultivation environment and resources than any place on Cloud Continent. As for a 5th-rate force, I don't know much about it. Even our city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is only an 8th-rate force. Even the great sect above our Mound Hill City is only a 7th-rate force. The heavenly leader guardian said, a 5th-rate force is too far away from us. However, there's one thing I'm sure of. There are many powerhouses in a 5th-rate force. There are at least hundreds of Saint Stage powerhouses. When the heavenly leader guardian mentioned the Saint Stage powerhouses, respect appeared on his face. It was respect that came from the bottom of his heart. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he could not help but feel shocked. So the force that Xuanai is from is actually so powerful? There are hundreds of Saint Stage powerhouses. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Duan Lingtian was inexplicably shocked. After a while, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the heavenly leader guardian and left the assembly hall. What a rare genius. He has been cultivating in the mortal continent all this while, and he managed to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage at the age of 35. If Master City Governor's disciple did not follow Master City Governor to the Dao martial Saint land, he might not be able to compare to him. The heavenly leader guardian thought to himself. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.